Так. Все. Привет, здорово. Короче, все, запустил стрим. Чемпионат начинается, прямой. Сегодня по факту самый новый стрим. Алекс и Зета на базе. Тихо, привет, здорово. Вадик всегда. Алекс, ты молодец, реально. Всем привет, здорово. Так, сейчас кину ссылку в телеграм, чтобы это выкрыть. А позаходит, скажу, что сегодня.
What makes a winner? Is it teamwork, tenacity,
Алекс, ты меня чуешь, короче? Минуты выиграть. Алекс, короче, ты можешь, короче, типа, в телеграм кинуть ссылку, типа, и, ну, сказать, что сегодня розыгрыш будет. Кидай ссылку и скажи, тільки активнее, типа, получить. Пока, ну, скажи, что стрим, типа, вот вставляй кинь ссылку, скажи, что сегодня розыгрыш, активнее сейчас. Типа, треба в любом случае кинуть ссылку, типа, не знаю, тільки ТРНТ вилетять. Трайбик, я не знаю, кстати, трайбик, наверное, возможно, на финал дойдет. Ну, либо стамины, типа, там, либо стамины, либо трайбик. Крейзи Ракун 100%. Я уверен. А вот... Не знаю, ну, мені теж кажеться, що, типа, Крейзи Ракун заберуть. Що вони ж слишком сильні. Вот я, типа, я болею, типа, за всех. За стабилю, потому что не хочется, чтобы хотя бы, чтобы финал вышел. Чтобы трайбил типа, ну, не знаю. Крейзи Ракун, наверное, выиграет.
DreamHack, please give a warm welcome to Luminosity Gaming!
А что за перший матч, кстати, я не понял, кто играет. Кто перший играет? Увлекал. Хорош, все, спасибо, Алекс. Короче, не знаю, а что ты пожимаешь? Ты играешь, подожди, я СКА против... А нет, Zeta не видишь? А, не видишь.
Next up, from East Asia, it's Crazy Raccoon!
Да не, а, нет, это просто типа демонстрировать, боже. Я думал уже сейчас Crazy Raccoon сразу против Zeta, типа, нет, пульсация, короче. Luminosity выиграет. Думаешь, Алекс? Да не, я поставил... Это Luminosity поставил. Вряд ли он выиграет. Тотем. Ну, Тотем солюють. Тотем попали проти Crazy Raccoon. Та єноти, ну, вони сильні дуже, типу, сподяти. Єноти сильні. О, STMN. Заміни.
All the way from India, it's Revenant Esports!
Ревант, ну вони теж нічого не виграють, мені кажеться. Вони самі слабі, мені кажеться.
From North America, Tribe
О, може ти скінчик
Gaming.
получил наконец. Ну все, я розыгрыш. Мы, кстати, уже гиперзарядку учим сегодня. Так что, типа, это халява. Сьогодні гипер буде. Це, ну,
And
це що-то жорстко.
finally, from Europe,
Гиперзарядник.
SK Gaming.
Вийшли токсики главні. Вийшли токсики главні. Главні токсики. Если вы... Не, вот и вы. Пока що тільки Алекс пише в чат, пиши. Де Вандер, кстати, що то луть? Де Вандер? Що це таке? Вандер. Гіперзарядний стардроп, да-да-да.
Welcome in to DreamHack Winter and what will be the biggest day in Brawl Stars esports history. I'm Kenny Barlow, joined with me, none other than my good man, Trav. We've had an exciting
Да нет, за Трайбы сами тоже
a
токсики.
lot of craziness, a lot of close matches.
Да, Зета не видишь против Люмини. Да не, куда ты поставил на Люмини Сити? Зета выиграет, ты шо? Зета, я думаю, Зета на изи. Зета вообще на изи.
Finest against the #1 seed in Zeta division for Europe. To get here today, though, we've had an interesting format, a little change up this year, and it has been a blast along the way. We've had a group stage.
Не, типа, подожди. СК, вони кого виграли вчора?
Repeat for day #2, but now, Trav, it's day 3.
А, вони виграли Київ, і там ще підійшов до Дрейзу, тому що Дрейз він сам токсик, типа. Ну, все правильно. Против Дрейзу все правильно. Короче, футбоксом. Короче, его отведущий будет. Служит.
Second place takes home 150,000, and then the big one, the champions will take home 250,000.
There is a lot of cheddar on the line, but even arguably more importantly, the ever so coveted 2023 World Champion status. We came into this month thinking that this was going to be the toughest of all. No clear contender. We'll see how that plays out today, though. And I mean, just alone in our starting matchup, we're starting with fire.
We really are. And I mean, every single game today is going to be absolutely incredible. And as the bracket closes down, as more teams get eliminated, it's going to get even more tense all the way up until that final game.
I mean, just take a look here. Quarterfinals alone.
Ну вот,
I mean, better
типа, як видно, Зета виграє ще. Крейзі Ракун виграє, там Стамін, там скорість всього Трайб. Потом Стамін проти Трайб і Крейзі Ракун проти Зети. Вот Крейзі Ракун виграє в фінал. А вот Стамины против Трайб будет интересно. Но я поставлю на Стамину, потому что, конечно, я думаю, что Трайб выиграет, но надеюсь, на Стамине, потому что
It never gets old. I mean, the rivalries, the
в любом случае, Крейзі Ракун забирает.
out for me this year for 2023, and I know a lot of the people at home are going to be showing extra interest as well. I think on top of that, it's going to be a very tough one to predict, right? I'm looking at 8 Titans across the entire world. So across the world here in our chat, I think predictions are going to be a little bit...
Yeah, they really are. I will say as well, but I think we actually do differ today quite a bit as well, which is a bit odd considering we've been pretty much a hive mind all the way through when it comes to predictions. But obviously, event.brawlstars.com is where you want to be placing yours to get that swag.
I mean, the caster hive mind has kind of worked out so far, though. I mean, to our credit, we've done pretty good, but I love to be surprised. But let's take a look and see what the booth came up with for today. Across the board, Zeta Division, CR, STMN, and of course, Uber just had to be a little special.
Yeah, I mean, it's Australians, right? It must be them. Just rooting for someone in a bit of that middle ground. European is where he's going to be going, where the rest of us, we're going to go with that North America.
I mean, this might be the year for North America. We've talked about how good Crazy
Сейчас это выиграю, мне
preseason
кажется.
favorites for many, but if there is a year for North America or another
Disaster
reason
looks
to
so
take
bad.
it might be this one. I think across the
Жестко.
board as well. Obviously, we
Сильно
share a lot of
легендарный.
similar sentiment in who we end up picking to win. It's tough, right? You gotta end the day with one team winning. But all of these teams have been
Да,
so
да.
worth making it this far. I think it's much closer, and at times too, I found myself arguably just flipping a coin.
Yeah, not arguing arguably as well, you literally did flip a coin getting that to relay.
Sometimes you
You
gotta go with
literally
fate.
did flip a coin at breakfast this morning.
3 минути матч.
I mean,
Здорово,
it's
здорово,
been
здорово.
for me. It's tough.
О, тіп
You
зайшов.
make this
Коротше,
tournament, you feel like you
дивись.
know one thing, and
Щас
then all these teams play.
десь на
and
стрімі
immediately
буде
it's like,
розіграш,
all
треба,
right,
ну,
we
типу,
truly
бути активним
believe this has been
був.
something
На
special,
чати.
and this first match as well going
Можеш
to be
почати.
something special. It's the number one
Розіграші
seed
вряд ли
of
буде
NA
участвувати багато
with
людей,
Charles,
так що, типу,
Patchy,
не
and
знаю.
Chino taking on Zeta Division.
Ну,
This is gonna be a heck of a matchup.
так.
It really
Мені
is.
кажеться,
I
що
mean,
це
it's just these two teams are so strong, and it's going to be such a fierce matchup.
Well, to
Я
kick us
буду
off for the
виски.
day, let's send it over to none other than
Зробимо розіграш.
Thank you very much, guys. DreamHack, are you ready for our
Я
first
плохо
game of the
слышно.
day?
Сейчас, секунду.
All right then, let's meet our first two.
Ну-ка, если так, типу,
Our top seed from Group A.
так, буде нормально?
Against
Что-то.
Luminosity
Напишите, если
Gaming.
нормально что-то.
Charles, Patchy, and Chino started the year Orclus as
А,
the
хорошо.
Walkers, but now they could be ending it with a world title.
Ой, теперь здорово. Отлично. Короче, вот сидит на стриме, розыграш буде десь.
And
В
their
середине
opponents,
стрима, не знаю, може.
Zeta Division.
Короче, головне сидіти просто.
Garanori
сидіти.
and Meow had a difficult opening game yesterday against STMN, but you wouldn't know it from their follow-up performance against Nouns, making a clean sweep all the way into the quarterfinals.
Ви за кого? За Зету. Типа, ну я за Зету. Типа, я поставив на Зету, щоб Зета виграла.
Our teams
Вот,
are
треба, щоб
ready
Зета
for
виграла.
our
Ну, Зета
first
виграє, мені кажеться.
final
Зета це ж, ну,
of the day.
типи нормально грають.
Ready?
Не знаю, Luminosity, вони,
Kenny and Travis, you
ну,
ready?
типа, Зета получше.
We are ready, Frankie. Let's get the day underway. Dog Walkers originally started from humble beginnings. This is
Це
a
Вандер.
team
Типа,
that
Вандера
has
немає,
proven
що не хоче
themselves.
схід.
To many, they weren't expected to come out on top in NA West, just contest. They did more than that, though. They took on some serious teams, improved themselves this year over the likes of teams like Stamina in the online format and Zeta Division.
Ну, і
They
лопаті.
were
То
nothing
там
but consistent. This
всі
is
Зета, вони
a
питають
team
якимось
from Europe.
формом.
This is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, that's the thing with
Знаю,
Zeta Division. They
появляється.
have wavered as of
Ще.
recently, though. Didn't qualify to those SPS Season 4 channels, and that did worry us a bit.
Я активный такие
Didn't
нет,
really put the
твой
season
фанат
up as
Илюха.
they have, but yesterday, when they played against STMN,
Спасибо.
they took it to the last set, and then they took it against
Теперь
Nouns
будешь
in
заигрывать,
a
у тебя есть
dominant
шансы.
fashion as well. So they did look very, very good. And the same goes for
Один ты
Luminosity.
точно
They looked
золотая,
really
что
solid yesterday. They
тупая.
didn't win with
Может,
flash
даже
forward,
сегодня
as you
золотая,
imagine. You
кто
know,
я
they
знаю.
did go 2-0, but both of those games were so difficult for them.
In Group A especially, we kind of expected
Типа, ну ти самий активний, так що, типу, це більше шансів.
one of those top two teams, but their rivals proved to be very strong as well. So it's still a little bit of a question mark for these young guys, new to the big stage, the World Finals. I'm really curious to see how they can handle.
Ну, в любом случае, типа, другу дашь.
STMN yesterday, they may not have
Уже
been
хотя бы
number one,
6.
but they were neck and
А.
neck the whole way through. Clearly, this
Горячая картошка, короче,
That's
в
the thing, you know,
сейфе сейчас будет.
Zeta Division, they've lost against
Всех
Zeta, they lost against them
2070
yesterday,
очков.
but Luminosity have been beating them all year
Да,
long. That's
да.
the thing, that's why
Ради
they've been rough for
2070
Zeta
тоже.
Division. Yes, I'm
Алекс, ти
predicting
готовся, тому що можуть бути ці вопроси. Треба буде. Да, горячая кукуруза.
Well, to kick us off for the day, it is going to be hot
То
potato
всегда
with a
хорош.
little bit of heist here.
Сейчас
In terms of
будет
draft compositions as
матч
well,
интересный.
Luminosity
Це,
love to
кстати,
get unique with it. They love
перший раз
to
ця карта.
always be
Типа,
aggressive, and
це
I
що,
think
нові
that's
карти
this
зараз чи
meta
що, чи мені
years too.
поставити?
I
Тому
wanna
що
see
і
Luminosity
одна я цю
come out
карту
swinging,
ще ні разу
play
не
their
бачив.
game, and see what they can do
Я ще
against a
тут її не
top team
був
like
бачив.
Zeta Division.
Перший раз. Интересно сейчас, типа, хотя бы понял. И мандаринчики хавают. Как лучше? Я тоже. Да.
You know, all these teams have been boot camping, prepping, scrimming. I mean,
Не помню таких карт. Я реально тоже не помню. Но сейчас
so I'm expecting that they are
дивимся.
cooking up some fierce stuff, even in practices.
Интересно хотя бы буде грати, тому що вже 2 дня подряд одинакові карти, вони вже впали. Всі карти Давай пойдешь. Чака. Куда тут Чак ебаться?
The train conductor here, and it makes a lot of sense to me.
It definitely does as well, and you know that's what they wanted because Cornelius is banned out as well. That has been the
Тут
main
спайки
issue
бают,
throughout this weekend, dealing with him,
Так.
taking him to the shadow realm every time he goes in. And if you don't have that ability, then it's
Корделіуса запалили, так би Корделіуса пікали.
I think Chuck
Бо
as a
щось таке, що
starter is
Кондрі.
good for the DPS. You got to play the game mode sometimes.
Пені не знаю, пені не
It made
вміють, якщо
Cornelius
чесно.
as well. It was
Ні,
fully intended for them to go with this pick first. Assuming that Luminosity Gaming didn't use it for one of their bans, they definitely didn't want the biggest counter in the way. Patchy going to go ahead and lock in the Nita here. Somebody that can provide some good coverage against tanks. You can drop boost the bear to try and get some DPS onto that high safe. And Barley, one of the top
Барли.
players that I know for this.
Барли идет, да?
just got to hope that Chuck's not going to throw one of those
Интересно.
passes onto a position where you're going to
Элитный
stand
лип.
a lot of the
Я
time.
за Зету
You know,
вроде
those
не
few
помню.
positions
Я тоже
where
за
Barley
Зету.
can really thrive because a lot of it's probably going to be broken up now they've picked that Barley from Zeta Division. They've still got 2 picks left. You expect some wall breaks, especially because they have that need to add on as well. But let's not forget, you know, wall breaks aren't exactly going to help Chuck.
It's going to be an interesting strategy here. They either give up the wall break, make
Ну,
it harder
о, Вандер зашел, здорово.
or they go
Здорово,
ahead
здорово.
and deal with Barley and Nita here. Additionally, it's going to make it a little harder to run.
Ну, согласен, ладно. Вчера учил. Я не знаю, подивимся. Типа, ну, але, да, він получив вчора, так що. Да, я таки понял, просто пришел. Хорош, элитный грипп уважаю, давай. Что делали? Не ради скина, не ради денег.
You know, they've got 2 already. Why not just add a 3rd? You know, they've got a Barley against them as well, which they can kind of just run over. But at the same time, that Nita's going to be so dangerous.
Що, Вандер, ти на кого ставив?
You feed so many bears, they're actually going to pivot. They're going to go with the Lou, and I don't mind it.
Я на Зету ставив, типа, чесно. Зети, конечно, пик жесткий вообще. Биби, Чак. Валик на Люминосити ставил. Вандер. Вандер. Пику Зети лучше, да. Ну, сейчас подивимся, что пикнуть Люминосити. Шелли. Ё-моё. Шелли контрить почти весь пик. Контрить Биби. Контрить Чака. А вот не знаю, сейчас. Ё-моё, сейчас будет тяжко.
It's going to be interesting to say the least. Several brawlers that I don't think everybody would have 100% expected. A lot of murmuring in the crowd as well of what to think of this draft as Luminosity and Zeta Division get geared up to go. It's time. Day 3 World Finals are now underway.
Все, карточка началась. Так. Вообще, Шелли на виду играет, типа. Нита против Биби, Чак против Парни. Парни бы тяжко Чака, чи Чак на купі не літати. Наші, типу, ну, як бачу, знати поки що лучше. Хоча дивись. Йо-йо. Чак ставив, типу, да-да-да. Чак ставив ульту так, що, типу, сейчас парни наносить урон. Так, але там Чак. Пока що Зета лучше, да, улетает, тип. Это будет читаемо, что Чак сейчас летает. Потому что... Ё-моё, подожди. А, не, все. Це було близько, конечно. 25% до того почали. Бачите? Але Зета забрав. Було понятно, що Чак почав літати, там ще піти. Читаємо, що вперед. Я буду, коли стамін будуть грати, буду їбати. Стаміно. Чак, да. Опять же, ну, прожимають більш, типу, Зета, типу, у них якийсь даже пік лучше, типу. Це Бібі, вона тут якось купайте спати. Ну, сейчас урон пройдем. Хотя вот правый нету. Все равно, типа, вот вони стараються. Вот такой Чак пишет. Понятно, что так лучше.
joins them on safe, and Chino's too low to defend.
Garo, Nowie, free access to this safe. Charles
Пока що,
up top, and they're facing a
пока
deficit.
що мною.
Patchy
Ну,
back in action. Chino with a hyper charge
цю,
available, popping it now, connecting
ще
with Now. Down
заберуть.
goes one. Nowie looking for damage. A second following through here as Chino
Нормально,
shoots
ну,
down.
все одно по процентам наш,
With a
ну,
little
типа,
bit of
70 на
room to
10,
breathe,
вообще.
they did a lot of damage here.
It's defensive bear after defensive bear, and that's not what you need with that Nita. You want to throw them an offense. Surely let Shelly deal with it, but he's not even there waiting for him to come forward, and that's free for Nowie to come through and get some damage. With
Там просто плюс з цим, до речі, тут чак залітає сам, типа, а Бібі злу вони просто тепують, якщо що, тут прям хороший пік, реально, перепік, коли ж їх переіграли, коротше, Зета сразу сет забирає перший. Ще без
Chuck really dominating, and not just that, but BB was as well. Brilliant defenses from Lou. I don't think he even saw Lou
жорстко, конечно,
the
чесно.
opponent's half of the map. He just always defending.
Зена пока мною.
What Shelly should have been doing.
It was really interesting how that played out.
Типа, якось так на лайніку, на ізі, типа, раз взяли, типа,
That was more of a matchup. More
даже не
of a,
почувствовал.
let's play some defense here, because obviously with that hypercharge, you get a free slowdown and some ice in the veins immediately. If you get a freeze, easy follow-through shots for somebody of Garo's caliber. They're going to get kills with that every time. I think they just left it to Meow and Chuck, and I'm imagining that Shelly was meant to be an answer for both of these brawlers. They double dip a little bit here, right? It's going to be a shotgun brawler into BB, who's going to struggle.
Ходу ушел, написал
But
такое.
even Shelly alone can't deal with two brawlers
Так,
at once
ну,
very well. And I
Зета забере, мне кажется, даже прикольно.
I don't think they had
Дай
enough
даже сразу
output. I
сам
think Zeta
соберись.
were matching up the kills. Hard to nitpick anything about how Zeta Division played this first set.
Да, походу,
In
что
game
так.
number one, we did see Luminosity throw
Ну, это хотят
straight
пешить.
onto that safe, but it was just too little, too late. Chuck and Lou were already on the opposing safe, and I think that's
О, дальше.
a bit of an issue.
Ой,
Defense really wasn't that much on
Пауди
and
сейчас.
therefore they couldn't
И тут,
mount an attack from it.
знаю,
It's
не
gonna be the
знаю.
first pick
Кстати,
from Luminosity. We're
Ладно,
already
прям
directly onto
хорошо.
dry season. Luminosity looking to bounce back.
Типа, лице це відкрите, але дуже тяжко попадати тут задань.
First overall selection. Easy brawler to understand why they end up picking that as well. Charlie, of course, going to be in the band stage. No Lou this time as well. Interesting to see Gene in the band mix here too. Definitely somebody
Мортис?
I wasn't expecting. Speaking of unexpected.
Що ще пікає, подожди.
The 2-3 turn that we just received.
8 біс. Що тебе пікають? Алло, подожди, я так проти Ладі, зачем Мортис? Да. Пауді. Я у Мортиса пікаю. Він думає, що він зараз почне виносити контру. Та ні, який Мортис, ти що? Да, ти собрався на Мортисі. Да, тобі Шеллі. І що ти на Мортисі зробиш проти Шеллі і проти... Дві катки сейфа було. Алекс, ти провтикав. Алекс, ти провтикав, дві катки сейфа вже було. Було дві катки сейфа, Алекс. Було дві катки сейфа. Да-да-да. Легенда, Алекс, легенда. Паста. Хорош, Мортиса пихнул в тип. Молодец. И что сейчас? И что сейчас? Против Шелли? Чем перший пихнул Мортис? Не, він типа пихнул Ладі. Це нормально? Пікають? Пікають Ладі і б'яв сразу Мортиса. І 8 біта.
We're going to get this composition on the other end. We get an 8, which is a little more orthodox compared to what we're used to. We get a Mortis, and for the 6th and final pick, it's going to be here who is going to phenomenally with Shelly and Buster.
This is damage coming out of Zeta Division.
Шальтис.
Going to be able to burn through some of these aggressive brawlers, and Cordelia is able to take them away, isolate them, and beat them in that shadow realm, which is usually what he does do.
Какие чат, типа? Чё? Если чат в игре офф. Не понял вас. Да, поддержка. Понял. Ну да, поддержка всегда ночью. Поддержка всегда закрывается ночью. Ночью нельзя написать. 8 годин вроде он не работает. Не, ну понятно, что они ночью не работают, что типа спять, типа,
Now he's in hot pursuit of Chino, willing to trade here, gonna pop off right in front of Charles, a bounce away though, and is going to survive the interaction.
В смысле?
Heroes getting in the mix here. 5-0, hot start for Zeta Division.
A little over aggress there from
Сейчас закрыт.
something that didn't
В
really
смысле? Да не может быть сейчас
a
закрыт.
little bit later on in the game, but this damage booster now established. That's
Типа, если сейчас закрыто, то це вже проблема якоїсь ігри. Сейчас має бути відкритий.
super though can slow down, but
Я,
another shadow realm.
я
That's
подумав,
not going to be
ну,
good for
приносить.
once more.
Ні. Не може бути зараз закритий. Зараз має бути відкритий. Ось що відкривається. Та ні, та я ж днем кидав примір. В смысле? Кстати, надо дивитися катку, і тут поки що Зета виграє. Я ще то не дивлюся ще. Геро за Мортіса там, ну, не до стиля. Тоже типа, я тоже. Ти вмієш, що Мортіс творить? Що Мортіс творить? Геро. А? А Мортіс ще золотий для шелі.
Make it a little more now as Chino's going to be dragged away from the top of the earth. Charles looking for long distance shots, low HP. Easy tags there as Meow tags another one. 13
Ого,
2 stars
тихо.
make a difference. 3 on the clock and they have to hustle here. Charles nowhere in striking distance. Patchy knows the inevitable. It's Zeta Division with another game.
Moving another one up now and looking better and better game by game. Zeta Division seeming to run away with this one. Bounty not going Luminosity's way either, and they've got to make a change. They've got to make it now. One more game, and Zeta Division are going to be one set.
Ну, кстати, не знаю, типа, с Мортисом выигрывают, ну, типа,
It's not a mistake that they've made it here, but it is certainly a tough opponent.
Опять же, типа, якось типи отиграли, не знаю. Ну, Корделіус, типа, Корделіус ще можна. Як тут до Мортиса іграти?
Chino getting some shots through. Now he's falling quite low as well, and Charles in a good position to get the pinch through. But Meow looking for his
Ну, і
super,
тут
does get it now and can isolate Charles into this
Ну,
room.
ладно, Бастер.
Mushrooms for some
Бастера
help
ще
on the way.
можна, як
Patchy. He's trying to
Танис.
press Gero. He's got to make something happen, but Meow's actually losing this 1v1 matchup, and the realm comes out of it, and a big hit from Charles. will
Right.
give Luminosity the lead.
Luminosity looking alive
Может,
right
платить
now.
чатом зачем? Кстати, возможно. Да, возможно. Можно его обслужить зачем. Я не знаю, что так. Не должно бути днем, типа, сейчас. Значит,
It's the first time LG playing the defensive now, and a damage booster put quite high up. Chino's going to use that clay pigeon to get it down. 2 ammo slots went along with it as well, but Gero still choosing not to aggress. Some nice bounce back from Patchy, and a good drag in there from him as well. Charles cleans up Nowie, and it's 6-1.
I see why they started to make this pick here. They go Buster Shelly for the matchups, but also it almost is treated like a Gene Pull Shelly combo from the old days. Pull in, shotgun blast. As simple as that there. And Luminosity, much better stuff here. Ready to go, up 6-1.
Say goodbye to me.
в Андресе выиграли, пошли бы.
People in his radius here should be able to get it back quite soon. Wants to find these shots, but the peep does make the connection. Returns to sender there as well, but it's not much from that multiple projectile Nowie. Another thing from Meow, but Patchy uses that gadget to bring him back in. Says goodbye to him once more.
Что, знаете, сейчас смотрим. Сейчас что-то за этого еще.
10-1, 9 stars needed. Smiles coming out from
Це в
Charles,
них
but
телевидение.
too soon, brother. Patchy picking up one. Chino's piling along as well. Chino with 5 on his head. Charles with 4, safely away from Gero. It's going to be
Молодец.
1-1
Продолжается.
in set number 2.
Finally, a sign of life from Luminosity, making their mark on day 3 of the World Finals.
Зета куда катит. Реально, если говорить,
Down and against Zeta Division, that kind of puts you past the point of no
я не
return.
увидел.
Luminosity now 1 game away
Ты ж
from
выиграл,
winning
ладно.
out. This is make or break.
Major moment here for Luminosity Gaming, especially. They're a little more fresh to the land scene, but they have been
Перший день
phenomenal
ти
in the
виграв.
online format all year long.
Ні,
Now
подожди,
they're
да,
fast
другий день
taking
елітний.
on Europe's #1. Patchy immediately getting aggressive here.
Так.
Charles with the chip shots through as well, and they're going to continue to pile this up as Meow has
LG
to move up
типа.
here. Shotgun shots from the distance as Chino fires a buck blast. Gero escaping
Да,
early, slides to the back alongside his teammates. It's going to be Zeta Division with a 1-star lead.
Regrouping once again. The
А,
people they might want to try
я
and use
понял.
that. get some damage in. They do hit it, but nobody follows through. Patchy going to bounce some shots back as well in the damage booster on Meow and Gero. That's going to be quite difficult. There's the pullback from Patchy with the gadget, but Shadow Realm for Chino as well.
Тут дал Ким был, кстати, 29 и 20 сила бежала.
Patchy in a really tough position against Gero, but narrowly survives.
The fact that Patchy survived,
Бял
but
хорош.
unfortunately they lose Chino. They did a great isolation player with Zeta Division. They didn't have the Patchy.
Ё-моё,
Chino, and they're paying for it now as Meow
Что
takes
ты
Chino once
творишь?
again. This is a huge lead.
Гений
Now as
здесь
Nani
просто.
makes the connection. Again, not enough damage though. Those peeps do some good chip damage to somebody with 10k.
Що чел творить? Ти бачив ще, типу, що чоловік не прищає?
Land Demon ready to show his worth here against Luminosity. Patchy going to go down and Gero's going to
Бесполезный
clear
бастер.
2 to 10. And
Удалил
Luminosity
его, реально.
way to go if they want to claw this game back. It's got to start soon.
Fantastic adjustment here for Zeta Division. Meow hunkered down in these bushes as well. Has a super available and he's just going to be patient.
Странно, странно,
He
это
knows that
надо,
they're
конечно,
with the lead. He's going to wait for the right moment towards the end game. He actually misses the shot though. Now Chino firing blast down the left-hand side. Zeta Division grouped up and this is a scary position for an in-game here.
Yeah, well, Meow's got 4. He's going to be the prime target. Gero with 4 as well, and that can flip the game on its head, especially with the blue star. But there's the Realm. Straight onto Patchy now, trying to deal with it. Charles goes down to Gero, but the super from Chino follows through. Patchy trying to make the move, but he's in the Realm. Chino gets bats through him, and Gero's winning the 1v1.
Игра, спасибо, говорит, наша бэшник.
The Pete misses, and Zeta move 2-0 up.
Там закрыв цей.
Masterclass in game number 3 for Zeta Division.
Удалил
I'm
шайбу.
so impressed with that. I mean, game 2, everything seemed to go Luminosity's way. The first signs
Не
of
знаю,
real life, the first game that they'd won this entire match. Zeta Division shut any idea of that down. Really great adjustments. I was really impressed with their choice to take Cordelius, drag either Shelly or Buster into the Shadow Realm, and get some isolation plays. They could no longer make the shotgun pull combo that those two had, and I think that was a big reason why
Геру перебивает Шелли, гений. Да,
That's a
это
disappointing
же
loss
жестко,
for
реально.
the side of Luminosity. I don't think they had that much of a bad comp. But there's moments where Gero's beating Shelly in a 1v1, and that should just not be happening whatsoever. A lack of ammo management possibly by them. But look at him, he's really tearing through them. And against this composition, it should be really hard to do that.
Це що, це вони перший раз поправили, чи це 2-0? Вже. Вже 2-0. Ё-моё.
Against a team who's been consistent in Europe.
Що тут дуже быстро люди.
The bright lights, a packed audience here at DreamHack Winter. Everything is not going the way of Luminosity right now, and they need to find it here in set number 3.
Well, still have a lifeline. One more set stands between Zeta Division and the semi-finals of the World Finals. Luminosity don't want to go out in these quarters. Looking at the statistics, 1-4-1 for the side of Luminosity and 2-1-4 for the side of Zeta Division. There really isn't that much difference.
One kill made the
Есть
difference.
документ ревью. Не буду.
Insane. I mean, Luminosity this close, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and as a result, they're going to be down another set here. For these fellas, they're going to have to dig deep, take it one at a time, and really have to find a way to do something special. They've done stuff special all year long, but now it's going to come down to Ring of Fire here for them. Hot Zone is the next map for us.
Зета забере повністю. Питання, алло. Четверте. По 4, 4.
Absolutely deadly on pretty much every single hot zone map.
4. Да, халява. Молодец, Алекс.
And it worked an absolute treat. So that's something that Luminosity have got to be very, very scared of, and it's something that they've got to ban out. And this is the map that we saw Zeta really do so well against STMN on, but STMN still brought it back.
These fellas definitely have some experience in this map.
Я давай
So
секунду,
this
я
is
нажал.
a
Хорош.
bright spot for them, if you will. Definitely some haunting memories from the other day. Luminosity Gaming going to be banning Rosa.
Пемку пікнули. Боже, це буде сложно.
First overall. You don't see them ban Charlie because they have the first pick. Zeta Division, of course, making a very clear-cut and easy decision. No Charlie. Rosa, a very strong brawler, and our most played brawler of the weekend so far. Lou out of the mix, like you talked about. That super
Буде реально сложно
hot
сейчас.
zone. It makes complete sense for me as well. Pam, very textbook first pick, not easy to counter. Healing station, lots of HP. Great for this game mode.
Yeah, no surprise on these bans really, but Stu's going to be the first pick coming in from Zeta Division. They did bring the same thing in yesterday, and it worked pretty well for them. Yeah, I said, they did lose the set, but they played their absolute hearts out in it, and they do still have this second pick as well. Pam, absolute unit on this map. So much health, so much healing capabilities as well with that turret. Scrapsucker really solid against some of these more aggressive brawlers, and aggressive is what Zeta Division kind of got to expect, that being that preemptive thought from Luminosity.
They've also got the
Сейчас бегут коллеги.
too,
А
and
не,
this is going to
8
make things easier for 8-bit. He's been running rampant this weekend. He's been flying under the radar for a long time, and I think this is actually a sneaky good response. Stu is going to be a great brawler just to have in your team.
Колись тут тік може грався, це було колись, реально дуже давно. Хто?
8-bit gonna be able to keep the distance, power himself up, and now that Colette's out of the picture, you can't really counter him as easily as typically that's a really good option to high health point brawlers. Tara going to be the other side, and this could be a great counter to Stu.
Yeah, I'm never going to say no, and that support from beyond, as you say, great against the Stu. And Mr. P, more of the same thought. Those porters, good against the Stu, going to be decent against the 8-bits, tank some of that huge damage that he does bring down. But do they just take a Carl? I guess that's kind of why they brought in Tara, because you can use that on an aggressive Carl, and that's what Zeta Division brought in yesterday. Mr. P, though, going to be free pickings for a
Тут Тара нормально, тут Тара имба.
But they're actually going to go with the penny. Taking a leaf out of SK's book from yesterday, we saw them play this on this map, and it was so strong.
Тут Luminosity заберуть. Чекай пік.
See all of the extra spawners that are a real possibility here between Tara and Mr. P. It makes a lot of sense, and now in addition to, you hunker down a turret, you set it up, it's going to be firing shot after shot here. Luminosity Gaming and Zeta Division set number 3, nearly underway. Everybody's starting their engines up, and for Luminosity Gaming, they have to be dialed in here. This is do or die. No second chances.
Нет, и кажется.
Finals. This is everything. Set number 3 underway.
Entire reverse sweep needed from Luminosity, and this is where it can start. Zeta Division get the first step. 3% is what they secure. Pretty central comp play by
Тут намного. Тут великий соло, Тара. Але хоча його, хай ходить, а робить.
This is a disastrous start here. Sure, Mr. P gets the flank, but now so many health points to get in the mid. They've even sent Zeta along the way, and Chino thankfully can defend this. And now the first opportunity for Luminosity Gaming as they hit about 10%.
Yeah, well, he's doing a really good job of juking some players here, but yet again, the support from Beyond's come down and quickly dealt with, whether that's by the penny or by the penny. Mr. P throwing down the and getting rid of that turret coming in from the 8-bit as well, helping out with some more damage. Healing turret available by Charles, places that down in the backside, and some more support from Beyond from Chino. That's his 3rd already, but it's pretty even in terms of percentage.
Чел прям по скидке. Невозможно. Да, вот здесь заберут, потому что у них пикали, перепикали, наверное, и все. Да, если факт, все. Я. Але вони, конечно, вони тут перепикали.
Meow was in the backlines, but now Chino's doing the same to Zeta Division. Has that pull once more, and Luminosity Gaming absolutely dominating, gets the kill with the gravity too. 8-bit back in the spawn, and Patchy ensuring that he can't heal up 80% to 40, and LG running away with it.
LG just need to hold the line now. Zeta Division with a lot of work to do here. They're even throwing down the Mr. P porters just to get a different target for the turret here. And Luminosity Gaming pick up the first game here for the first time in any of these sets.
And it's what we needed to see. It really is from Luminosity. A great showing to show Zeta that they still have what it takes to reverse sweep this. Zeta might have started looking down at them a little bit when they have destroyed them in 2 sets straight. Now Luminosity Gaming starting to fight back, and they really don't have any more lives, so it needs to be now or never.
Luminosity Gaming picking a very pivotal one up here. Last time they had a little bit of a start as well. Chino falling early resulted in a lot of pressure being
Даже если ты играешь лучше, ты еще раз, ну, типа, пик.
Charles and Chinos, they persevered, held
Просто
through,
перепикал.
and were rewarded for it. 10% now. This time it's going to be Chino going left and immediately eliminated once again. This is where things got a little out of hand last time. Zeta Division now sending a full 3 on the red roster to try and deal with Charles in the mid. Scrapsucker going down, TP away, and just like that, Patchy and LG are back in the mid.
Yeah, establishing control once more then. Damage turret going to be falling as well. But, oh, I mean, Chino needs to manage these better. He's getting his teammates killed. He's getting himself killed with his support from beyond. Another one popped here as well, but able to evade some of those shots from Penny this time. But they are back in the mid, and there's more of them there. A little rotation from Meow to the left-hand side to try to do Apache, but he doesn't even need to, as now he cleans him up.
Excellent work by Zeta Division right now. Naui with some perfect teleports. Meow with some good kills. Just taking advantage of the fact that they're dropping spawners on the other end. Some easy follows.
Сейчас Zeta, конечно, контроль взяла, но все равно, типа, Лоуджи сейчас стоит, Феби. Я вот сейчас, типа, Лови попадаю, Zeta мгновенно, короче. Наша Zeta выиграет, типа, плохо. Сейчас контроль забирают Джилу. Лови попадая под всего. Паре.
But they just lost another member of their unit, and a huge lead here for Zeta Division. It's going to be tough to hold on to, but this is the first opportunity we've seen in a while for Luminosity Gaming to get back in this game.
Yeah, speed zone. Everything's being established now. Mortar coming through on this right-hand side too. Chino needs to make a move, but support from beyond aren't going to help him out in this matchup. Zeta back on the zone and counting upwards as well. 85% now secured. A little bit left for them to win this.
87%. It's getting closer and closer here. They just need to rotate in and out a few more times, and it should be good. 40% deficit here for Luminosity as they lose Patchy now. Naui in the mid. Instigating some action. A Tara pool going down out of desperation. They just need to take down some numbers, but no such thing here. Zeta Division match points.
Zeta забрали.
Now it really is do or die for Luminosity Gaming. They'll be going home in 5th to 8th place unless they can make something magical happen. Entire reverse sweep needed, and Zeta Division really good.
It's going to be tough here. Zeta Division once again making some halftime adjustments, coming into the second game of this set, knowing what to deal with. The mechanics strong, the rotations great, playing those matchups well. It's time for Luminosity to step up.
Well, Chino back over this left-hand side, aggressive position there, but Meow should be able to deal with him quite quickly. Good start for Luminosity over the right and in the mid, though. Meow claims the left, but Patch is surely getting pinched down momentarily. Geralt can go aggressive onto him, and he doesn't have the DPS for that kind of heat.
Another strong start for Luminosity here. Charles hunkered down in the mid. 30% now for the blue roster as Meow looks to flank.
Пока что уже в ноль.
Забирает. Зато.
Еще отдыхаем.
Holding strong in the mid.
Beautiful stuff. Meow playing this defensive line now. Got that barrel down. Really nice stuff from him. But Luminosity on the zone and counting upwards once more. They really need to keep this control now. This little support from Meow getting some shots through, but not enough to shift Luminosity away from this position. Patchy coming forward, Mortar down. Salty barrel to tank as well, but it's just not enough. Luminosity still ticking forwards.
Chino making a hero's effort right now up top. Finally falls, but Charles are in the mid. 95, 98, 99,
даже комментировать сложно.
have taken a set.
Типа тут удалили.
Luminosity take the win, and Zeta Division first signs of weakness for them here in a while. Still, chances on the board for both these teams. One more needed from Zeta Division still, but Luminosity only 2 away from victory.
I see some smiles cracking on the Luminosity side for the first time in a while. Some confidence building up. I say it a lot. Sometimes you just need to see yourself get one. You need to
Все боятся карты, это я буду сдохи появиться.
The big stage like this. It's moments like that that make a huge difference.
Well, momentum back on their side, and looking at some of these replays here, you can see the big moments. Some real big issues for Luminosity in a couple of these moments. But once they fixed them, they made adjustments, and they were really strong adjustments as well. They knew that these porters, these support from beyond, were going to be a big issue heading into that penny. But they kind of adapted, moved position, stayed away from them, and it really did work.
And then Luminosity came in swinging in game number 3. I mean, just ridiculous stuff. And I want to point out, Chino, look at this right here. Massive pull. Stays alive somehow. Garo just forced to make a decision.
Да, хорошо отыграл. Тут прям коллекон.
For Zeta Division to that point, and then they just ran away with it. Luminosity putting a little bit of an exclamation mark on that last game.
And although there's still a set down, smiles on the faces, which is a very good sign for a team as momentum-driven as this. 1-4-1, 2-1-4. Not a lot of kills going down in hot zone. But it doesn't really matter. You know, as long as you're on that zone, regardless of how many deaths your team takes, you're going to be going upwards and you're going to be winning games.
I think that was something especially Luminosity did very well, especially considering, too, the other side drafted some very good ways to deal with that healing station. A lot of times when teams take
Алекс,
Cam in that spot,
работай.
guarding the healing station
Давай.
or it's used
Что
for
надо выбирать?
projectiles,
Пасту.
and that just simply wasn't an option into Penny, which again, I think a lot of credit.
Алекс,
It's a great
давай.
adjustment,
Алекс,
not a popular
Алекс.
brawler, but certainly
Давай, давай,
was a
давай.
solid one. Last stop, Jim grab.
Так 24, 24.
It's 1-2. Luminosity Gaming really
Точно?
starting to feel themselves here, but still a lot of work ahead.
Ладно, давай 4.
Well, more hopeful for LG now than I was in that
Да,
previous
4.
set, I'll tell you
Правильно.
that. Saw the draft, saw that Penny come in my head kind of was like, oh, we might be
Спасибо,
seeing a sweep here,
спасибо.
and we do not want to see that in the World Finals, and especially
Отлично,
on Championship
отлично.
Sunday. One of these
Что
teams
тут
will go
написано?
through
Я не знаю,
the
типа, мене це
will be
отличиться.
heading home in the quarterfinals. Last stop.
Ласно, боже, це нова карта, вона така вообще.
Just looking at the bands, you know who's got that first pick, the Rosa, the Piper, and the Charlie band out from Luminosity Gaming, Gale, Shelley, and Maisie band out from Zeta. They have the first.
I love Maisie being banned here. I think it's one of the strongest brawlers right now, boasting a 60% win rate and is tied for first in play rate. The other co-founder of another one play rate is going to be none other than Lou. Lou, of course, we've harped on it a ton this weekend, but on Championship Sunday, if I'm putting my faith in a brawler, I'm going to put my faith in one that has a hypercharge, is very solid in the tanks and an aggressive meta, and can freeze anybody at a moment's notice.
I mean, the Lou, very solid first pick here. Usually down that right lane or left lane, I suppose, if you're going on the aggressive side from the blue. But very good pick, freezing down that mid possibly, and even if there's an 8, you just wait it out and you play that on the super when he TP's back. Sandy rolling in now, that stun's going to be so good, and Max. First, I think that maybe like the third time we've seen it, well, a third team to use this, along with Reply Totem and Crazy Raccoon. We'll see if they're able to bring the same energy with that brawler.
Wow, I mean, in terms of teams that I expect to see play
О, ё-моё, там Сэнди плюс Бакс. Дуже жорсткий пік. Типа, якщо б ще тут Лексайчик був за Баксом, то ще не контекст. Діло просто за лут треба попадати в Бакс, тяжко. А, ні, 8 підло від буде. Все. Щас подивимося. Вже Зета наша прикривала, так перепікали, звісно, просто вводі.
I wouldn't mind a crow. I like that kind of suggestion from you. Sandstorm there as well, obviously, so you can scout them out whilst in that, along with slowing down that max speed. It can be a really great combo if they're used in unison, obviously. But Zeta Division's last pick is now coming through. Then we're back over to Luminosity. It's actually going to be an Otis. Fat Splatter available. Obviously, the Mute as well. Close range, and Sandy, that's exactly what she needs to do.
Zeta Division almost daring Luminosity to just take the textbook play. They can't really get aggressive here. You got Lou as coverage. You got Gale on an Otis, which is great. Luminosity Gaming rolling with a very 2021 Brawl Stars kind of composition. Sandy, Max, and Tara, all reliable here. They may be new to the big stage, but they're going with an old textbook play. Luminosity and the tried and true against the top dogs of Europe. They're going to need to give it everything they've got here in set number 4.
I don't think I could like comp more personally, to be honest with you, rather than that Max, Tara, Sandy.
Sure.
3 of my favorite brawlers. But as you say, it's very previous meta. They've got to make it work in the now, and that's something that Zeta Division, I'm sure, will have clocked onto. Double left-hand lane, taken by surprise. Sweet Dreams missed early on, and Patchy gets stunned out.
І покажу, що то Зета соло. Покажу Зета вообще чисто. Люди пізніше 20-й, да, по факту. По Макс, Сенді, Тара. Кінці вмісто Тари ще була Броза. Але Тара також. Добро вибіг. Але Тара напікалась. Тара завжди пікалась. Тара своїм папір.
He sees teammate Jim Carrier getting penciled down with shots, and instead he's going to step up, throw down some pets, and defend his leader now. As Charles picks up another Meow in trouble here too, and Luminosity are piling up the kill categories. A slowdown there from Patchy as well to make sure now he can't move, and finally a hypercharge on the ground. Plenty of work here to be done for Zeta Division. Sits pretty with 9.
It takes 3 of them to take down Chino, and I mean, that is a huge thing for Luminosity at the moment. They needed plays like this to get back in the game.
Тара прижала його. Все. Я навіть не побачив, типу, я придусь десь. Бачив, що гейми біда, а потім бачу бац. Так. Пошли сюди, Алекс. Ну подожди.
This man has Luminosity.
Зараз вибити.
Speed there from Charles as well to deflate some of this pressure. Not enough from mid, especially now. Patchy's picked that up. Sandstorm to keep them all low upon the aggression towards Chino. Still ticking down. 4 seconds on the clock. Luminosity one away from a set 5.
I'm just impressed. It's hard to react to such insane plays. A bold one at that too. Again, this is one of those things that you don't see in scrims. We didn't see practice all week long. These boys had a strategy, they had a plan, and they are making it work with flying colors right now. Gotta think a creep of doubt is starting to pop up in Zeta Division's heads.
Double left once more, and who can blame them? Down this side, but Patchy finds a way through, trying to win Chino, but Charles over-aggressing a little bit off the start. Chino gonna find Garo, but an early super wasted from him. Chino's got one in the bag.
Charles kicking things off with 4 gems, no deaths.
Чего они расслабились, не пиндуют? Факту. Я уже хочу... Ты не за это можешь забрать.
But if I have Chino on my side and the way he's been playing, I don't doubt they'll be on their back foot for long.
Position of dreams for Chino, but he does get beamed down. The max speed helps him out a little, but the cheat cartridge away is going to be really nice for Zeta Division at the moment. But they are still down in gems, but good control coming out of them now. Lou with hypercharge, 8-bit ready to TP away, and a mute ready from Meow. This is looking like a Zeta game.
Fantastic recovery, but now it's starting to look a little bleak. Speed going down. Patchy for 7 gyms here. It's Meow on the weekend as well. 7 gyms now in Charles as Chino's back in action. Some assistance coming alongside him as well, and they're still contending for the mid.
Ну не знаю, взяти все одно все плохо якось, типу. Я спокійно, ну, контролюю звук. Справа, Отис, красавчик, Мяу, молодец. Здорово. Нормально. Типа, Мяу затащив, там, попав в літой, але... Я не знаю, типу, вони без цього не спавняться на даний момент, типу. Нормально, собі Макс ходить. Це грустно, що Гера слився. Кові красавчик, що в Тару. Все, GG. Піде. Все, це GG. Не знаю, що це. Досі сильні кінти. Luminosity сильні кінти, це ж ти не Зета. Та, що була колись, це і не Crazy Record. Crazy Record навіть не чувствував вже. Crazy Record навіть вже. Я не должен слить. Вони ще улыбаються. Ці Luminosity. Я б не улыбався.
Feeling good now, momentum swinging their way once more, 2-2, and Zeta Division have got to be looking across that stage and feeling pretty bad about how things are going at the moment. They take the first 2, and then a return from Luminosity.
Да, типа, я тоже на Зету поставив. Що Зета в цьому році дуже слабо. Дуже слабо. Їх, ну, якщо вони навіть пройдуть, допустим, далі ж Crazy Record ходу. Crazy Record Totem, то далі Crazy Record виграє і Crazy Record. Зета розвал фестивалю. Де я згрузний, ти купиш, що дав, згрузний.
Has to be just a heck of a confidence boost for Luminosity. I'm scared for Zeta Division in set 5.
I mean, look at the kills as well. Zeta have more. That's the thing.
That's a lot.
7, 2, 6,
Ну, да,
Patchy really just working for
зараз типа цей.
really over-aggressing for too many kills. But Charles 6 kills.
Якщо попадаюся, далі ж єноти будуть.
That is bold. That is a statement. You've got to be protecting those gems and not being aggressive.
Ну да, але все одно не слабі.
Still got 6.
Хоча зараз щось слабувати.
The fact that in game number 1 he stayed alive as long as he did,
Сейчас реально слабовато.
the way he did, was just fragging out,
Максимально слабо.
doing everything he possibly can to keep his team alive, and they've done more than that. Now they've put some fear and doubt into the heads of Zeta Division. Super Beach is what it's all going to come down to. The ever so coveted set 5 draft is underway.
Super Beach
Brawl.
to decide it. Brawl ball. Both of these teams will have a pretty big bias towards this mode. Super aggressive on both
Блин,
parts.
что-то мне страшно за
The
Зету, парни.
momentum lies with Luminosity Gaming. Zeta Division looking to break that and move on to those semi-finals.
Что-то мне страшно за Зету, сейчас
Or at
их
least the
закреют.
first team of it. Europe has not been looking too
Типа
good
спадки
at
якось
the moment
екіп
throughout
за
this competition. They've taken losses, but NA still 6-0, looking to make it 7.
EMEA has not
Все же
hosted North America yet this weekend.
Дуже футбол
It's
вчора
gonna be the
тусували.
first tour. The streak
Стабільно.
stay alive here.
Вдарились.
Division resting their faith
Неплохий
in
пик.
the Mushroom Man. It's gonna be a first
Лол,
overall
цю
selection
забанили
for
виллу.
Cordelius.
Забанили виллу, вообще
No
за виллу.
Sandy this time. They had enough of that chaos last set. Nita, Shelly,
Буде, короче,
fans,
щось
and of
виллу.
course, very normal stuff on the other end and very meta as well.
Алекс,
Rosa, Charlie,
тебе і так один хід буде, я не знаю, побачимо.
brawlers we have.
Yeah, well, you can see discussing draft up on this side. Charles barking out to his teammates. 5 seconds for their pick, and obviously another one will follow as well. Going with the max again, feeling confident in that brawler after the last one. And who can blame them after the performance they brought out?
Так,
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked last time. They won big with it, and they pair it with a big, tanky brawler. Jackie and her hypercharge are here for our final day. It's 2023. The fact that there is a 2-2 situation and Jackie's on the playing field simply blows my mind.
It's the same as yesterday. SK put their faith in that brawler in their set 5 and pulled through the reverse sweep with it. Luminosity looking to do the exact same thing. Zeta Division, they need a response. Yes, they have the Cordelius against that Jackie. It can work, but we'll need more in case more aggression comes down from Luminosity in their third. Gale is what they opt for.
My heart's happy, and I actually think this is a fantastic response. Not only do they have a pushback, not only do they have the twister, they have a great goalkeeper for this mode. They have a direct answer into the max speed. They have an answer for the tankiness of Jackie. And Cordelius as well, this doubles down. Jackie may have a hard time here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Once the hypercharge comes through, you know Jackie can do anything. Superwoman, we could say, as she really does make those plays, slowing down with that seismic event. Ball coming in from Zeta, and what a draft this is. So brave, so bold from both teams. And the Bull, with the hypercharge, can make the moves needed for Zeta to bring this back.
Both sides have just decided, let's make some big plays. They've brought the playmakers out. We've got
Так,
Bull
что у
who
нас
can
по
give a
пику?
big bang at any
Я не
given
знаю,
moment. He can
зачем
use
сюда
his
пикап
super
пикать?
other end and just bully his way to
Просто
the
не
net.
понимаю,
As a
что
response,
происходит
though,
с этой.
let's bring back
Купил
Laura.
их
Curious to
Honor.
see if Chino pilots that
Я не знаю,
play once
где
again,
я
because after that last set, it worked. Get on your feet, DreamHack Winter.
Я сейчас за ПК тут там.
Five on our hands. It's number
Да,
one
я
from
не
North
там должен
America
за
West,
ПК идти, понимаешь?
claiming their way back.
Если не в этой стране пике, то Мортис.
I mean, you guys couldn't see it, but I'm turning around, I'm looking at the stage, and Patchy looked confident about
Yeah,
this draft. Threw up a little peace sign,
Patchy.
ready to roll into set number 5 to decide it all.
Бэк типа на Джеки
Ball in
стал.
the middle now as Charles
Неплохо,
looks to make a
кстати.
play for it. The first one to strike here. It's going to be a right-hand side, and once
Я
again, it's
молодец,
gonna be Chino
потому что ей
resting their
играет.
faith in Patchy, who playing the aggressive brawler, and he doesn't get the win here, but the ball's
Чего
on the
гол?
right-hand side. Now he's trying to recover.
Надеюсь,
Here's
будет.
Charles looking for an opportunity to pass. Dishes this out to his
Потому что Бэк перепрыгнет,
He's
типа.
being slowed down, though.
Бэк зипер. Ну да, я тут согласен, но,
It's going to be Zeta Division with a successful defense.
или прям
Nice heal there from
карту.
Chino as well, just managed to get
Ale
away. Patchy coming back down the
ty
left-hand
możesz
side, but the ball
uciekać.
comes through. Helped out by
Patrz,
Charles,
Jackie
he was up to back
była,
up,
to
and in comes that realm. Think he was aiming for the max, but Chino
Albo
stepped in the
tej-
line sight of Meow and made him, forced him to be 1v1 in this tower instead of the max, which gives them a
Так что
bit of
попахли
legs
всё
on
вообще.
this left-hand side.
They pocketed this ball in the top left-hand end as everybody fights for the midfield right now.
Их зажали, Бэк залетает. Ну Бэк есть, кстати, неубиваемый.
Nobody is safe
Ребят,
here. A counter
убиваемый.
as well. It's going to be a trade. Jackie surviving,
Jackie
but
тоже
Gale with the follow-through
оцей.
shot as Meow looks to get in the mix as well.
Я тут такие
Charles
свопо, друзья.
and once again,
Вот
it's going to be a fight for getting ball control.
Well, this left-hand side's looking good for Chino now, completely opened up
Так.
against the ball. That will be a nice matchup.
Факт,
Charles
катка
ball
за
ready to
выход,
go as well.
катки.
The
Ще
Gale
одну,
forced,
ще одна.
ready to roll from Gero, though, but the right-hand side is won by Patchy there.
Тяжко удари.
Through it comes Speed to join it as
І
well.
буде гол.
But Gale still there. Twister in the
Так.
goal, but he finds it. The pullback.
Не забивають гол, друзі.
And the
Така от
slot
тема.
to the right.
Я бачу Зета тут зараз. Ну, хоча ще, може, є шанс, щоб ще ці секунд. Може, і так зараз прожали. Потеряли. Контроль потеряли. Так, нові вбиває. Цю, нормально. Нові розміняли. М'ячик прямо Чіно з ультой. Чіно робить саму ошибку, яку можна було зробити. Цей кидає цю нормально. Ошибку зробив, що треба було відправити показати. Або взагалі його не викидав. Це буде гол. А може не буде. Я задякую. Все. Та все. Зараз буде цей 1-0. Я не знаю, що це робити. І треба щось міняти, тому що поїхати. Не знаю, зачем я Зета поставив. Да. І тебе теж. Я не знаю. Сейчас Luminosity виграють.
And now it all comes down to just one for Luminosity. Two needed for Zeta. And Luminosity running away with what seems to be their quarterfinal win.
Luminosity Gaming trying to make North America proud. They've been undefeated so far this weekend.
Нові вбиває, молодець нові. Нові отигрує. От нові отигрує, і ще до нього немає мяу, щось не іграє. Треба трошки по-другому грати. Що мяу вибиває тіло, але сам вибиває тіло. Подружя. Так. Давайте, Зета брати, давайте собрали, подиві. Айс, алло, вибили цю. Бичок залітає. Кинули цю, бичок убиває ще одну, да? Да, бичок ще одну вбиває. Ай, нема гол. Як же ще LG потіють? Це запоясаний, як це буде. Йо-моє. Сейчас буде заруба, сейчас буде 1-1 і буде заруба. Я не знаю, що скоментувати. Так, ждем. Хорошо, закинув Мяу Тару. Буває. Так Мяу має вбити Тару, хорошо. По факту минуту продержатись і нормально. Вони не заб'ють за минуту, я уверен, якщо Мяу играть, можно даже все. Причем гипер рядом. Нормально, хорошо. Нормально. Мяу, боже, Мяу. Ты ультимейты бы сейчас пытаюсь, я забыл. Ультимейтом было попадать, и шо? Так, шо? Людей, бичок грамотно отыгрывает, держит, я не знаю. Просто держать 30 секунд мяч, но это не решили. Сейчас все убьют всю, хорошо убил. Молодец, был. По факту все, типа. Тара с ультимейтом, вот, типа, надо Мяу попасть в Таре. Мяу попал. Ну все, там просто типа все. Ставили Трейпер-дика. Ні, все, не буде нічого. Ні, це було дуже опасно. Що було? Почпоє. They're showcasing what each other can do, the finest in the world. Yeah, it's kicking us off for day number 1. Get locked and loaded, everybody. It's going to be a thriller. One more game to decide who goes home.
One goes home, one straight to the.
Я не знаю, парни. Если Макс ударил, да, было бы уже близко. Так, я пушу. Зека. Оу. Оу. Саш.
Early lead, 20-second goal, and it's convincing from Zeta, but now LG bounce into space, getting forward, but the realm for Patchy, 1v1 versus Meowth, on the defensive side, double pull, invade,
Чіно не попав. Чіно може бувати.
but still 3v1,
Один пушка.
О боже, що це? Пані, я не можу це коментувати. Це якийсь фот. Поки вибили. Джекі під зарядом, дають пас на Джекі. Пас на Джекі. Там бик. Закинув цього. Ні, не попав. Не попав. Йо-моє!
Ё-моё!
Дальше? Так, все. Это
Зета!
не, мне же не дал. Нет. Чел. Чел. Це так було близько, щоб Зета виграти. Настільки близько. Є, LG красавчики. LG лучші, конечно. Там вообще голову, кстати. Там так близько. Не улыбаються. Ти все одно знаєш, що дальше Crazy Record счастлив. Я ставочка сыграла. Пася, Чило. Ее русло выиграли. И это я в Дурате сегодня еле выиграл. Это вообще, ну, типа, я не знаю. Победа на волоски просто максимально. Вот сейчас буде парні, оце буде сейчас лоль. Сейчас вийдіть. Ті тутемчики, зараз буде в лоль. Все. Скільки дає за победу очків? И вот тут, короче, убьется вообще. Это хороший гол. Вони тут держали, короче, 1-0 получилось. 1-0 получилось, дальше тут 1-0. Тут они держали, правда, прям максимально. Дальше получается, что у нас? Это опять забивает гол. Вот это заходить. Забивает. Потом забивает сразу же Зети. Потом забивает Зети опять. И тут получается такие моменты. Зета опять мяч. Там не показали, як Марків забила. Нет, это, конечно, жесть. Еноты их сажут. Еноты сейчас их просто разорвут. Коля 16 киллів. Герош цей. Подражання мало, нет, ну ще не киллів мало, а так Рону даже більше читав.
The fact that they didn't run away with it more honestly impresses me from Luminosity again. Kills are great, DPS is great, I'm a numbers guy. But sometimes you just gotta play the game mode, and that's something that
Смотрите, всі команди потіють, короче, всі сейчас, ну, прям сраження дуже жорстке. Crazy Raccoon сейчас просто почки цей. Голь. Просто любить голь. Даже не почувствую. Лекция дефолт.
Crazy Raccoon and Reply Totem. Genuinely every single day, every single game today, Kenny.
Hit.
It's an absolute banger. We started things off, and I thought that was probably going to be the most convincing of the bunch, to be honest with you, because I don't know how much closer they can get. One goal decided it all. But guys, right now, let's see who did come out on top. Zeta Division were victorious, and Meow was the main man.
Look, this guy has been unbelievable this weekend. Every time.
Я назвав Чила
I feel like every time a lovely team behind us throws up this graphic.
Чила.
I feel like Meow's just sitting at the top in damage in the kill category.
Чила,
His part. This guy has been playing out of his mind, and he's showing up at a perfect time.
I mean, this guy, every land of it, he shows up. He plays
Да нет, типа це даже возможно. Я не знаю, если Totem заберуть хотя бы карту, я сейчас попуть. Дуже русло. Big players at some time world champion.
Like I said, I'm almost out of breath, man. This is crazy. And now we get a heated rematch between Crazy Raccoon and Reply Totem on the way. This is another one to bookmark and watch every
were the ones who made us all doubt Crazy Raccoon coming into this event. They're the ones who showed some chinks in their armor. at Masters, and it really is worrying for Crazy Raccoon to be facing them.
Все, ты же Люк
They're
Пич
able to
включил.
do a
После
bit
этой
better
карты.
and be able to take this win. First game ended 3-2.
А, или 3 карты, 520.
And looking at the landscape here, another 6 teams that are more than worthy of being here and trying
Да.
to claim
Тоді треба,
the very
щоб
big
4 каші
World Championship
гіперзаряд
here.
получив.
Crazy Raccoon and Reply Totem, like we said, are on the
Да.
way. STMN Esports, one of the biggest rivals
Да
of
не,
Luminosity Gaming this year,
3К
had
надо,
a
чтобы...
phenomenal yesterday. Now they'll be taking on an underdog from India, Tribe Gaming, and ST
Сейчас тобі
Gaming. The
пущу,
rivalry
пов'язують.
continues to end off our quarterfinal stage, but there are so many possibilities of just incredible matches along the way.
Сейчас єноти
I
розрвуть.
simply can't wait. It's
Розрвуть
unbelievable.
просто.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit
Даже,
of
ну, я не знаю. Даже дивитися. Ну, я дивитися ладно, як їх буде гратися. Я заїбав.
Multiple world champions and a two-timer in 10-side, looking for his third here today. Reply Totem, Maru, Joker, and Mori, Kenny.
This is simply just an insane matchup. It's hard to get any way around it. Let's just go ahead and get it started. Frankie, take us away.
Thank you very much. Kicking off quarterfinal number 2 is a team that dominated the group stage. It's Crazy Raccoon!
Виходить Crazy
This is a
Raccoon.
team so synonymous with victory. They even have a former world champion in their coach, Rely.
І Zeta прямо вообще в це.
And their opponents from Europe, it's Reply Totem! They may be the underdogs in this matchup, but if you cast your minds back to the Snapdragon Mobile Masters in Tokyo, when these two teams went up against each other, Reply Totem got a victory and took the whole competition by force. We have got some very nervous teams on stage, and we've got some very nervous fans in the audience. So,
Так.
DreamHack, please give it up for your teams. We're gonna head back over.
Ну, сейчас, короче, все, парни, наблюдайте. Наблюдайте.
Thank you very much,
Ой.
Frank. They say, Trav, time is a flat circle, and we're back here at the origin.
Ще
Let's throw it
420,
back to
да.
last year, 2020.
Все, вони ж вийшли. Що, ми дивимося, питається, кою бається, п'є водичку, ми все равно абсолютно. Типа, це легко для них. Це корм просто. Все.
The Japanese team was
Да, что сказать.
Masters. Reply Totem showed them how it's done, and now it's the decider.
It's one of the few weaknesses I think we've really seen from that East stage of region, right? And that was obviously
Тут могли бути плаві
being
зараз.
able to hand them a massive L. This team, I mean, they have
По факту, типа, це навіть 2-0, ну чуть лучше навіть, чуть-чуть. І зараз просто розривуть.
It's possible their minds are really set on the world finals here, and you know many of us really underestimated them. Yes, over the last couple of days, many of us thought they might not even get out of that group. Or at least, not many of us predicted them, but they again have proven us wrong. They find energy, they dig deep, and they get here. This is truly going to be their biggest opponent so
Кейс.
far.
Ну все, наблюдаю за ігрою, просто я хочу подивитися, коли будуть грати ці рекунчики. Забудіть пілотом. Це моя.
Of day 3
Моя
of the
соло.
Brawl Stars Championship World Finals. It's going to be an absolute banger. You know, I'm siding with the 73% in Crazy Raccoon because of how good they looked yesterday. Reply Totem, yes, they made a mark, they won a game, they got here, but it wasn't
Просто
convincing.
интересно, будете срывать часы.
I think many of us had predicted Crazy Raccoon to find success yesterday, but it wasn't the fact that they won, Trav. It was the manner in which they did so. Unbelievably clean gameplay in a group that features some extremely fearsome opponents, right? We're talking, you know, like some of the best teams from North America in that group. They just washed them away. This is a team that might just be a cut above. We're going into Kaboom here. Let's kick off the draft. Of course, you have the Chuck, banned away by Crazy Raccoon, who always like to throw it back with some of their drafts.
Crazy Raccoon. Ну що, бали вже є, хороші бали, що в тих, що в тих. Чака забанили, Картелю тут дуже, Колет забанили, Карлу. Ну що тут є? Гейл, определенно, да Гейл. Вот он, сразу же. Шо? Це читаємо. Дальше включаєте, що у нас іде. Проти Гейл. Гейл набали Картелю, на Картелю в Бані. Ну, якогось лу надо, мільйон.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. You know, if they take some range, then they're not really going to have those
Надо
slowing effects hitting them. They're not really going to be feeling too many of those blustery blows.
грифа
They're gonna
підкинули, щоб
really
розкрити
go
проти
just outrageous. Gonna have
Гейл.
some good DPS on the safe as well as that piggy bank to break them.
8
I mean,
бітів.
we have two DPS machines picked back to back here by a reply totem. They both effectively.
Карла запалювали, але якщо був би Карл, то це було б страшно. Цей темпо на Карлі.
Again, we've seen teams pick that Gale because they really value the jump pad, getting back into the center of the map as quickly as possible, having effectively.
Ну, коротше, ждемо, що вони підуть, інтересно. Головне, щоб ми Гейла прочитали. Ну, це було читаємо, що буде Гейл. І ладно, ще щось. Далі. Ну, і що ти грають, але вони от не грають. Грають.
And it deals some huge damage when you do. Even if that damage gear is activated, you're going to be blowing like 4.5k onto the safe per shot, and it is really huge to be able to do just that. You know, you were touching that jump pad.
Що?
It's a really nice.
Я не знаю, вони по рофлу грають. Не Катара.
They don't need that gadget. They don't need to be jumping over. They can just walk straight through.
Absolutely. It may not be an issue at all, that terrain here for reply totem. We see Shitampo pick up the Tara here. Quite a few options. We see a lot of the more single-shot brawlers here struggle against the help from beyond. Of course, Psychic Enhancer if you feel like you need that vision.
Але не знаю, що Тару сюди пікає. Той темпо так рішив, що так. Це не темпо.
Yeah, well, I like that. Burning down some of these bushes, opening it up, allowing 8-bit to have a bit of a more free view of that mid. And at the same time, support from beyond not going to be able to do as much work, because as soon as it's running towards an Amber, it's going to be burned straight through, piercing damage all the way through it. But I'm really looking for this Amber to get rid of those bushes early on.
And this is your number 2 seed from the EMEA region once again, just as they were in 2022, and once again facing juggernauts from the East Asian region.
Так, що каточка починається.
They're looking to rewrite history here and maybe run back the performance from Masters, but diving headfirst into our first hit already. Moya in the middle.
Не знаю, ну Тара це інтересно. Боя все-таки вибиває Т-бару, цей темп вибиває цього і йде просто через стіну. Все. Тара звідти. Вибити Тару буде проблематична тема, максимально. Зараз 0 буде, блядь. Я не знаю, що це. Вже видно уровень, ну, цих. Ну, зараз вибивають бою, по факту зараз ТТ-бару надо бачити. Сейф. Потенційчик летить, щоб телепортуватись, телепортується в цей, і дає просто колосальний дамаг. Колосальний дамаг по сейфу. То щось по тебе це взагалі просто вирветься. Не знаю чого. Ну і зараз Тенсая поки виб'ють, він ще не дамажить сейф нормально. І опять... То хто був на Тенсай? Цей темп опять зайняв право, типа сейчас його поки виб'ють. Це теж проблематично, прям максимально. Пальчики 20, хорошо. Тяжечка. Бувається. Джокер. Я не знаю, що це. Їм треба запретити грати. Вони взагалі грають по-другому. Вони типа, вот, це взагалі спокійно каскать. Да. Вони будто грають, вони не так спокійно, за нікого поту, взагалі ноль. Вони так спокійно зайняли всі позиції. Так спокійно, все. Я не знаю, що це. Вони взагалі не чувствують, я не знаю, що це. Це буде зараз в ноль. Реально, з такої гри буду. Ця перша карта, на першій карті, я дуже максимально. Як цей темп так стоїть? Платить від всіх дій. Сусід. Джокер сразу співає. Я вже справа. Ну, типу, я не знаю, що це. І, парні, жесть. Моя виходить. Це вбиває Джокера. І взагалі, будто на дефолті так вбиває. Сейчас будет тяжечка. Хорошая тяжечка. Сейчас будет минус пауру, видите. Все. С фултычки вообще пофиг. Это дефолт для Тенсая. Тенсай себе на виду, все тычки попадают. Противники просто 500 плюс. Реально. Що це? Я не знаю, це избиение. Спасибо за 10.
Куку, яка задонатив 10, це тобі для настрою.
Спасибо, спасибо. Короче, едение просто. Просто сейчас телепортируемся, Ради просто слеса полный. И пока выбили, тут уже гейл покажет, 4 хп бою уходить. Неужели сейчас будет хоть контроль чуть-чуть тотем? Неужели? Ты темпо телепорт, ой, прыжок, но... Все, опять золотые сейчас телепорт будет. Да не, парни. Это GG-шка. Все, ты точно DSF бываем ауру. Да не, парни, что это дичь. Прям максимально. Видите, что происходит? Ты бачите? 126. Понял, все птички попадают за мейлом. Прям потяны, прям вовремя щит пропадает, прям так тяны, что... Оль! Я не бачив, що такої команди. Сайз, це тут. Десь б'є її. Перша карта дуже класна. Подивилися і бах. 100 на 0. Це нічого не плохо. 100 на 0. Я не знаю, що це. Дальше дивиться, досить. Листочку. Пофіг.
For a reply totem to gain map control, right? Up against the Gale, who, yeah, is outranged. But if you can't see him, you can't really punish him, right? You can't sort of shoot him down from across the map. And as soon as you try and take that mid control, Gale force is used, gravity is used. All of a sudden, you have nowhere to go.
Эй, я не знаю, що делать тотему. Просто не знаю. Їм треба щось пробувати, щось компечити. Давайте. В першій карті от 8 біт один раз надамажив. Все, більше не надамажив. Ще щось вроді надамажив в першій. В першій хоча б щось було. Це другий взагалі. 100-0. Що там далі за карта? Бачимо. І там є шанс.
Reply Totem, we know what they're capable of. We know what they did at Masters. We know they can stand up to a team like Crazy Raccoon, but right now, pound for pound,
фанові грають, типу, чисто. Ні, ну по факту статаю пару Джокера. І в Бауді нормальні. Але так, що ми? То не був Totem. Я не пам'ятаю, ну походу не було Джокера вроді. Алекс напише, в тебе ответ за Джокер. Но я помню, що Джокера не було. Пауэр і Варі був.
The map behind the operational walls in the top right-hand side corner.
Amber can't do anything here
because Tensai's always on the left too.
Здорово, здорово.
We've seen like Penny, Amber both picked into Tara to punish her, right? Just destroy the health from beyond, ignore it virtually.
Ну що, Гюбхабчик теж в лорчі. Дай, піду просто закриють. Вообще не
Yeah, well, we saw that Luminosity proved a point that it's not just Crazy Raccoon who can use this.
Я не знаю, як можна написати. Ну, в першому сету вже все було понятно. Сейчас 3-0, быстро просто. Я не вірю в Тотем вообще. Я даже не вірю, що вони зможуть карту забрати. Ну, з Лаві щось похоже було б, Лаві так само бере. В мене одна надіжда це на Трайб, що вони хоч щось більше зробити, типу. Ну, буде фінал, Crazy Raccoon Трайб, або Crazy Raccoon самі. І фінал буде.
can't blame them for it either.
Crazy Raccoon Zeta буде імба. Зету вдоль запилюють.
And how well it worked for Luminosity in the previous. Chino had that brawl and he was dominating the opposition. Crazy Raccoon have the next two though, and with Sandy, Lou, Charlie all banned out, and the same on the other side. 6 bans across this match.
Кстати, насчет
Too
Seops.
many options, but mids still
92 тисячі Аліка. Осталось 8.
I feel like Crazy
Я
Raccoon
думаю,
though, a
уже
little bit harder to ban out, especially by the way if they are picking first because you only have 2
там
slots
2
to do it.
недели прошло.
One of the
Раньше.
first
Якраз
squeaks we've seen for this
Эксперт.
entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, support from beyond, it can get cleaned up pretty much by one shot of that squeak. It's all bunched up in the same place. So if you get a connection onto those, you quite often get a connection onto Tara and vice versa as well.
Residue obviously
Черхов
very
должен.
powerful, a bit of
Это
extra crowd
скиллеры
control,
обновляются,
of
ты
which
включил
Moya
грифовые.
now has that in spades with those
Привет.
grassy
Привет.
roots. Our first hypercharged brawler of the draft.
Я его грифовые.
Tapo.
We can't forget as well, Reply Totem and one of the only other teams who have picked
Не, раньше ты что?
It's worrying for Crazy
Намного
Raccoon to
раньше.
kind of let that slip
Там
away,
задание
especially when
широко.
paired up with Tara. If you use those
Там треба
in
просто твич, чтобы
combination,
всё.
max speed, gravity, it can really be devastating. Although, you know, there it is. You know, I don't blame Reply Totem for it.
Кто за Totem? Я не знаю.
And having one of their
Я не знаю, кто вообще за
you know, add
Totem.
Shelly to the mix, and that's got a good bit of synergy with that Max.
I mean, you said you're either going to ban it or take it yourself here. Crazy Raccoon happy to leave that for last pick. Maybe not expecting Reply Totem
их
to
быстрее
beeline for it here, but Totem, we know they got the
Ну, я
mechanics.
добил, там все нормально. Там быстрее, я гриф в любом
Value out of
этом.
that pick
Гриф,
here in the
я знаю,
short
что он
window,
будет
how
до
powerful he
31
has
будет.
been so far.
Что
Any
є
round of
время.
this draft, maybe something with a little bit more range here.
Я говорю, я на дяке уже купил.
Dominate a little bit
Там
more,
должен
maybe
доводить
on a
куда-то
side lane
миксил.
or even through mid here. It's
Ну,
going to be the
він треба
8 pick.
поскоріше їх
Pretty
купити,
durable
чем
gem carry, of course, and being able to get out of
Sorry,
dodge
I don't-
nice and quickly when under pressure with that cheat cartridge may pay dividends.
The cheat cartridge is the huge selling point here, and especially when you're looking at the Tara on the opposing side.
TikTok. Так хто буде за Totem? Тут зараз ноль, не знаю. Але по піку, типа контра цих Тотемів. Давай, жди, брат. Ти ж Марк виграв, а типа. Ігор не виграв. Ну, короче, у мене там є. Загай тебе, я їм всіх почав. Да, я понял. Я Марк, дякую, все. Може сьогодні, я не знаю, треба зависти від телеграму. Дякую. Якщо в твій зайдуть, так. Просто темпу Мару держить 0, типа, за піком Шеллі. Ще даже не чувствує зовсім, вообще. Цей темпо все попадає за спіка, типа, це Мауру так тяне Сайну, це сильно відтягує успіху, хоча це зараз Лева дає контроль, Джокер вийшов на до Джокер це ліцей, тоді ліцей відсипається. Є, так, це ступаль. Типа, старий вже є, Джокер, взагалі, типа, не знаю, я не бачив, щоб ти цай з Євами і він сливався. Я не возможно. Тут вони сливають Єву, ну, скорость делали Макс, цей темпо все равно купили Ретару, но технік геймінг, спорт, боє все попадає. Ну, считайте, катка, ну, така, 900 плюс, обычная каточка, просто обычно. Я не знаю, ничего удивительного. Эвил закупает. Так бы с каждым. Так бы с каждым финала. В финале уже сейчас забирать каждый. Пожалуйста, но це буде цей. Це все. Нема слов. Ладно, ще один флаг. Прочитали їх, ті теж пішли. Треба підійти. Просто міни. Ну є, я за траймів, чесно. Я ставив ставку на траймів. Грає трайби сильніше, ніж топа. Але я не знаю, як щось будуть грати цей. Як трайби сьогодні. Але, що скажу, в Тотемі нічого не помінялося, коли грали слабенько, тоді грають. Ну, типу, були б тут слабі, то теж не спасають. Трайби. Тоді теж так кажуть. Просто, типу, я не говорю, всі казали, що і Зета вийшли, вони чуть ли не приїхали, бо дуже близько. Так само може це я, може. Там буде подла гра, там не закриють трайби. Бойові така, хоча трайби сильні. Темні слабі, та ні, по сравнению з єнотами, то тем слабості максимально. Це взагалі багато сильніше за тебе. Самі трайби, може, навіть, стабіли будуть. Тем так. Все, ще спускаємо їм розмір. Вот, я не знаю, вони грають, вони паливо максимально. Це темпо якось буває у Шеллі. Та все, заберуть цей. Заберуть. Все. Оця катка чуть потіше ще була пошла, чуть-чуть вони більше себе показали ту тему. Це не виб'ють, бо в всі. Шеллі прийшлось подати фейт, гаджет. Цей темпо все попадає, просто все. Є шанс вибити, не вибити. Це не фол, взагалі. Чесно, треба казати, я думаю, так. Хоча, ми не знаємо, що буде. Якщо прикиньте, СК виграють трайб, то вставити Гай. Короче, я не вірю в то, що просто 0. Та да, типу. Ладно, що? Да, на 0 іменно, на 0. Є ми в нулі, ну як в нулі, типу. Таски, я тут вірюся спокійно, типу, я не знаю. Ще в тих контрактах. Проблемі нулі, ще. От тут Джокер, як вообще можна тут сливатися? Сливатись нельзя вообще. Сливається, оце ошибка, обрехали. Ну, я із-за того, але просто одна із причин, що це? Це ізбієння, маркет. Опять тут Джокер сливається. Джокер за хедшот на біту. Я даже. Тут оно. Я не говорю, що Джокер флоруїна, але то, що цей темпо за спіка попадає всі течки, типу, всі, що можна, вообще. Це, ну, це вже перебор. Ой, я сім. Це вже перебор. Я не знаю. Да, типу, не знаю. Я не знаю, що робити для цих. Взагалі, що робити для других команд, це збієння є. Сайси попадає, Сайси попадає, це темпо теж. Бачиш, які наскільки стояв? Вообще, Шеллі в кустах, вона може якось мансити, це все читає, все попадає. Шеллі навіть вийти не попадає. Що баунті держи? 0 теж. Так, Cast 5 from India ever. Коротше, чи є ігрок з Індії? Я не знаю. Є ігрок з Індії? Ну, а може і є. Ну, нема. Файн, іди. Ошибка. А ні, не ошибка. 59 типів лежало єс. Отлично, молодець. Сюда, мене тут вже є під. Так, а типи, позай, репета дай пікують арті. Так, зараз будуть пікнуть так. Що вони пікнуть, як виходить? Макс не забанили. Зараз буде Макс, парні. Скоріше, типи. Я не удивлюся. Це буде жорстко, типу. Я тут з Максом сильно грабіля, це сложно, але вони пікнуть зараз. Вони ровно. А є Менді. Макс он добить. Фану, давайте.
I like this Carl ban as well from Reply
Це
Totem.
цей
Very
піде.
only the gun
Я не буду вас,
targeted
це щось
as well.
цей.
Through last World Finals, everybody knew SCR were gonna play.
Скажи, що забере них це ти.
They knew it, but still didn't
А
back
них,
it, still
якщо
got
хтось
the
карту
score.
забере, це вже буде
Counted
щось
as much as
віддивіть.
they could. Nothing would work for them. Meg's gonna come down
Хайді
to
це
Crazy
так. А,
Raccoon.
дуже жорстко.
Along with
А
that,
є, все, тут не буде Макса. Ти буде вас, друзі?
I mean, I'm not gonna hold back. I really don't
Ще якось
like Meg.
справу, та чи. Ми ж подивимося, що підуть
People make it work,
тотемчики.
you know?
This is a
Та й
Stamford
є.
classic.
Все, це 3-0.
We often see this one come out hot zone, even gem grab at times here, depending on the kind of map. We know just how powerful it can be. It's a real peak and trough, feast or famine kind of brawler here.
Я не знаю, що як от взагалі це другий уровень ігри буде, типу. Справа пікаються такі тотемчики.
With more aggression to buy time for it to get back there. Tensai's going to be able to deal consistent damage here. Maru though, we see a sprout.
Сет не знаю, я взагалі не уверен. В них сет може забрати тільки стабіл або трайб. Каша моє є. Більше ніхто в них сет не може забрати. Є. Ми віримо зараз в тотем, що вони зможуть забрати сет. Я щось не вірю. Це буде 5 збіє. Так, ще ж Макс пікне. Це просто Макс пікне. І чувствую Макс. Когда Макс, давай, тут якраз справа, тут закрий. Макс пікне, Кеті.
Any sort of sharpshooter presence, essentially shutting them down for the duration of
And
that
Crash,
edge, and
I'm pushing
then
it
be able to
back.
transplant it away. Very frustrating to try and deal with. Feels like a really well-rounded draft here from Reply. A bit of everything. Grom, okay, picked up. You said that maybe Sprout the only logical thrower remaining. Crazy Raccoon though got plans of their own.
I mean, I think the Grom's pretty good against Sprout all in all, and in terms of like overall against other brawlers, yes, Sprout might be better, might be good in some situations.
Ну да.
1v1,
Так,
Grom
то
does
есть,
come out on top quite a lot, and in the
Макс
closing
є, що?
seconds, if
Це
you
є
have a
Макс,
Grom, it's always going to be so
колись
useful.
був.
Your number 2 seed in EMEA looking down the barrel of another quarterfinal exit.
Ну що ж, де, коротше, цей. Хто відб'є?
They're hoping to subvert the trend.
Знали, Brawl, так. Що ми? За біду Боя. Ай, просто грає.
Joker can't find the connecting shots to bring him down yet, but already has that wall.
Цей темпо закриває ліво, і буває. Я хотів.
Moya kind of happy to give up the mech to get the blue star
Ну,
there.
поки що, от, дивимося. Ну, є, поки що.
I'm gladly
Ніхто
suffer that indignity.
Хоча до тебе подживають, що я
Marked every now and then by that RT, but not too bothered.
може їм цей поджив, їм треба не тільки поджимати, а їм бати і подати.
Joker juking so well, Tensai giving some extra wall here, possibly stopping Moya from pinching onto Joker as well as I'm sure it
Yes,
There
I-
you go, nice positioning from him, Joker coming forward, finding
Moya,
Fury
man.
juking so well, perfectly, Tensai, you really yet to find a shot.
The Sugar Ray
Джокер дуже хорошо отігрує, може бути Сайер. Зая, щоб вбити. Ну все, цей темпо вбиває Мару. Я не знаю, як він вбиває. Тіпочок просто. Та ні, я не знаю. Це... Десь типу... Грають. Попадає цей сайт відтички по Мару. Хороший дуже ультимейт. Дуже хороший ультимейт. Справа тут вбивають. Справа через їх вбивають. Темпо. І поки що не уйде, мам. Не уйде, парні. Є, пішов. Пішов, першу карту забирає цей. Темчики, неужели, парні? Ви всі вірите? Я в це не вірю. Як я сказав, всі так радуються, що тебе забрали хоча б ту карту. Я теж радий. Щось. А бека не буде. Катку забрали. Да, це щось нове. Хто там прийшов на золоті? Я не знаю.
There's a sense here that this team from Crazy Raccoon is designed to pick up the blue star and try and play safe
Помінялися
for the
вони.
rest of the game. And when they have to go
Пішов
aggressive,
Боя на
don't
цього
have a meg,
Пауру.
it seems like a very dangerous proposition.
Дуже добре попав це. Дуже. Що то тотемчики справилися. Неужели це буде забрати сет? Неужели? Навіть я представив, хочу подивитися цю катку. Неужели це буде забрати сет, парні? Неужели це буде 2-1? Парні, ви всі вірите? Скобека є тотема. І є. Ну, я не знаю. Неужели хоч щось буде? Ще 59 секунд. Ти получиш. Факт туди убили, короче, щоб бою опять. Это ж не все, парни, тут 2 килла. Бауру убить, все. И Джокера и все же. Цей темп убиває, який... Ви бачите, він убив його? Так, ten Simon City адекватний, просто як ненормальний. Дуже хорошо попадає. Чуть Тенсай не вбиває цей темп проти Джокера. Все дуже потло, поджимає, ще буде Джокер. Є, Джокер потло. Є. Я от граю в цей таки, що цей Тайба вбивати. Парні. От тебе забрали сет. Це щось такого. Тебе забрали сет. Не вдольте там красавчики. Персіо, да? Там не буде. Красавчики. Показали, що щось може. Я не можу собі представити в голові, що 2-2.
Він же ж везде 3-0.
Молодець. Я не представляю просто счет 2-2 и там допустим якимось образом. Вообще, даже я представляю даже 2-2.
Important momentum builder for this reply totem roster. Simoya, every time we look at him, no mech, no problem. For reply totem, they're 10 struggling in the thrower matchup there.
И я не верю в сет, что вы тапчики. Ну, невозможно. Але виграв. Боя солод. Так вони подались. Типа так, що не так було обідно.
And even when he got it in that closing second, Joker evaded it anyway. He just knows how to play against that Grom literally perfectly. I mean, you said with tick banned, Sprout seems to be a liquid option, and then the other throwers are feel like they're a little bit medium, right? I mean, Grom, if you have good mechanics, you can absolutely avoid a lot of damage if the Grom bombs aren't being generated relatively frequently. The Mandy looked fine, right? A couple of big supers there that did connect in an uncanny fashion.
Сейчас все.
But a lot of them didn't result in kills.
Сейчас GG. А что дальше? Вот что это. 4. Алекс, давай.
Obviously championing that brawler really did so well for him. The gadget is a huge thing for him. You know, he didn't even see him play defensive. Didn't need to because they really weren't in that offensive line. Usually it's Meg going aggressive, but there was no Meg, so she couldn't.
Сейчас ставка.
How it feels about that pick. Brawl Ball comes up next. Super Beach, of course,
Получаешь.
characterized by that triple row of
Нельзя забрать
boxes just behind the mid. Get past that. You can shoot for goal without being right.
Я думаю, типа, придав її на пошту,
Crazy Raccoon on Brawl Ball, not a terrible prospect here.
тому що смисл забирати їх собі все є.
They got the fans behind them once more, screaming at the camera, ready to roll, going into this draft. Super Beach, they need this set and another Crazy Raccoon just this one to close it out and head to the semifinals. Nita will
Там
be
что
the
пишет?
first one from Reply Totem.
First pick, Nita.
Я знаю, Лорки, что
Is
можно.
this out of left field for you here? I mean, again, we've seen it can be exploited.
А, сильный
Very
туда,
powerful if you can start to cycle those
Да.
bears, though.
I mean, different map, but we saw the first pick Nita yesterday from
Да.
front in that closing set, and it did not pay
Сэнди
off
пикает.
whatsoever. I feel
Эти
Nita,
рекончики,
if
Сэнди.
Crazy Raccoon know that they're going to run into it, it's
Пика.
so hard to play as that first pick, but Reply Totem clearly
Блин,
have a lot of
гитарочка.
faith in that бrawler. Sandy and Spike.
Ну, посоветовал Вандера, играю, пикаю, спика. Не знаю, парень, Тотем забрали карту, я не знаю. Це, ну,
Really powerful side laners. The Sandy stun is, yeah, like you said,
Саня.
unbelievably powerful. And it's barely targeted, really. Get close enough.
Ну що, парні,
Connect.
що-то мені не віриться все стати вообще. Ну, але, блін, представте 2-2 просто. Це, забрали Тенсая Макс. Бої, типу, Тотеми такі подумали. Зачем бавити, Макс? Лучше пікати. Лучше пікати. І Роза. Роза, що, парні? Стю надо. Стю пікай. Бейсі. А, Бейсі ще лучше, да, Бейсі пай. Бейсі падає, це ще
Again, more hypercharge, which means that, you know, once you pop that shockwave, and of course you can disengage. You have insane
Бейсі
mobility.
все грає, то да, по факту. GVP, парні. GVP. Ну, зараз подивимося, грають. Ну що, погнали? Не знаю, я, чесно говоря, просто вірю, що Тотемчик ще забудуть 30. Там буде щось новий уровень. Там буде самий новий уровень 2-2, типу. Ну, тебе, якщо соберуться, то вони ненормальні. Але вони не соберуться, бо тут зараз кризі рекорд собрався. І збієння в броволі. Мауру отлетів дуже добре. Подивіть, Мауру поцав дуже файно. Що случилось? Завжди. Що сходить? Парні. Що происходить? Ладно, навіть так би не змогли вже, це вже слишком жорстко, я бачу. Так би лучше правильно. Такі не зря виграли до тебе. Ще гол. Не зря все, ще Бейсі. Ще одну. Роза під гіперзарядом, парні. Цей теж під гіпером. Кстати, Тенсай дуже зробив жорстку ошибку. Тим, що откинув. Але все-таки добили, і в Тенсай ультимейт. Тенсайчик пропушує. Тенсайчик убиває першого. Я це
well enough to be able to survive this one out then, but Moya has this super and Maru's not going to like the look of that. Just gets on the edge of it, slowed down for a little while, but Joe comes back in, pass to the right.
Дуже хорошо вибили. Мауру просто лучша ніта, яку я бачив, лучше. Гол забили чисто із-за нього. Та є, Мауру просто лучша ніта, яку я бачив. Маурі, Бару, це Маурі. Блин. Карта розкривається і все-таки і тут за стоп спайк, є, пішов Маурі. Маурі просто бацить, як неадекватний задіту, просто типочок лучший. Так, але карта коли розкриється, то пік лучше у рекорд, і вони мають. Тімейт у Рози. Мінус Роза. Вибили Розу, все, GG. Джокер бансить, Джокер розселився Тенсай. Але їм це не попоже. Все. GG. Та є, летіть. Понятно, що Crazy Raccoon стоїть. Але просто, що Тебе що делають, це жорстко. 3-1, друзі. 3-1. Стабільний чоловік. Розірвуть стабільно. Розірвуть всіх. Це зараз до тебе, що це. Стабільний фінал не може бути. Требовий. Ну, ні, можуть, я нічого не говорю, але требовий. Не буде требовий. Фактно, там ще стараються. Там зараз дуже стараються. Там зараз грають. Не знаю. Я так ніколи в житті не грали. Сейчас Тотемі проснулися, там Маурі вообще, ті почек на діті отигрує, як надо. Це буває, пожати всього. Можна. Лютейша отыгровочка. Паста дикtatю. Да? Бейсі закриває весь пік. Бейсі закриває. Кицачка Бейсі. Це вже. 3-1. Тебе дуже хорошо стараються. Перші дві карти. І броубол, я скажу, що там 5-0. Це, ну теж, GG. Гейм. Ну, поставив ту тему, одну карту забрали. Це вже досягнення. Як жорсткі. Сюди. Так, по факту сюди. О, це Тенцайзик вибається і був весело. Так. Жме руки. А, тут кулачки. По GG. Ну, там не сильно розстроювався. Так було понятно. Є азіатський. Що у нас далі хто грає? Стабіли проти цих грають. Проти Revenant. Давайте тут. Появіть вам. Це буде появіть. Revenant сольють. Ще не засчитали тобі ліс. Ти Crazy Raccoon вибирав? STMN Soul. Пою то, що не можна їх закрити.
They even had that Rosa versus Sandy matchup, didn't really even move the spike onto it to deal with it. Had those sweet dreams when it needed it. Almost a mess up there from Tensai, not grabbing the ball, but managed to recover, get that super off and get the knockback anyway.
Unbelievably powerful. It's just those final moments here again as Maru forced backwards forward. Even that durability of strong stuff is just not enough, you know. Another day the office almost feels like for Tensai there as he takes his headset off. 11 eliminations for him. Joker and Maru both really having a night of a round. Yeah, tanky as they were, they did not have the damage output to force Crazy Raccoon back to their own side of the map.
Tough there for Reply Totem, yet again knocked out in the quarterfinals by the East Asian boys. Really tough for them, but you know, all the European teams have had really big issues with this roster, and I feel like, you know, the mechanics are just too strong, and I think they are the big favourites after the 3 games we've watched them play throughout the World Finals to take it all.
And I do want to wonder, like, in terms
of
Reply Totem's prep, we see them play a fair bit more max here. Prior to this game, we're saying, oh, it's only really LG and I wonder to what degree they're kind of being forced into certain draft patterns that then Crazy Raccoon feel comfortable enough.
А мені 30 очків осталось.
Max is a detriment to your team, right? But we've seen teams up
30 очків не хватає, щоб...
There's no point. You either, you know, you don't ban it, but against Crazy Raccoon, you don't want to waste a ban slot on the max. In some senses, you say, right, well,
Ну, сейчас стабильно должны выигрывать, кстати.
so we have to pick it up ourselves and try and make it work. Maybe on the fly, adjust our strategy to account for that. Let's talk MVP here, Trav. Quite a few candidates here. I really
Сейчас стабильно должны выигрывать.
Crazy Raccoon guys
Я на стабине вставил.
especially based on some of those compositions. Tensai still looked incredible here.
Вливають
We
вигляд.
got to see the Meg
МВП
from
Тенсай.
Tampa was
Да.
incredible. Yeah, Tensai, your MVP here in this match.
And I think thoroughly deserved as well. All three of those guys played so well. But I mean, Tensai definitely showing his worth in some of those later game modes. Brawl
О, Вашуля ще
that
на стімі
really,
сидить.
really well and was, you know, the cause of a few of the goals.
Yeah, and again,
Бачу, Вашуля теж
playing this
актив,
tough
так що
matchup,
вона теж
right?
може
On that
грати.
gem grab map, he's on the road, so playing like a fairly
Елітний
long
гріб уже
side
получав
game
скін,
there and is honestly just getting leapt upon time
так
and
що він
time again.
участвувати
He's
не
like,
буде.
I bring the utility, comes off spawn, uses unfriendly bushes,
Далі
gets
не буде
information,
участвувати.
slows people down, and is able just to leap upon them before they can get back towards the middle part of the map. That's just one piece of what Tensai is able to offer to this crazy Raccoon team, and it's no surprise that he's now chasing his third world championship here in Brawl Stars.
Ну, типа, розіграш скоро буде, в
This game at the
принципі.
top level for many years has been dominated
Любий
by
момент стріма,
Zeta.
коротше.
Is there anybody left still who you think can stand up to them?
I mean, I think the boys up next. I think
Любий
STMN
момент
are
стріма,
one of the only teams
коротше.
that are probably going to be able to do so. Same with Tribe Gaming, maybe down the bottom, and SK Gaming as well. But they've quickly dealt with quite a few EU teams. So I've put my faith in the NA boys because we've had quite a good few matchups as well through those NA teams, and they've really proved themselves.
Let's have a look at the bracket once more and get you reoriented now as we head into our next
Что я делаю?
quarterfinal game.
Я запущу рулетку, як всегда.
Zeta Division claim victory over Luminosity Gaming in a
Просто щас
miracle
сидіти
fight.
на
It's
стрімі
been
треба.
closer than that. Crazy Raccoon we just saw take down reply
Дві 410 секунд.
right from EMEA's number 2.
Что-то мало.
Not
Типа,
enough.
ставки не
Up
засують.
next though,
Що?
STMN Esports
Йо,
versus Revenant
йо,
Esports.
стиві 13 для людей поставили.
How are you feeling? I mean, it
Почти
is a
сил
big,
оставил.
big game. I think we know who the heavy favourites are. STMN Esports played so well yesterday throughout their groups, managed to just really deal some huge damage to those teams that they did face. But Revenant Esports, on the other hand, you know, coming through...
Осталось 28 очков, и
had
все,
some
ребята.
issues. They struggled against Luminosity, and yeah, Luminosity proved themselves today. They went double match point against the Titans of Zeta. But I think at the same time, STMN have
Bobby
got a big
Sands.
mountaintop.
No doubt about it, Revenant, that
Слово.
group A ended up being a lot more
Бобби,
hotly
конечно,
contested
ебал
than
вообще.
we thought, and that's the question. Have Revenant been able to make use of that gauntlet, that baptism of fire here at LAN? Because STMN, they love the sharpshooters. Bobby looking great. Sands incredible so far.
Первый день просто
Looking
ебал
forward to seeing
вообще.
how fresh
А,
they are
понял.
today. Let's bring him out on the stage. Frankie will assist in that
Это
regard.
непонятно.
I will assist as well as I can. Hopefully, with
Кстати, Бобби
DreamHack
Флоу, это
Winter
по
to
факту.
help me out.
Ну, стабильно сейчас забрали. Стабильно дойдут до финала, я надеюсь. Ну, конечно, против Трайби будет сложно, но я поставлю на стабиль.
Please welcome
Я вообще хочу, чтобы стабильно. Я не могу падать сейчас.
This team battle through tough competition to top Group C, but they have so much experience on their side, and Sands, the newcomer,
Стабильно в финале
who
бить енот.
looks like
Да я
he's
таки
been
поставлю,
doing
типа.
this
Я таки
the
поставлю. И в
whole
финале я поставил на
time,
еноте.
whole life.
Еноты выиграли. Ну ладно, для 100 просто. Я не знаю, чи стабильно дойдут, конечно.
Opponents.
Трайб.
Making history for India today. It's Revenant Esports! This is a team that breathed a sigh of relief after beating BC Gaming to make it to the playoffs. They grabbed these opportunities by the hands and they did not let go. But will it be enough to get them through to the semi-final? DreamHack Winter, please let these teams hear you. I said I can't even hear you. Let these teams hear you.
Сейчас стабильно выигрываете 100 раз.
I like it. Let's head over to Suit Corner to cast this one with Ark and Uber.
Thank you, Frankie. That's right. It might be
Даже цього матчі не буде таке тяжко. Це по факту.
Such a great start out of group 6-0 for these North American rosters.
Типа ці ну єноти, вони
So
неадекватні.
that's one scratched off the list. Still two more to go, and STMN they had a pretty nice run through groups. They really
Єноти це доля неадекватні.
A very clean run, but they were 3-2s along the way. So
Це вообще безполезно. Як проти них грати під Трайб? Все хап. Crazy Raccoon.
That's their best performance to date already. So they've already made fantastic progress as an organisation, as players. But this is definitely their biggest challenge yet.
Sergeant Class made it very clear. He says, for us, it's a grand final berth or nothing. They said we want to place at least top 2 at this tournament. Anything else will be considered a failure. Well, There's a one big step in their way and one huge obstacle that is the juggernaut of STMN.
Ти навідуєшся
Flies high on emotions
тогда,
and momentum. They
конечно.
make use of that early success in the series to try and
Я
catch
там,
up, but quite
я
often,
наведу не сапую,
slow to
я вообще
start.
там типа
If a
соло.
team like Revenant can come out the gate swinging, catch them off
Типа вот
guard,
этот Тенсай,
that'd be another-
знаешь, что Тенсай так играет?
situation, another close series,
Я
perhaps.
рассказываю, там, типа, він почав робити він, що він грає. На самом деле я ще
They're going to be squabbling for the scraps in that regard, and I've got to be honest though, I've put STMN down to take it
По
all.
всім ідеї граю я.
I am fully with NA Hope. I am down with a little bit of a teaser there. We sort of covered the
Так
lower
що,
half of our predictions in that regard, but I've got some very
вот
very
весь
high
секрет
hopes for
Тенсая,
STMN,
типа,
but
він вообще, типа,
at their very best, I feel like they
я.
are the team to lift the goal. When they are slow and
Тільки це нікому, тому що аккаунт Тенсая вже забрали, такі,
that's when I worry
Gotcha.
for STMN, and that can crumble and the cards can topple. I'm hoping for them today, though, that they put some of those ideas to rest. I want to see Zara pop off, Bobby as well as Sands, who, in my opinion, has been their MVP so far.
Зразу ж Джейна пікають.
STMN have been going for a lot of utility brawlers to play around the pipe of the sharpshooter presence here. STMN, though, probably based on pick orders,
Опять,
well, we don't
опять
know
Чарли
about
банить.
Sergeant.
Да типа каждый раз Чарли банить.
And here,
Вона даже
that's
ну,
something that we've seen Sands get a
просто
lot of value out, as
вау.
well as
Що проблема вообще була просто типа запалити фул Чарли, типа, до представили, що ще нельзя прикати писати. Ні, типа, це зробила так, щоб вона була, вони вважають, що вона не балансна. А і пані. Це якийсь крінж, конечно, реально. Вместо Чарли був вейковий типа запалити. Так всі знають Чарли. Якщо ти не перший пікаєш, то ти должен Чарли. О, Бобік за цю. Бобік. Бенді. І за ці карті, кстати, тут. Роздав стріляє по.
If they couldn't get value out of the Mandy and they fell behind in stars, they needed to have the Meg in mech, otherwise they could not run
Вчора,
up.
да,
They
вчора.
couldn't chase. Playing from behind can be a real problem with this composition.
Вообще Бобік на Пайпер, на Бенді, на таких от далеких соло вообще попадає.
And we also saw how instrumental that Sprout pick was for reply Totem, and Revenant aren't going to have
Вот
much
скин
coming
или
that
где,
last
или
pick.
пас.
So STMN, if it
А
works
Лоркин
well, homework
и
can
Андер.
for 8-bit
Что
for me is a fantastic
Выйдет,
brawler
да.
to have on your field. Obviously, it is going to be a little bit slow and sluggish and can then open up the door to some vulnerabilities along the
Лоркин,
way.
Вандер,
But
что
I
типа,
feel
все,
like it does
их
very
мать,
like a punch.
что
It's
ты
one of
ты.
the more overlooked brawlers when it comes
Честно.
to a map like Shooting Star.
I feel as well, you can
Чтобы они тоже сидят, если
relatively effectively against that mech
Лоркин
which is in
закачивает
mech.
печатный.
But oh my goodness. The Grey gets brought in here
Не
now.
очевидно.
Dimensional door.
Делай так, или нет.
Smacks of all-in potential. You have multiple
Ну, подивимся, типа,
mechanisms
може
for
ще
which to
щось буде
create
активніше.
opportunities for
Тільки
big
почало
things.
всіма.
The gene pool, you also have the repositioning. Even though
Ви вообще можете вийти, типу,
can give you an opportunity if
і
you
все,
have
ви
to
не
line someone
впадете.
up here. I like it for Revenant, but it's pretty telegraphed as to when they want to try and go for
Делаю
those
грей,
stars,
бит,
for
бэт.
those eliminations. And hey, let's go for another
Не знаю,
sharpshooter.
стамины
Well
вейвы,
picked
кажется.
up.
I think
Тяпки.
the bell is going to work really, really nicely into that 8-bit, and of course the Mark probably likely to try to land on that genie, trying to eradicate that magic hand from the mix. But again, I think for 8-bit, it's not going to be
Это
as
до
easy
конца уже
now,
будет.
and
Все
not
это не.
smooth sailing
Есть
as it
одно
was going to be
скин.
otherwise. And certainly, I feel the Meg is a risky affair. I know that Trav is really not on the Meg bandwagon right now, but ultimately it can have that ability to really force the hand back into those spawn sides and inflict a lot of pressure on the opposition.
But if you make that much space for your sharpshooters,
Все, давайте самички, Родни, давайте
that's really
забираем.
what Sands is going to look to do here. Trade some health and potentially the mech here for the blue star. Okay, walking cane comes in, but all of a sudden attention turned.
Сразу же так агрессивно на Джена, типа, Джена ходит справа. Потом прям, типа, так агрессивно вышли налево, типа, на Джена, что Джена что-то делает. Так. Диви, як Бобік попадає. Це неадекватно, боже. Типа, я не знаю. Шарінган попадає. Диви. А, ні, подожди, не вбив. Хорош, Бобік. Все равно хорош.
Still a two-star, blue star lead here for STMN, and the mark goes in onto the 8-bit.
Now the plugged-in star power for Trishard will provide that additional maneuverability, and STMN find themselves in that back spawn side as Revenant sort of gearing things up. They get Sergeant to gain super, then things dangerous, but he goes down.
Уже ультав від Бобіка не надо було.
Sands just jumps back
Вийшли
in the
по
mid.
лісі,
Now it's
хоче
a
строїть.
power play
Гриф
for
і Джой.
STMN, a chance to
Гриф,
back here.
гриф,
Response,
гриф.
yeah, has dimensional door. He might go in for an assassination attempt here, but there's no good
Джекі
targets. The
дешевше.
blue star is on the
Да, Фред, ну, там Фред дорого из-за того, что там типа 31 ссылка, типа, если
Sergeant finds Sands, it'll be huge, but Sands has got gadget.
Бобик.
His availability as well. That toolbox might come back.
Тут, кстати, вжила ульта, блин, сейчас все, какая ульта сейчас может сыграть. Фреда-то больше всего, да-да-да. Типа, сейчас подожди, сейчас ульта, Зена. Але Зену отхватив немного. Полезно, да, стяжкой. Стамины забирают. Стамины хорошо отыграли. Край немного бесполезный. Ставить. Вся грея прибывает. Ми на Френка не купляли. Ми купили на Грифа один, Джекі купили і ще раз на Грифа. Вже почти всі розіграли. Да. Но сейчас, типа, ну, не сильно нравится этой скин. Але диджей Фрэнк, диджей Фрэнк. Не попав ультой Бобик. Усе ще соло ще. Бобик, конечно, попадает уже хорошо. Но сейчас еще будет. Кто наверное теста? Я не знаю, что здесь вот это. 100% не ставити на цих. І ну дивись на нього, на цього. Все, халява десь. Дивися. Ну цей Бобик не чув.
It's a good lead, but the time is with Revenant. They got a good hold on the mid.
О боже, свій шар попадає слідчий. Чи да, шар. Тяжечка. Ясно, кстати.
Stars sitting on that Mandy right now. Response again marked up, so the all-in potential for Grey seriously diminished. Zara more than happy, I think, to trade some taps here as Sands tries to burn through this damage amp. 14 seconds left in the round now, and Grey still out of the fight. He needs to try and get in, but survive with that.
Кстати, подожди, лоу хп сей. Бобик, Бобик! Ё-моё, що це? Що це? Це почти комплект, там Бобик не попадає ультой, але там заспавнився. Спавнився сенс і все. Лявал. Да, мені 30 очків не хватає, типу, і два. Коли буде цей? І задання, типу.
That map was really dictated by the bell mark here. I mean, if you aren't picking sharpshooters and you want a hard engaged composition, that's totally fine. But when Grey, normally the one that goes forward, gets marked up, he just disintegrates under the smallest bit of scrutiny. You can see how it plays out here. Sands getting full value out of the mech. Trishard often forced to play right on back. He can't come forward at all. Zar, not normally the designated sharpshooter here, looked unbelievable on the bell.
This is the thing for me, you know, Bobby and Sands are already the flashiest players on this squad. And Zar, when he pops off, it is a sight of sheer beauty. It really, really is. But he has been a bit coy, a little bit timid this year towards the end. And coming to his own now, I think that is a really nice way to start for him.
Zar's been playing a lot of Mr. P and a lot of Eve, right? So a little bit more utility and sort of more consistent damage brawlers. Outside of the flashy, the burst damage ones here. Normally reserved for Bobby, as you can probably understand, but great showing from him. And again, 370 DPS, pure consistency from Bell, who obviously doesn't have the greatest fire rate. And again, makes it hard to close the gap with those nest eggs here. Really impressive showing from STMN, but this is their playbook. This is not surprising from them. It's such a straightforward comp, and it's something that we'll see Crazy Raccoon also go for.
Bobby solo.
And if you can't hit those gene pools, a couple of those crucially missing, Bobby knows to the pixel how far back to stand from Sergeant Clash in a couple of those occasions, and he baits those supers out.
Yeah, for me, Revenant as well. I've got to rethink things just a little bit. Maybe underestimating STMN in that regard, and for Hot Zone, he's got to find that perfect balance between going on that aggressive, but also trying to land the pressure, trying to keep STMN on those backlines, then low HP and buy down the clock in their favor. But ultimately, the draft as well is where STMN feel like, to me, they've got a good handle on things. They kind of read Revenant Esports pretty well so far. Can they continue to do that in this next draft?
This Revenant team, they're skilled, right? Skilled and scrappy, but the polish of STMN Esports is hard to put a scratch on in so many of these instances. STMN are so drilled in their protocols when it comes to draft, when it comes to how to deal with a star lead, a star deficit there on Bounty, and Ring of Fire.
Так, ми зараз Стаміни першу катку забрали, ще ще одну забирають. Ще одну і все, і халява. А вопрос я в Сейкіо. Боже. Боже. Я, короче, цей. Я, короче, провтикав вопрос. Прямо. Ну, я гений, я провтикав вопрос. Як всегда, міг уже получить. Провтикав. Ладно, ничего страшного. Это дефолт, кого после всегда. Боже. Ладно. Чисто видно, надеюсь, две каточки закрыть по классике. Кто потом летает? СК? А, СК Трайб. Я поставлю на Трайб, надеюсь, что СК выиграет.
But I'd like to see a Tara come into play as a result of that spike pick now, because Stu's going to be off the cards now a little bit for Revenant.
Yeah, absolutely. Often we see Stu just try to ignore the topography of the map.
Типа, не, я кажу, типа, когда уставал, ну, мені оставався один вопрос, і в мене був би гіпер. А я просто вопрос, і виходить, я типа, я міг уже получити. Папку забанили, тому що папка.
We'll see how it pays out.
A brawler which STMN really love to have for themselves, actually, so that could be part of the
Bizarre classic.
Yeah, it really has been all weekend long. Let's see how they want to finalize things. They're lacking the aggressor still, and that for me is the glaringly obvious sign for this third and final pick. Cordelis, I don't mind that one at all. I prefer to a Centaura, but I mean, ultimately, if STMN want to bring in a final pick, tank now.
Корделіус і баг. Ну, Диван якийсь пік, мені кажеться, получше, типа, от виглядить страшніше. Ола. От Пінгвін ще не кончиться. От якщо пік пікати, кстати, то Певка, Пінгвін і ще якийсь. Звітовий. Певка і Пінгвін, ще й баг. Тут певку запалили. Джесі, кстати, Джесі і баг. Тоже відпали. Ще був дивитися. В принципі, Джесі контрить цього кіда, і цікаво, правда. А все одно Пінгвін і Пінгвіна тяжко заплатити.
Not much different here on Ring of Fire. It's really about keeping Scrappy nice and healthy and have them fire off shots to demand attention. And of course, under Hypercharge, Scrappy becomes a completely different beast here. Great start for STMN in this series so far. Convincing win in the end on Bounty. Let's head now to Ring of Fire.
Well, Sergeant Lurk in his left-hand side, lovely little gadget, jump in and down to very good spot. Aggressing Bobby gets the takedown as well. Can he find Zar?
Як я казав, в результаті по піку. Типу, Лола, Пінгвін. Типу, Лола получше буде, чим цей Кічебель. Сейчас 1-1 буде, походу. Хоча Бобі соло попадає.
Response though plays forward here. Annoying position for Mr. Pete to beat in, but Sands forces him back. Now, can set up a Scrappy here. 2 nest eggs on the point. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Revenant to get back in here.
Це не все так погано, типу, що Бобі попадає.
Dueling out with a life blood. Here's Zeta just leaving some catnip for them on the left.
Але все одно мені кажеться, що
In that super for a
буде
time, it's
забрати.
not enough to be followed up upon. A very close game now as Revenant draw even.
Sharp pops the nest egg and will go down.
Ще Санс паузіки, щоб ще Санс попадає за Джесі у тики. Типа тут типи все попадають, все одно тяжко.
That is just next level mind link here. No connection of the mark there on response. Sergeant trying to step up here. Sands with a turret, but not real good opportunity to set it up. And Nestek eaten by Trishant at a good time, to be fair. Take it away when there's no risk of getting picked off instantly. Now have to dodge the taps, and Bobby wasn't born yesterday, my guy.
Sergeant just gets over that left-hand side just in the nick of time as well. But now, look at this, 75% in closing. Revenant needs to get on the zone right now. They've only got 20% left of time. Sergeant forces Zara to the rubber. Bobby is the person they've got to get off the
Да, ну тут просто чисто вони виюють, чисто із-за того, що типу все попадає, типу. Ну і вони всі попадають. Хоча в БРТ просто все типи попадають, все, типу, дивіться, Джесі, да, по ту, то стабільно забирають. Стабільно вообще дуже хорошо отигрують. Мені кажеться, що вони навіть можуть закривати трайп. Май каже, що типу трайп 100% на ізі. Я не уверен, що ще вряд ли. Тут сенс, сенс соло.
Good aggression so far from Bobby on shots in the mid, but look at Sergeant again, really utilizing these early gadgets to try to get these trades. And the right hand side stands will fall into just in the mid now, but he's doing a pretty decent job. Life plant to keep him in the mix.
Типа тільки що міг перебивати, кстати.
Level rotation into mid there by Zar with two teammates down. He keeps STMN within striking distance in percentage. He'll go down. Oh, the trade avoided there by Sergeant Sands. Oh goodness, that could have been ugly. Sergeant doesn't quite get the 1 versus 2, but STMN are crippled at the moment.
Revenant esports know that the early game really does favor them, and just exacerbating the Cordelius early on is going to be risky in the late game, but very good.
І, типа, у ВРНТ лучше пік того. Просто, типа, стабільно вони, типа, впадають із-за того. Попадання. Даже той спайки попадає по волі. Вот даже не весь час, типа, сенс, попадає все. Все равно, типа, тяжко. Что пик вот лучше. Даже сейчас Бобби, типа, попадает. Сейчас погано, 3 тики не попал. Ой, хорош. Шар, конечно, молодец. Что первый. Реально, ветка на лову, сейчас лову забираем, спайк. Правильно, хорош. Сейчас надо все, як пінгвіна контролити, навіть зараз вообще типу. Я не в лов не попав, сейчас типа печить. А сейчас що не попав, тю і ту не попав. Есть пушка сейчас. Нормально, теперь все таки просто потратили сейчас. Йо, Бобі, попади! Хорош! Жди! Та не вони Корделіуса в тейки. Все. Перемог. Попад. Закабечили. По 0. Вот и все. Стабильно учится. Стабильно до и финал выходит. И до сильнейшего. Сейчас, наверное, будет здесь вопрос. Я надеюсь, я не буду.
kill opportunities in so many cases, and Bobby doesn't miss these marks.
Типа я,
Doesn't
типа сейчас, ну,
able to find
сразу же,
super
типа,
in some of these occasions onto,
и подивлюсь,
onto
що
multiple
буде.
targets as he brings them down. The extra durability from positive
Да,
feedback.
мені 30,
Bell is an
ладно, мені
absolute
30
menace
ще.
in
Там
his
Маші
image.
теж вроді, типа, 400.
Yeah, STMN have got to be feeling good about their
400.
odds at the moment, but they can't get ahead of themselves. We've seen it time and time again.
Любо без слова.
Giving your opposition even just a glimmer, a glimpse of momentum, and everything can turn, everything can shift. So far, so good for them, but one singular draft out, and then things can go wrong. So certainly in this downtime, they're going to be discussing
500.
moving forwards
Все, Машулі
and
500.
just ensuring that everything is kept in that right place.
I just want to point out, though, that this is an
Я
STMN
визиваю
that start strong
світа.
in a
Я
series. That's always a good sign. Normally, they have to kind of bring it back later on in the day. The spike
Паялька, да? Я.
He had it. If he'd managed to land that dark realm onto Sands, he'd be off the objective and there were teammates respawning in. That could have been amazingly clutch. But
Опять же, Сенс не прощає. Ну і Бобі не прощає.
A huge lead. Let's not forget it was like a 50-odd% lead built up. Sands, 13 eliminations. 13.
Він все було поздно грати.
Rest of them, Sands. Come on, you're always stealing the show when it comes to the stats. But nonetheless, I do feel like we are seeing STMN really working well as an overall unit. And that's kind of where things are lacking on the side of Revenant in this next set.
Понятно,
Their
ладно.
comms flowing because their world finals
Ну все равно ты ТК добьешь.
could be ending
But-
here.
And Mr. P got picked up there by Revenant. We've seen it be effective in some cases, but those spawners not great.
ТК
against
там
Bell.
easy добить.
Just hit one of those porters, and then the spawner often gets hit very, very hard. Have that bounce
Добить
around on the enemy side of the
все.
map. We digress. We're back to Brawl Ball here once more. Seen quite a few looks on this map. Heavy stun compositions, of course. The Sandy will be hotly contested through this draft. And this is the last chance for Revenant to show the world what they can do.
Стабильно забирайте, я уже добил. Ты знаешь?
Pressure mounting with them.
Видно,
No doubt
забирает.
about it, they need to get this set, and that could well be all they need.
Мне
just
тоже
to
один
get
вопрос
this
надо
season
ответить. И
show
стрелял.
and prove to us and to the world that they can take NA all the way. But
Один
a lot
вопрос
is
надо.
riding on this.
Типа я один был
Sometimes
проспал.
that pressure, that
Нема
pressure
вопроса.
can get the Revenant
Серьезно.
looking for a rebound. It is there
Издеваетесь,
on the
что
side
ли?
of
Хочется,
Revenant.
чтобы
Cordelis, though, still
уже
eventually
стабильно
win back.
доиграл и уже
And
такие
kind of
типа.
like triple thrower for STMN. They want to eradicate the
Стабильно пикают спайка. Было плохо.
a good tank counter, of course, and the hypercharge devastating. But that Sandy ban, I've got to say, it's really quite an underrated one. We've seen Sandy have such a high win rate. So that, combined with the loot and then the charge,
Це він із защитник.
it's a good starting hand for Revenant.
Maisie is
Вопрос
gonna
да.
go.
А, да не знаю, все, нема вопроса.
Really
Ужас.
try and bring
Реально.
it. In that previous series, we saw a very tanky comp from
Тут,
Totem.
конечно, не видно. А у нее осталось 28 очків.
Available. They brought her in with Grow Light as well.
Типа из-за оверлея не видно, скільки у нее осталось. Там 28 очків осталось.
Love that from you, Ruba. I mean, it's
Блин,
a brother
короче,
I've warmed to a great deal. I was very much on the fence regarding her, but it's just got.
Нема. А, Мейсі піклує, боже.
And really wanting to max.
Яка
It
поперса ще.
really wasn't really on anyone's minds coming into the World Finals, whereas now, you know, reply to bringing it in,
Боже,
Raccoon, of
боже,
course,
боже.
bringing it in. I kind of wonder whether we might see it come in for us.
Just another case of the West taking trends from East Asia. Whether it's culture, fashion, or drafting in Brawl Stars, we tend to follow their lead.
Кстати, бал, Машулі X2 шанс, типа, спати скид. Бо якщо на неї випаде, вона золота, якщо на Вандера випаде, то теж. Скажи, халява.
STMN might consider a way to get around this, but it's not as if it's as easy as dealing with Tara's, you know, help from beyond. Like you can't just get an AoE brawler and be happy with that. Cordelius, though, I love it. It's been so powerful and stewed around things out. Okay, hyper mobile, hyper aggressive, with the spike really being that point of consistency. The rocks here in a side.
Ще, кстати, вот Лоркін, типа, є.
Що? I mean, normally you see the speed zone with Stu.
Може ще на Лоркіна якось упаде і все, халява.
Ultimately, if they do see the Gale, they could then change that gadget going in. Buster, ooh, that's.
І що, її нічого не намікають, ні на яку тут все хорошо.
Again, the Cordelis is going to have a relatively decent matchup into it and forcing it into the realm, but you know you can do the same with Nita as well. The Cordelis for me is probably my favorite pick.
Ні, ти що? З Лоркіном що?
I like the Buster because once again that gadget.
Понимаешь, что подать?
Slow-mo replay very important to stop mobile brawlers in
Yeah.
their tracks, or at least sort of divert them. We've seen it against tank compositions, right? You know, against Daryl's, for example, just tug him out of the way, make sure he can't get to your squishy brawlers. And also,
Да,
against Stu,
кончик,
right?
конечно.
Take him on in, stun him up for just a moment long
Тут
enough.
і Алекс хоче подарити, походу, реально, да, Алекс?
Get rid of him. But Stu The room for individual skill expression is
Да, ти хочеш подарити Башулі.
that's what I'm looking for from Bobby. He's delivered so far this weekend.
Да, бачиш? Всі тут хочуть Башулі.
It's a very early goal. 14 seconds on the clock. STMN went a bit over-aggressive there. They dropped the ball.
Probably didn't have the DPS. I think he's able to finally get Sergeant, but the ball had already been sent off there. Zar, a non-factor in that last push. Here's Trishant into the shadow room now for Sands, who just wants to make sure he won't be snapping that ball up anytime soon.
Так, вже почав катки, і поки що, типу, вже, типу, тільки почав, вже у Шара є, типу, цей гіпер. Спайк. От я бачу, типу, Долькін, Алекс, Башуля і Вандер, типу, участвувати в битві. Чи точно? Вже. Ну, і, коротше, хтось із вас залутає. Вопроса нема, да. Задоджили вопрос.
Pushed firmly into the corner there by Response. Sergeant coming forward has the hypercharge, but looking now for the super as well. And Sands trying to get the upper hand and does so in a really nice manner. Trishant, though, going to be able to get a bear maybe off the back of this. One shot away from it. Response is the last man standing, but that ball there just corner Response and Revenant just all playing defense.
Давайте стабільчики забирайте, пожалуйста, песеньку, туда-сюда їх, і все. Туда-сюда і ви мільйонери добре.
Super thrown out under hypercharge there by Zar. Response just really just walking inside that. Patrick can't get out. We're going to cycle supers now. It's a ball.
Сюда. На базу. Молодці, молодці. Це вже духи треба продовжати. І все, не халява.
STMN all tied up. Bobic using that gassy hill to keep himself in the mix, but Sergeant coming in with the hypercharge. Sands forcing him into the realm.
Розбивають. Йове. А, подожди. Стоп. В смислі другий гол? В смислі ти? Що? Подожди, я провтикав, я думав, щас 1-0 виіграють ці. Коли вони встигли забити, що це? В смислі, алло, то ж 1-1 должно бути було. Ти що? В смислі? Да, я провтикав. От 0-0, після тепер живо. В самому началі, подожди, що? Що це? Подожди. Реально, що це таке? Що це таке? Я навіть не замітив його до цього гола. Я навіть не дивився. Я думаю, нормально, там стабільне слово, 1-0, типа, зараз виіграють, я такий цей, сюди-сюди. Тут забивають і бачу, все закінчиться. А типа я вже в началі катки забили. Боже, стабільний нож.
STMN are on the borrowed time here now. They're coming from the left-hand side, and the chaos in the mid. Sergeant there with huge explosions, and that is another goal. And most importantly, the set for Revenant.
Maisie is too good. You have to have a player who can leave her open in picks and bans. You need a way to mitigate her flexibility. She is so good. Getting in people's faces and also with that mid to long range damage. They need to look good as well. Here's the problem when you've got these single shot brawlers, Stu, Spike. That bear with faux fur is a big problem. It eats up so much of their ammo reserve and it forces them to give so much ground up. Nicely done here for Revenant. They win that one in the drafts.
Yeah, not great from STMN. Didn't really look like they got they were always playing catch up and those early
Що реплей, що реплей показує? Давайте вже грати далі.
the entire time. I mean, there was very little in those games, in those moments that STMN were drawing or
Ще провтикав.
all about Revenant from the earliest of seconds.
I do like that hypercharge spike.
Спасибо, но ви ці дві воєнки, вони не надо вообще мені. Прикольно, до наші дві воєнки. Алло. Ладно. Бобік здох. Шар, конечно. Ще у Шара.
Amount of DPS here, but again, it's against I need to be half the time.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced that STMN would have been
Та
looking
ні,
back at that draft and feeling good about it. I think they made a couple of
пожалуйста,
errors along the
старайся.
way. I
Я
mean,
хочу ще
certain
одну
moves
катку
escaping through
2-2,
the mix. When that
уход
Sandy
і
Bang is
випад.
there, the
Ну, типа,
Buster is kind of like
єдине так.
the fullback brawler to have in terms of the gadget and those goal scoring opportunities. But the Nita, we've seen it time and time again. It's very, very
Я
tough to
такого не
deal with.
хочу,
It just
чесно.
didn't feel like the draft that STMN were looking for.
I suppose the real story here, Ark, is that Revenant are on
Я
the
такого
board.
не хочу
Triple
вообще.
here. They win that
О,
set,
є
they
враг.
stave off that match point,
Враг.
potential sweep from STMN Esports, and now we can head over to Gem Grab, a well-traveled map over the course of this weekend. Those bushes will dictate how this pick and ban plays out.
I was going to say I'm looking for the Charlie band, but at this point that's a given. I want to see Lou bands. I also want to see their, ideally even a Jackie band here for me, which was one of the best brawlers now.
Надо Бобика виграти.
Really closed the game. The
Ладно,
Hyper
все.
absolutely devastating with her and
Ты типа
visual
Бобик?
speed buff alongside the the gadget as well. It's just
Бобик
really,
соло,
really
да.
tough to deal with. A great map for Rosa, for Cordelius. I mean, the list really does go on and
Заебись,
on. Yeah, absolutely. So great bands on both sides.
Ясно.
The Squeak, the Maisie as well for STMN. For Revenant,
Что ты
the
Бобика
Grey
ждёшь?
as well as the Rosa. Really solid bands from both sides. And Sands looks like he's feeling good about this. I think they really wants to have that Sandy first pick.
I'm okay with it here. I think it's been very important.
Сразу же Сэдди. Та Бобик сейчас захерит. Вандера на сцену. Хэштег Вандера на сцену. Только
Both teams get rid of Grey. We've seen that all
Видишь, Вандера на сцену.
very frightening. STMN, because they don't want to first
Вандер тут вообще соло би всіх щас. Всіх би перепікав, переіграв би, типу, він би один в три би соло би. Я би закрив РМТ вселяною. От бачиш, що ти буду закривати? Пікає Мортіса і все. Чи дотури? Пішов Мортіс. Дайте мені тренера, я би такі давав би їм. Що ти давав? Що ти вже давав? Що давав? Піки давав би їм? Твої родіві. Я тренер по Brawl Stars. Ну видно, конечно, піке. Давайте вопросы. Я тренер по Brawl Stars, давайте вопросы. Тренер по Brawl Stars, рисовался.
I mean, I said STMN were looking happy about something. I mean, if it's not banned, you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to get picked.
Ну или Кулет.
Now STMN got to be feeling good about
Просто пошел, ну или Кулет.
was the thorn in their side in Brawl Ball. So that does still leave me with some reservations, but I would love to see a Tara to come in. Otis though, again, just to have that tank counter that kind of
Первый вопрос. Серьезно, это нормально? Только гений.
We are looking at very powerful brawlers, especially individually, right? In terms of how they combine, I wouldn't necessarily say there's a super cohesive strategy or like a protocol they're all trying to fit in, but all on their own they can stand on their own.
Але цей вопрос по факту не считается, потому что він не зв'язаний з...
Very viable gem carriers here. Sergeant Class, it's a classic. It's going to be the gene picked up here. Seen that a couple of times. Of course, it can really turn the tides, but it's definitely
Зв'язано, що не знаю, кітро.
so crucial though, getting vision of
Так, це вже пішли, це вже пішли вопроси не по Brawl Stars. Це вже пішли вопроси не по Brawl Stars. Тренер не може відповідати на таке. Це ну. Так, я сподіваюся, будеш більшість не по 200, так. Стоп, бандер. Це все, хватить, все, лоскаточка. Бобик, хай сховається.
I think you're going to see Zar play very aggressively here. Gene is a safe bid, but not a powerful one. And if Zar can close the gap here, especially if he can find a mute, Gene will never win.
Норкін, ну ти, конечно, цей.
Sergeant, yeah, playing very cannily behind those.
Так нельзя робити, Норк.
Response to setting up an oil
Знаєш?
trail on the left.
Yeah, trying to earn a super back over time and then just add more oil to the mix, just keep
Ну.
everything fully exposed. And when that happens, there's going to be little that STMN can do to hide here.
Давайте стамінчики, пожалуйста. Хоча, не знаю, пік в РМТ получше, мені кажуть.
But the ball comes in as quickly as that, eradicates it.
Yeah, Sergeant Clash nicely done there. Again, the pull not really being able to be used on Bobby to secure those gems, but it really quiets STMN down on that left-hand side. Sergeant's opts out.
Андрій, як так можна? Я не знаю. Ти не допустив. Я думав, ти сказав. Ти, ну, так от. Я Реально, я бы тоже, типа, ничего бы не говорил, типа, сказал бы, ножки справилась, типа, ну, типа, ну, ладно. Ты шутер, если шо, короче. Да, Норкин. Норкин, это шутка. Кстати, ты ще да, вот, бывая функции. Это лучше. Шутик, да. РТ пик лучше получилось. Сейчас, походу, до 2 будет, типа, я бы заберуть. Да, ребят, 2. Боже, я так стримить и буду аж до цього, я не знаю. Третя катка і сейчас буде. За хп, реально. Да боже, беру флейт браться. Все нормально. Ладно. Цей. А вот типа. Бобик сам пойдет. Да нет, это просто пик лучше. Я же не все кончили. Просто типа Джелі, оцей які бачили, вони слово, щоб шарпили. Тяжко, реально. Так. Нормально. Били, хорошо. Ти лише біту тяйки. Would be ill-advised to pick those gems up. He'll leave them in his home territory and let Sergeant recoup. I love this from STMN. They're just trying to make the environment so chaotic and it's just all over the place. Bobby getting clear the left-hand side, but Sands wants the gem carrier. Starts the Sergeant and the gem is dropped, but not going to outstay his welcome. Yeah, and in the meantime, 4 gems spawn in the mid. This is enough for. Ладно, все, норки, это такое знаешь? Бобик молодец. Бобик молодец. Бобик молодец. Бобика слепи, типа, цепи снял и він все, він все, соло. Нормально, ну, конечно, 1-1, нам надо просто одну карточку набрати і все, стабіль 3-1 буде, виграти. Не, подожди, да, полуфінал. Стабіль виходить полуфінал. Найс, реально. Давай стамички, пожалуйста. Не надо 2-2. Что 2-2, это природные гралось. Вот ее. Я хочу, чтобы спокойно спины забрали. Пошли в полуфинал.
Again from response, and that was what was so vital in that first game for them. Jashan low here, fast spots from Saab, beautifully done, just to get that inner connection, and now the 3 versus 2 gems in the mid going the way. This comp allows for individual skill expression from STMN esports.
Тяжко, конечно, вообще это бастер. У бастера тяжко вообще. Бобі вбивають. Девочки лузаються. Так я собі, конечно, сейчас вообще ситуации. Ты сейчас ловить, боже, ще й ловить огонь, тягом Джейла. Джейла стопують, подожди, Джейла перну. Зато, типа, ты пастер. Видишь, сейчас. Пастер, ну, просто. Кстати, Джейл тягу сейчас просал, все, и гипер. Бобби. Бобби, забери! Молодец! УКП Джин! Хорош! Девчики у нас! Дай! Боже, это вообще... Ну там Бобик вообще просто соло. Бобик просто соло. Джина тяга, подожди. Сейчас надо Джина посмотреть. Все. Сенс забрали. Стабиль забрали, все. Боже, що вони творять? Що творить Бобік? Якийсь неадекватний. Бобік реально сипів. Ти чого стягли сипів? На базу, все. Ну гіперзаряд є. Все. Типа, боже.
I'm so
Комика. Да,
impressed with Revenant.
3-3.
I
Я
have
тоже
to
так
come
само.
out and say it. It's such a
Комика
tough
победили.
beat to get even
Да-да-да.
set against North America. And to come
Право
into
же
the
говядина
picture
залетела,
very
типа,
much now
все, и
on the map
сразу же,
in
сразу.
Brawl Esports. Despite it not being the result they were hoping for, they can be so proud
Ну
of what
ладно.
they've achieved this year. And I cannot
Я
wait
ж
to see
получив
more
гіперзаряд, да, ви
Semifinal
ж
victories
ждали,
until next
є
year.
ви ж не
And we've got
дали.
a Group A, which we may as well dub the Group
Ви сейчас
of
би
Death
вопросик.
because, yeah, well, you know, that's how it turned out with the amount of close
О,
matches that occurred.
MVP,
Revenant had to find
MVP
tooth and
Бобі.
claw to
100%
get to this
Стоп.
semi-final, only to have to face STMN, who look like one of
100
the
разбор.
most polished teams in the world right now. It's a tough ask, and they almost got there.
Все, в мене є
Kept that
гіпер.
one awfully
Да?
close. They know they can rely on that buster
Да,
pick
3К
on many
гіпер.
occasions here. And no matter how powerful these individual brawlers that STMN drafted were, the buster can shut them all down with that montage. Trishan was trying to
Да,
find
є
a
гіперчейндж.
do I
Все.
play aggressive on that right side, or do I try and play back a little bit and be more supportive?
Сейчас я поки чат не зможу читати, пасом зайду в ігру. Короче.
I mean,
Сейчас
this
зайду в
just
ігру.
wasn't set that could have gone either way for me.
Дивимося,
I mean, that
короче, що
second
буде.
game where STMN just knew they had to make some form of change was when things started to get much
А,
more
подождіть, мені не
interesting.
можуть
Prior to
читати.
that, for me, it was as good as Schultz onto the fifth.
Секунду.
There was that beautiful double stun from Bobby, and honestly, that was somewhat of a saving grace considering where things
Да,
were
3К,
leading.
3К, треба
Pressure,
сейчас
they just
розрядів добрати.
maintained against Revenant. I mean, this moment here, look at this from Zar. He did so well to be the man to stay in the moment.
Man, just dirty, absolutely filthy. And that's what I mean about individual skill expression. That's why you pick this comp. That can be feast or famine, I guess. You know, if you're not connecting a lot of those shots. But now this team are going to go further than before. I can feel it. Than ever before. STMN. Oh my God, son. My goodness, 496 DPS. That is... It's messed up, man. It's actually messed up.
Yeah, and a full team effort. Everyone on the same scoreline in terms of the takedowns. But you know, Sergeant Clash on 5 had a really good game there as well for me. I mean, the Gene pick did have a lot of moments. The Amber was really smart. I think in terms of a draft, I mean, it was really smart. They had
Що зі мною про другий ставлю рандом?
it was
Що?
just that persistence from STMN that prevailed in the end.
So, one
Хорошо, буду
North
ставити
American
рандом.
roster has managed to advance to the semi-finals. There is another waiting in the rings, the legendary Tribe Gaming. But in order to make it there, they have to overcome a rival as old as the BSC. That's right. Once again, we are running it back. Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming. A rivalry that's really bubbled, fomented over the years here, of course. In the past, Tribe have managed to get the edge, but SK Gaming are a different team. They've got a different look, and I think they might just be a different beast this year.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but the organization
А, да,
over the
точняк.
year really have
Да, тут
always
вейпы,
been
короче.
prevalent, haven't they? I mean, you know, on social media, on the
Типа, сейчас, секунду. Типа, я забув, що надо, типа, ну, мене викине. Так. Зайду фастом на другий ак. Просто любий, типа. Так. Сейчас фастиком.
Either get a Tribe STMN, a regional clash, or SK
Так,
against
всё.
STMN. Unbelievable. And on the other side,
Ну, понятно, стамины в ноль просто. Вообще. Даже не почувствовал.
Zeta division, who now want to prove that they made the right decision, dropping those two East
Tribe
Asian
is a
teams and
great-
picking up Chasmat Gaming EU
See where you-
up against Chitampo, Tensai, Moya in the other semi-final. There's no place you want to be right now. You want to see the very best in
Это было понятно.
Don't leave your seat. We'll be back after a short break.
It was difficult. Brock. Ringa?
It's horrible.
Worst drawing ever?
Worst.
And I'm trying. It's sober.
Ждем, коротше, ждем, поки почнеться катка. Там щось, типа, ну, кінти щось показують.
Maybe.
Нам всі пофіг.
It's not too difficult to do better than.
no?
Yeah, and your Gale. At least we. No.
Yeah, we guess.
Well, I mean, that.
And you know who this
That does not look like Edgar.
scarf, like, I guess Zar, but
Pretty good art, bro.
he's got good art. I think my memory's better. Do you even,
You do
even
it,
have 4
Brawler too.
rockets? Oh, you do have 4 rockets.
The winner is Yoshi.
Maybe.
The winner is Yoshi.
Zar.
Give you one at heart. Give it his best.
Did my best.
Next up at the Brawl Stars World Finals, we have a matchup that really we love to see. This is
Ждем начала.
love to hate on each other.
Сейчас СК,
love to play
може СК виграє вообще.
and a matchup that we just want to cheer on and see.
Я ставив на
So,
трабі, в трабі,
without
конечно,
further
дуже
ado,
виграти.
Please welcome your first team in this final quarter-final. It's Tribe Gaming! Tribe Gaming looked incredibly confident, crushing their Group B competition, but they do not have a world title to their name. Can they
Трайбіки
maintain
виходять.
this momentum into the semi-finals and potentially the grand final as well? And their opponents. SK Gaming! We last saw SK Gaming rounding up the group stage with an emotional victory over Foot Esports. Now this close rival is behind them. Can they beat yet another?
Ну тут на трайб поставив 80%, кстати.
I'm seeing front rows of fans of both of these teams. So
На
before
трайбі
we get
скачуть
into
не
the
можеш.
game,
Ну да, понятно.
SK, let me hear you. I think we can definitely be louder than that. Tribe, let me hear you. Okay. Jönköping, let me hear you. 1, 2, 3. We can definitely be louder than that, but that's okay. Because this quarterfinal is going to be so intense and everyone is going to be on their feet in mere moments. So let's head over to Kenny and ready for all the action.
It's time for our 4th quarterfinal of the day. Wow, listen to the energy of that crowd. This is going to be an absolute banger of a 4th quarterfinal.
We couldn't be more blessed with storylines this year. We get another iteration and chapter of Tribe Gaming and SK. It's been a little quiet. Obviously, social media, they stay chattering at each other. But in terms of matches played this year, this is a first for them.
And not even matches played just this year, but going back in history, this is such a historical matchup, especially going back to 2021. If you want to call it a grudge match org-wise, then go for it. But this is still going to be such a furious showdown.
Especially in 2021 as well. I mean, SK Gaming as an organization at the time were heavily regarded as a contender for the World Championship and the #1 seed from North America. Tribe Gaming, a lot of familiar faces up on that stage right now, rose to the occasion, defeated those guys in 2022, did it all over again.
Well, let's talk about the recent performance too.
А мені до сих пор, кстати, гіперзаряд не прийшов. Що це? Як це називається? Задержка фул, типу, не приходить.
Not so confident, but however they were facing crazy Raccoon. So it is
Field
very
goal,
difficult
перша
to
карта,
there.
Brawl
And it
Ball,
all
короче.
started on field goal between these two teams.
Скаплять в трайбі, я не знаю.
The caster booth mostly picked Tribe Gaming. I think this is a little disrespectful.
Я ще б'ю до 8 часов. Ні, Вандер, що ти пишеш? Ні, не надо мені. Не надо мені, пожалуйста, гіпер 8 часов. Привет, здорово. Типа, не надо, пожалуйста.
Of the caster hive mind, I absolutely can't disagree, but there are lots of arguments to be made for the strength of SK. And we'll be seeing those reveal themselves as
Мені не надо 8 часов, щоб мені гіпер шов.
first set. Going ahead and getting into this draft, first pick already
going over to the way of SK.
Падає
And the
дефолтик
typical bans
всегда.
appearing on the
Я
side of Tribe
падаю
Gaming.
тільки.
Macy,
Тільки
time
забадую
for
діло,
Rosetta.
зачем
Amount of
діло
times
падає.
played this weekend coming into the day.
Я тут не
Of course,
розкриваю
Rosetta
стінки,
receiving a ban as well. I think
правильно.
in ball especially, she has been
Діло було
nothing but dominant. Win rate high. Sandy, a powerful brawler. Clearly,
Все
with
равно,
SK Gaming,
я же
since
так
they have
сказал,
the first pick, they can get more unique with it. They triple ban throwers and pick the guy who loves to
не
not
давай
skills.
бан. Типа,
Without a doubt,
3 метаки на забадывают.
it's going to be difficult to deal with Spike without any kind of thrower. There are still options. I don't expect them really to return here, but Tribe Gaming, the value of that
Вообще
last pick
метаки
is
не забадывали
diminished,
фул
especially with an
полностью.
initial
Вообще
tank
закрыл.
counter pick and all those thrower bans.
Mike with a hypercharge as well. A very powerful foe. So Tribe Gaming have some serious decision making. SK Gaming have already selected a lane option for themselves, and now Tribe.
О, дві. Тіпів за трайб дуже багато, всі там трайб.
We were wrong to doubt this one in the days prior, even though it is a
За
fairly
трайб.
early pick
Не
of
знаю,
Rosa. She
любима
has that hypercharge, but she's
команда
still a very
ставні в
strong
трайб.
brawler in her
Даже,
own. And
даже
in
оцих,
matchups,
ну, розробники, вони ці по 6 трайб,
down,
не знаю,
even if you are
жаль жорстко дуже.
I'm curious if they try and grab something that actually counters tanks as a way to kind of
Відкрили,
prevent SK Gaming
типа,
from
ну,
grabbing a way to take
ракету
down
жорстку і
Rosa on
подарили,
their
типа,
own.
запитав.
Rosa is very powerful right now. Top 3 in ban rate. This is going to be a stew selection, though, so a little versatility. I'm curious to see how they play this as well in terms of lane matchups, because historically, Spike actually does a really good job into stew with the life plant.
Precisely what I was thinking, especially if you're running that gear to get a 4th gadget, it can be immensely useful, but there are a lot of good gear options for Spike, so that'll be a big consideration.
Жорстка якась тактика, забанили всі метателі, а Розу не забанили, тепер Розу.
With those thrower bans still looming
Сейчас
for
эти
SK
розы
Gaming, have to be considering B now.
В принципе,
So maybe
я
going for some wall break. Colonel Revs could be making an appearance to help deal with the stew. Cordelius is their selection.
I think they are
Неплохо.
really isolating Rosa here.
Неплохо.
All 3 of these brawlers actually do a phenomenal job. Obviously, Rosa with a shield, even somebody like Spike, can have a hard time dealing with that, but Cordelius obviously going to be a way to deal with this too. Dragging somebody in the Shadow Realm that especially has to be up close in your face and throwing punches. IKS, assuming he plays this brawler, can kind of just keep the distance and really select those matchups very carefully with the super.
You get great 1v1 matchups. You are also able to use that jump to get over some of the walls. Squeak, final selection. This is lockdown control. I have to wonder how much this is going to control the pace of the game for Tribe Gaming. They really want to play this control, it looks like.
This is a specialty brawler for them too, as Livy is something special.
Не знаю, конечно,
In
сейчас.
terms of matchups as well, it
Tribe
does really well
пикнули.
with that life plant. So a little pushing around here in our draft phase, and the
Там и
crowd
там тренер.
already getting amped up.
ВСК легендарный
In
тренер.
set number 1, a furious showdown for the ages.
Вы даже в Буйле игрался.
Once more replayed, incoming as the final selections of gadgets and gears are made for this draft. Let's get it started. It's set number 1.
As Livy already dropping a gadget on the left-hand end. Yashi, of course, playing the B, going to be in mid here as Rosa is having a tall task of dealing with.
Не знаю, я за СК, я, конечно, ставлю на трайбе, но я за СК.
Blow there from Yashi, and already a rattled hive going out as well. It's SK on the defensive.
Типа, ну,
Tyrant makes a big push in. He has that super. Trying to get this around the left side is Livy continuing to deal damage versus Ope. There's the kill.
две трайбы. Бывают.
Can't make it in time. And already 1 goal for Tribe Gaming.
Ну, не в ноль.
From Tribe Gaming, a little bit of mistake there, I think, on the defensive front from SK Gaming. They had to space the floor a little more. No goalkeeper in sight.
Сейчас пару дней, 5 секунд иду на минуту. Ну, раньше даже. Пару секунд. Сейчас я фаст.
They're going to be rotating OPE in there, and Zulon is getting dragged to the Shadow Realm.
Tyrant still trying to hold this mid matchup. Early takedown of IKAOS on the right lane. Livy's not quite healthy enough to push forward, but Zulon certainly is. Around the left side, completely slowed down a kill, and Zulon looks to convert. Here comes the hypercharge super down from IKAOS. Conversion onto his Livy, and another one onto Ope. Zulon continues the push forward. He has the hypercharge and the super combo. This has got to be it. The walk in, the pass forward, and the back off the wall. Tribe Gaming close out game number 1.
Tribe Gaming firing on all cylinders there in game number 1. There was never really a situation where SK Gaming had a chance to touch the ball. Tribe Gaming held strong to their mechanics, used their composition well, and just kept on dealing with SK.
The health of Rosa was really the biggest thing that SK Gaming had trouble dealing with. The curious thing is, how are they going to deal with that? Zulon once more rotates over to the right side.
Я вернулся, все. А уже забрал эти трайбы. Нормально. Я пейсник отошел на 20 секунд от трайбы, все. Я. В принципе. Трайбы сидит. Вот реально будет интересно, будет эти трайбы. Все будет интересно.
Great duel there in the mid is now
Шестяка включается. Видео. Ой, Zeta. Куда рулетку? Глупый финал. Завечу, наверное. Да я рулетка, наверное, будет уже в самом конце. Скорее всего, в самом конце. Может, уже, ну, все доследили уже на степи. Да. Это не я кидал. Кидал Алекс. Типа я не кидал, это Алекс кидал. Він сам себе погубив. Я нічого не кидав, не собирався. Алекс.
SK Gaming continued their push forward. They could really use a hypercharge here, especially a super. IKEOS, he's all out of gadgets, but he does have the hypercharge and the
Типа, если хочешь, то можете кидать, типа, мені. Я можу зіграти. Если вам надо, если вы хотите кинуть. Я тебе сейчас не показываю.
Now Yashi is forced to deal with this. A pinch coming in as well. It's a double. They're going to have only Zulon remaining at the moment. A big tag. They're going to take him down to the Shadow Realm as well. Tyrant forced to play defense now. Not the easiest task for a close quarters stew. Rosa finally able to get some shots. A hypercharge moment as well. Shots flying.
Роза вообще бичи. Сейчас СК получше от игры сейчас. Йоши. Не, лично типа не вживай. Ну типа ты ще сиділи фут между ними. А ти ж просто знайшли оці вчора. Ну да, да. He's on low health as Livy continues to push forward. Has a super in hand. Opts not to go for anything too aggressive and waits for some time for Tribe Gaming, the remaining roster, to return to mid. As Livy now dropping the super as well, makes a connection there. All three members grouped together right now, but SK holding strong in this moment. Я сейчас если Йоши попадает тички. Так, я попав по Тайру. Тайру то вбивати треба. Ну, сейчас СК забьют. Да. СК лучше просто. Лучше. СК хорош. Вот сейчас никто в чат не пишет. Пусть это пишите в чат, типа, если вы сейчас... Побачите. Сейчас. И вы бачите. Подівати, типа, чи видасти. Вандер, Алекс. Я понимаю. Боже, правильно забывает. Да тут вообще поднакатка. Шо найс? Нам надо, чтобы СК выиграл. Ой-ой, ке найс. Пикап умеет. Да, только... Вот и все. СК лучший. 1-1 и тут 1-1 сейчас. Давай, вот и драйв надо. Не надо драйв. Надо СК. Гей. Треба, чтобы СК выходил. Давай, СК! СК! Ставка, да, ставка на драйв, ну что я сказать, по факту, по факту. Боже, молодцы просто. Киш вони вообще. Киш вони короче. Киш вони молодцы, просто лучше.
Looking at these two head-to-head in practices leading up to this event, SK Gaming was one of the teams that actually gave Tribe Gaming more trouble. Scrims are not everything, practices are not everything, but that on top of the emotions that these two teams have to moments, I don't think people can sleep on SK Gaming, and clearly not, because they just took the first set. Without a doubt, I mean, what did he burst that seemed to be a little bit latent
Tribe
Але
Gaming
що,
need to somehow claw their way back into the driver's seat in this match.
що ти в розіграші участвуєш?
Gaming, they started off a little bit slow, especially with
А ще Гудбай буде участвувати.
right off the beginning of the pitch from Tribe Gaming. The attempted defenses from SK, even this walk through from Zulon, it looks so.
Я думаю, на одного типа там нічого не порішає. Вдруг він виграє, то тоді нічого нікому давати не буде.
I'm curious to see how Tribe Gaming responds to this. They played two really strong teams this weekend, also in the EMEA region. They faced off against Navi and Reply Totem and got pretty convincing wins. This is
Да,
the
через
first
скин
sign of
продайся, мені
adversity in the World Finals that they've had to take.
Він не буде продавати скін, без скини вообще не продає.
So far, even within a very difficult group. And SK Gaming are going to be the ones to hand it to them. To some, seeming like an unlikely opponent, but very much a real
Він не
possibility.
продає скини.
Tribe Gaming going down here, of course, it is just set number one, but look at these stats. What a dominant way to start things off.
Ти вижиш, і сигнал валью не делають.
Glare towards the other end, gassing himself up, and along with it, numbers to show for it.
Мені заходить копілку грати.
When you're performing like the best out there, ready?
Тільки
SK Gaming, I
знаєш
mean, they've been
копілку.
the subject of psychological warfare.
Заходь, там каже,
Time to
бачиш, що
inflict it upon their own opponents for
Айкаус показав, що він
themselves in the driver's seat of this
Ні,
kind of tactic.
реально, Айкаус
The
то
mental game as well. I mean,
9 кілів і
as we talked about
4
yesterday, SK Gaming have been going through it, man. The last time they made a LAN appearance, it was certainly not their day. A 3-0
Да,
defeat to somebody like
конечно.
Foot.
Теперь закрываете склад,
Off the
выходит в
heels
финал.
of a major win over a rival, and now play an historic one as well. It has to be the biggest confidence boost they
Ой,
can
делает
see.
подарок.
SK Gaming looking to prove themselves here once again on Safe Zone.
The safe zone, a brand new map for both of these
Вандер,
teams.
да ты тоже
They haven't played
получается
here
благо
in the
идёт.
World Finals on the big stage just yet. So some new things to emerge.
Ну, если
Possibly
такие
for
баллы
each of
деньги,
these
типа, вообще.
teams. We'll just have to wait with bated breath and check out those bands as they roll in.
Love the artwork here. and the
Да
map
всё,
design
тихо.
of our map as well.
Успокоилась.
Packed house here, waiting anxiously to see this band stage as well. SK dialed in. Tribe Gaming.
Сейф. Ну давайте СК докажіть, що ви тут не лохи.
Of course, if you see Charlie in the band stage,
Давайте,
you'll have
закривайте
Tribe
це.
Gaming with the first decision here.
This is one of those situations where it didn't really seem like SK Gaming
Парни,
had a choice in terms of
типа,
what brawlers they
донат
could
на
take.
шавуху, типа,
So there's
без
a
їх.
possibility of a huge
Що у нас там
advantage
осталось?
for
Нам
Tribe
осталось
Gaming here.
всього-навсього 85 гривень і без шавуху. Ні, то вже 75, да. 75 і шавуху.
Huge resurgence in value. There are of course ways to deal with it, but Tribe Gaming have already thought ahead.
Дві шавухи, типа, 75 гривень осталось. Ще, ну,
Bell, another viable option for dealing with 8-bit.
А донатик
Maybe a
закинь.
lot better, still quite good. Now, not even a consideration. But SK Gaming have to get creative in how they plan to deal with this brawler, its high HP, and its turret.
Типа, сьогодні якийсь тільки один тип закинув 10 гривень.
One of the most well-known and popular brawlers in
Молодец.
Brawl Stars. It's none other than Colt. He hasn't made really any appearances all year long. Highest
Так,
maybe
що тут?
his one trick that he's
Йо-моє,
done this
культа
year.
Йоши
Oh,
пікнув.
the hypercharge?
Що-то
Or
опасне
value
щас буде.
added for sure. This is really going to be the first demonstration on the big weekend for Colt to really showcase why he can be valuable.
Cole is also going to get a lot of value here because he does
Що
have so
опасне.
that's the free wall break onto that obstacle. that-
Кольт, Наді, ну це фула попадання, типа, зараз будуть
Is
грати.
now the selection from Tribe Gaming. That'll enable them not only to push up to mid
А
more
їм.
easily in the beginning, you're able to float over that water as a passive ability, but also to maintain lane control. And occasionally we do see Tyrant on this brawler. He's a terrifying lane matchup. So if there's anyone to be the last one alive at mid, holding the line, it's got to be him.
He is a mechanical demon, to say the least. I love having the spawners into somebody that's a sharpshooter like Nani as well. Seems this is something that maybe they were looking for in terms of matchups here. No Chuck available or Colette as well. So there's going to have to go other ways for DPS. And Jesse is certainly a good candidate. And by the way, a hyper...
Ого, йо-моє,
But by the
Трайб,
way, it's
конечно,
like
пік.
16 shots to get your hypercharge. So it does take a while to get that hypercharge, but you work hard for it and you get rewarded handsomely as long as you use it intelligently. Jesse is not going to be here to counter out tanks unless that was a consideration from SK Gaming. You can never really sleep on it too hard, but really she's going to find a lot of her value from getting that hypercharge onto the safe. We've seen something similar with using recoil spring, that gadget to get additional unload speed, and Squeak is the final selection from SK Gaming. I actually think this one makes a lot of sense because you counter out really any turret brawler,
Squeak.
so that encompasses both Jesse and...
Що-то, кстати, якийсь пік у них странний,
Great
конечно.
point there, and on top of that as well, when you see
Пік
Eve
сюди.
on the fourth
Ой,
pick
правильно.
and on the fifth, they pick up Jesse. This is a combination that they probably want here, as Jesse can take on the spawners and the turrets really well. It also does high DPS. You don't want to hand that off to SK, so it makes a lot of sense here to go that direction.
Players loading in, selecting their gadgets and gears and everything.
Не вопроси,
Before
нема
loading
вопросів,
this
все.
match. Who gets the win on the
Кінчилось.
first pitch? The initial control will be immense. If 8-Bit can set up at mid, that's very important. But more importantly for 8-Bit, if he can get just one push on the enemy safe, it will be drastic. And the consequences will be immense for SK Gaming. The same exact case goes for Tribe Gaming. If they allow Colt onto their safe just once.
Сейчас подивимося. Давайте СК роль. Я вірю в СК.
Dropping his gadget on the left-hand end, it's forcing his Livy away. One of his Livy's specialty brawlers is the one he's going to have to play. A little familiarity there is now Yashi.
Типа в Трабі сильно повірили.
And SK are the first to strike.
Сейчас, ну, СК докажуть. Старка не доскорився на лутон. Ну, да, пока що Траб, конечно, але урон, типа, вони... І щось урон прийде, типа, через 10 літик.
But SK respond at a great time, and now a Nani peep inbound as well. Zulon likely looking to take this. It's actually a teleport, though. Yashi with the elimination. Some free shots and a few piercing blows from Eve here, too. Scary moment, but successful defense for Tribe.
13% already knocked off of Tribe safe, and while they have seemed to have control for a good bit of this game, they have not managed to push in on that save. But ladies and gentlemen, they only really need one. If Zulon can get in on the safe with a boosted booster, his team at his side, that's all they really need. Here comes the peak. Do we see the teleport in? Already making its way behind the safe. A gadget yet to come. Lots of damage, and Tyrant is forced to defend.
Now we
Здорово, здорово.
what's going down here. Yashi creeping on the bottom left-hand side. Tribe forced to deal with a little bit of a pinch here. A back step, and they're going to get this elimination as well. Three blue brawlers now.
Пока що СК, конечно, чавлять ще.
Livy and Zulon are once more going for this pinch, but Ikeos is positioning himself a little bit precariously, ends up paying the price for it as well. And a little bit of chip damage there on Yoshi. As we head into the final 25 seconds of the match, Tribe Gaming have no response to SK Gaming's constant aggression. Ope in with the hypercharge and
Я на СК поставив. Я не знаю, я поставив на Трайбі, але покажу, що той СК лише. СК щось тут доказують. Це фейвол СК було, що 2-0 буде. Ну, типа, зараз 1-0 потім. СК лише.
One set victory already, another game in their back pocket as well, in such a dominant fashion. We have to see some more emergent counterplay here from Tribe Gaming. It just didn't seem like they had more in their back pocket than...
Розіграш буде в кінці, коротше. Трайбі розслабились, реально. Ні, це не Трайбі розслабились, це СК собрались.
Pedro pacing as well, coaching the boys up. They are one game away from a dominant lead against NA East's finest. Livy once again going to be kicking off the left-hand side. Tyrant traversing over the water here as Ope looks to break open this map. Once again, it's going to be all about who can pick up that first kill and have an opportunity.
Типа, що то СК лише, типа, собралися прям. Айкаус вон сейті, хто і сайт, типа.
Was dealing so much damage. A kill onto Zulon looks massive, and Yoshi.
Ну і що це? Неадекватно.
Down mid, nice kill there from Turn onto Ope, but it doesn't enable a push up just yet. He still has to recover some health. Some nice dodges will be key. Ikeos continues to push forward here, wants to position himself behind these obstacles as Livy is continuing to defend. Zulon gets a kill on the left side. It's looking good, but Yoshi is a next step in getting closer to the safe.
Three blue brawlers now in the middle of the map. SK forced to play some defense, some bounce shots going through for his Livy, and the tank already taken down.
Думаю, що Трайбі чуть почавили зараз. І прочі. Зараз, але задефали СК. Дивись. Типа, боже. Дві такі відладні. І все, і сразу.
Might be the sole brawler to advance on the enemy safe. As long as the defense is good on the back left, then Tribe Gaming can afford to extend this far. The Tyrant did make it all the way to the enemy safe. No, not yet. He does have a super though that can enable him.
КШСК. Числа забрати. Да, забрали. Забрали Єву. Сейчас от тільки хіл культа, сейчас від цього заряд. Збивається ульта і після заряду.
It's a narrow lead, but Tribe Gaming really need to find an opportunity
Як
to
волсей
get
тип,
up
то
on
вообще просто.
SK Gaming safe. They haven't really had that chance in these two games.
We're gonna have to force it through. Zulon was forced to use his
34 хп въелось.
damage. 30 seconds remain. A connection onto Zulon looks great from
Хорош.
He's fully slowed down. A kill there from Yoshi to match. And here comes the hypercharge from Ope. Targeting Tyrant in his sights. No kill just yet is Livy also avoiding the damage. The teleport.
Ти ще Йоші дасть урон.
15-second countdown active.
Ти Йоші задефали, боже.
Tyrant has to get some damage on the save. There's a takedown.
Тільки не задефали. Поїхали. Да, поіграли. Боже, так тупо. Так тупо, боже. Там просто, типу, ця Джесі задефала Йоші і все, і типу. Просто тепер. Перше коль плюс не попав. Та що сюди, що ти пишеш, Алі? ЗСК.
The biggest of their weekend so far. They haven't been down in the set number one yet. They're playing a huge rival historically as an organization. They need this one.
Right back into the thick of it. SK Gaming still break open these walls. Perhaps another wall break soon versus Zulon. Could be coming in. Ope's gonna go.
Ну давай, ЗСК, пожалуйста, собрались. Ти должні виграти. Ти должні виграти. Не буде. Не буде 1-1, ну пожалуйста.
Yoshi already has a super if he wants to teleport in and get some free damage. Looks like he's thinking about it. Might opt to heal to full health first. Zulon still low on health. SK Gaming, what a charge up mid.
As Livy looking to get offensive here too, as a Jesse with no turret. This is a bit of a bold play, relying on the mechanics here, and his teammates following through as well. Ope receiving some heavy fire. Tyrant with a jump away. A little bit of a spawner to help him out.
Собрались, ЗСК, пожалуйста, собрались.
Placed gadget on that left hand in though, and now as Livy is forced to either have an awkward left hand in or go up the mid.
Tyrant's trying to take this 1v2 solo, ends up paying the price in form of his.
Хорош. Тут в кольцо ты играл. Молодец. Крутить. Задефала здесь. Есть урон пошел. 4 ПК. Неплохо. Прикаус. Yes. Утыть. Утыть, утыть. Ну, вид урон дал.
Of Tribe Gaming, 20% the separator here as iChaos continues to put in work on the left-hand lane.
Zulon's pushing in. There's a lot of damage there. Tyrant's continuing to stuff him back into the back right corner, and the only hope
СК чемпионы. Факт. Факт. СК чемпионы. Тільки вот Трайб типа сейчас, ну, вообще урон приносит. Трайб забирает. СК чемпионы, но не сегодня. Я буду где. Знаешь, еще так... Где не плохо. Плохо, все плохо. Все дуже-дуже плохо. Да. Трайбі заберу ще. Да. Да ну я не хотів. СК, не. СК, вони так старались. Є 1-1 последній, це буде забрати СК. Так, типа, цей СК лучший грати. Конечно. Типа, ну, Трайбі тут можуть забрати, але СК тут ще не зря вони вийшли, типа, після КП, не зря забрали. Та фунти би просто, типа, встали. Все. Как тут ще?
I talked a little with Corey about it towards the Masters time, and it's something that helps them a ton. They can give live time feedback rather than just be with them through the draft. They can make those quote-unquote halftime adjustments, and you saw it there in the set as well. Game number 1, SK Gaming piling up some damage. I mean, look at that scoreline. Game number 2, though, Tribe Gaming neck and neck the whole way through, but with 5 seconds to go, they melted that high safe.
Шо фух, Банш, шо фух. Надо было, чтобы выиграл СК. Куда фух, куда сюда, не надо сюда. Ой, ё-моё, чё все это? СК, Боже. Типа против СК.
and keeping up that defense. Wow.
Кстати, піду подивлюсь, там буде гіперзаряд, вже не получше.
Let's
Щас
take a look at the numbers as well. My goodness, Tyrant.
должен був уже прийти.
For us here, 198. The kill category certainly favoring Tribe Gaming there.
Ні, немає гіперзаряду до сих
Kills
пор.
here, of course, that's not the objective, but the real objective
Всім
is to
пофіг.
enable your teammates to push up.
Мене
That's
забули.
precisely what he did.
Taking a look back at that set too. It was really a
Типа про мене забули, типа гіперзаряду ще пофіг, не видали.
powerful there. Still standing tall, but certainly no longer as loud as they were. Maybe a shake in the confidence, maybe not. I'm not going to question it after the big bad reverse sweep they had yesterday.
Well, as we head into set 3 and we get prepared for some Gold Arm Gulch, how are you feeling about the momentum?
У мене не було вопросу, тобі я процікавити.
Fairly fast brawl ball set into a bit slower of a high set. Now into Gold Arm Gulch knockout, it tends to play out fairly slowly too.
Yeah, this is a very
А, я провтикав, я провтикав.
Sometimes we'll see some teams surprise us. Yesterday we had a few
Опять
surprises as well, kicking off things very aggressively in knockout. But when you have one life, you really have to make it count every single round. Charging super is
Как сердце,
very
по факту.
important. So getting some early shots in, even if it's not a takedown, when the fog's starting to close in, when the pressure is high, when the quarters are close, it makes a huge difference having extra utility in your back pocket.
Pressure is high, but the support is nigh here from the audience for Tribe Gaming. The same goes for SK. Sitting in different areas, obviously, you got to keep the two separated.
For sure. Looks like they're getting some assistance up front as well. Momentarily hop into this draft here, 2-1-2-1. A perfect reflection. And a beautiful thing to see, especially in a long-time rivalry in Brawl Stars. Even though these two teams haven't necessarily faced off this year, I don't think the Twitter drama between the players has nearly been as high. But the organizations, they love to talk a little chat with each other, and I think that's incredible.
It's a phenomenal storyline here, but I think that Tribe Gaming and SK Gaming, at least as players, have some mutual respect for each other.
Хто за Tribe?
In terms of being phenomenal players.
Ніхто не за Tribe. Є, Вашуля за Tribe. Але пише, що іскав серце.
Evident. We'll be getting into this draft momentarily to see what the players are getting up to. In terms of Gold Arm Gulch, we expect to see
Падер за Tribe тоже, ну
we
предатель.
expect to see some throwers maybe make their entrance too.
Yeah, it's been interesting to kind of see the meta develop, especially when watching scrims in the leading.
Ти всегда за якихось.
I feel like we've developed strategies for maps, and then we figured out ways to counter them. And then these guys are so darn good at the game that they figured out ways to counter that strategy. And it's just been an ever-evolving cycle of brawlers.
За Зету, Зета проиграл с Стамином. Против Стаминов, чё? Уфой против Стаминов запозорить. Ой, какая. Айкаус проиграл. Да. Айкаус сделал рикошести.
So I'm curious to see who they put their faith in this draft.
It is a Brawl Stars draft arms race of sorts, and I'll put my money on
Зачем ты за Tribe проголосовал?
emerging today, some things that have been hidden in the previous days. As
Да я тоже за Tribe проголосовал. Я за СК.
final day of competition.
Love that little Yashi pin from
Я тут проголосовал за Tribe, типа. Все равно.
Some SK fans present, some Tribe fans present, but a lot of Brawl Stars fans from around the world watching in person at DreamHack Winter or online. Momentum riding with Tribe right now. Everybody kind of recouping, dialing back in, keeping themselves centered. The emotions are high, but you gotta find a way to control that on the field.
That's been really a pain point for these two teams, is keeping that mental under control. We'll see how it develops within the game. We're getting into Gold Arm Gulch, and already the bans are in from SK. Some of the typical stuff. We expected to see the Charlie ban, of course. The Shelly makes a whole lot of sense. And so does that Meg. Tribe Gaming, they get rid of the Mr. P, the Buster, and the Meg as well. Buster, once more, makes sense, especially as a last pick.
Прикол в тому, що всім пофіг, мені не видають просто гіперзаряд. Вам дали гіперзаряд вообще?
Shooter time. It's gonna be Nani. It makes sense, right? I think Nani has an argument to be the strongest, at least in those one-on-one matchups against
Ну дали гіперзаряд
somebody
уже.
like Piper and Bell, with the return to Cinder, with the insanely high DPS, with the Nani peep. Tribe Gaming are going to have so much equipment to kind of work with here. So now SK Gaming, they may not get the fierce sharpshooter, but they'll go the other direction. Typically, when you see these sharpshooters, you're going to go towards a thrower, and they're going to grab what pros consider, I think, to be the most annoying one out of all of them. It's going to be Tick.
And you made this prediction, too, that we might see Tick emerge here, but usually he's a first pick. And we see that last pick forced to be yet another thrower. I don't see a Grom ban anywhere, and that that tends to be a
У
fairly
меня
popular
пин и
push
иконка
route,
СК, я
also a
фанат.
very viable option.
Ага,
SK Gaming
типа
are getting
фанатка.
themselves prepared
Ага,
for
понятно.
something like this, of course, and Tribe Gaming
Но
have to wait
коли
their options
виграють,
carefully,
типа,
because if they connect
трайб,
to the
ти
thrower,
пишеш сюди
they
в
have to make
пух.
sure that they don't get interrupted by anything that's able to
Писали,
pull it.
писала фанатка СК,
Another interesting way
понятно.
they could go is Pam here. Somebody that shows up a decent bit on this map, but when I see somebody like RT
Коли не
kind of
придасть.
put his foot into the ground and drop some static, you don't really want to go too squishy with it, so I think they need to tread lightly about this next decision. It's going to be Gene, not as popular as he used to be, but still, that pull is so dynamic, so strong. So if they can really get their hands on a massive in-game play, it can go really well for Tribe Gaming.
A pull on to tick would be incredibly
Ой,
valuable,
боже.
so SK Gaming have to be weighing their
Я не
options in
побачив,
terms
кстати,
of
карту.
what kind of
А,
scrambles
все,
can we get in
пойдем.
here to block out that pull. But Tribe Gaming, they were certainly planning on this. I think it was pretty evident from
Громы
the
пихнуть.
draft that from that
Это
Mr.
гром,
P,
наверное.
they had Gene at least as one of
Наверное,
their
гром.
options that they were considering.
Final pick.
А, не,
It's
бро.
going to be Brock for the side of Tribe
Скривати
Gaming, an
будуть.
iconic brawler in Brawl Stars, and especially on
Да,
this
це
map,
розкриття
he's
буде
capable of big plays. But like I
Світлані,
said,
типа,
they
там
have
пік
RT
безполезний.
towards those in-games. They
І
have
все,
an
і
option to
трайб
be
закриває.
squishy, but I think Tribe Gaming really wanted some wall break
Скин
choices.
є,
They have the
очевидно.
Nani peep, which
Я
they're
его
really
шуля.
trying to make a tag with that, but at least it's a
Из
Gene
человека смотрит.
pull which can do that. And
Я его шуля.
they choose Piper, who does well in the Brock, but historically, Gene a very well-known counter into that Piper pick.
This is very, very true. Really comes down to when that wall break emerges. And I believe that Tribe Gaming could even find some emergent strategy in choosing to not break open the walls. It does make that Nanny matchup more difficult, but typically the Nanny is quite good into the Piper. So it's something that we can expect to see in the upcoming game as players get ready.
Everybody queuing up here. Coaches making last-second call-outs. It's one
Я смотрю еще, что прошло смотрит, так что тихо.
rivalries in Brawl Stars, and it's arguably the biggest set number
Все, начало.
on the way.
Машуля просто Алекс. Все, отлично.
Usually,
Yeah.
this map sort of
Hi.
favors an east versus west strategy as Livy dangerously low on health at the hands of both Ope and Yoshi, traveling as a single unified unit, doing their best.
Не смотри.
Dividing and conquering, looking for some value. Ideally, iChaos would get a super to enable a push in,
Ба.
but so far no major taps just yet.
An East-West matchup, one of the unique features about this
Да за что?
iChaos on the low end is
Да,
the
по факту
shooters
Машуля.
where SK take to the skies up north.
Не знаю, но Таби лучше пик.
Bound together as
Видите?
well. And you'll notice too, nobody really stepping up too quickly.
Рулетка. Рулетка была пиздец.
Very low HP, a close call, and now Tribe are starting to put their foot on the gas pedal.
Zolan's gonna make it happen. Here comes a super versus iChaos and versus Ope, but no kill confirmation. Yoshi also has a lot of help to work with, and Zolan needs to tee up these shots. Just a couple more connections would send him packing. Zolan's looking for it. No connection just yet. Ope forced to super straight up into the poison too, taking devastating damage from Tyrant, who looks to close it out.
Tribe.
Emergency gadget from
Tribe.
iChaos, and as Livy has to hit these shots versus
Та пік
iChaos
лучше
at
був.
close range. One connection.
Ё-моё, це було дуже близько зараз. Зараз Трайбі могли узнути, типу. Боже, блядь.
Unbelievable. Nani can deal so
Ну, Трайбі
much
лучше.
damage. And a little angry emo coming out there as the peep goes in early. A connection on the Piper. Low HP. Tribe seeking the blood. They want this full kill. But they're going to group up together here in the grass. Use the unknown to their advantage. Low HP.
Прокачка.
No
При.
connections there. Somehow
Скин мой
SK
будет.
are staying alive.
Розтопиш. Шуля, що вис? Я. Ти за скін борється і кого ще нема.
Want to use it. Here comes the take super and wasting a lot of damage there for Tyrant. And Zulon tries to keep this line for it. The 2v3 is looking very suboptimal for Tribe Gaming.
І твой лівай. Та все, хватить. Хватить цей. ТСК поки я не підходжу. Що делать? Стримом ще. Видно. Нормально СК тут подивитись. Элитный грипп я смотрю. Ну, элитный грипп ты не участвуешь. Ты, конечно, с самого начала и до конца. Я как стрим. Прикольно, я как стрим. Ну вот тут. Короче, у нас, ну, цей розыгрыш. Типа, если будешь сидеть и фул на стриме, и ты будешь активничать, то будешь... Шуля, що ти пишеш? Хай заходять на стрім, мені надо зрителі. Мені треба, щоб сиділи люди на стрімі. От, скин мені фаст. Думаю, ком зайшов, він вчора, кстати, був на стрімі. Якщо будеш активничати, до кінця стріма будеш сидіти, то... Пока. Ладно, дам шанс людям, которые тут будут. Сыпасы, бро. Ну, легенда, ладно. СК забирают! На базу.
What a roundup from SK. What a way to bring things back. But arguably,
Я уже забрал
this
такие
is
очки,
on the
решил.
side of Tribe Gaming.
Если будешь до конца сниматься, иди, то я тебе рулетку
Some
закину.
unlikely situations.
Перечки
In
такие.
game number one, Tribe Gaming just barely averted early left lane takedowns.
Не, грибы я не буду давати. Гриб не участвує, він вже вчора получив.
Going down to things like tick mines, just not the kind of KOs that you
Гриб так сидить на моєму сім'ї, просто ще ну.
guaranteed to confirm in knockout.
Я був офусив. Ну да, я бачу.
And rectify them lest they let this set go to SK Gaming.
You see the decision to immediately open up these walls. They want space to work with. They want their long-range options, and they also want more opportunities to dodge those tick mines. Open space is their strongest ally right now, as iChaos in the opening is a sitting duck at times. Long-distance shots going down for both ends. Nobody wanting to give it.
Вчора ж тільки я зайшов, то ти мене напав. Та вчора дивись, вчора Алекс написав в Телеграм, типа, що от зараз розіграш. Зайшов не тільки ти, а много людей, то що я всіх добавив. А зараз, типа, ті ще, ну, сидять. Сидить Алекс, Шуля, просто, Гріп, ну, Гріп, я не цей, Іван. Сидять. Вони сидять, типа, цей. Їм, типа, вони засунули. Вот Вандер, Алекс, Машуля, Плюспон. Кто лидер не считается? Вот вони сидять, типа, Трайбі, все, Вандер не буде в рулетці. Вандер не буде в рулетці, все. Понятно. Скажи вперед. Вандер. Ти коли встиг купити нові ці? Що? СК лучше, все. СК забирають, оце. Де це зараз? Я. Черевики. Не ботинки. Черевики. Ботинки заснули. Узор на трайбах, по факту. Да? Ну, сейчас получается... Машуля пишет, Машуля соло, понятно. Кто не похвалится, да. Понятно. Вандер будет. Вандер будет. Вандер. Собралась СК в Ироде, давай. Числа забирать. Сейчас отлично поджала, числа попасть. Просто попасть. Ой, хорошо! СК забирает нокаут. СК забрали нокаут 2-1.
Rounds 2 and 3. Something about it, ready? Something about these fellas is different this year. They have simply clutched up time and time again. Keep in mind too.
Ё-моё. Я думал, Трайб забирайте поспокойно. Там сейчас 3-0 будет, типа, спокойно на ити. Но то и скачет 2-1 ити.
And now they are here going against NA East number 1. They look.
Та ти не будеш участвувати, ти вчора вже гріб. Вже не будеш ти участвувати. Ти дійсно думаєш, де я сумнівався. То по факту, я поставив на Трайбів, думав, що Трайби виграють, то зараз щось СК, типу, вчора камбек новий, зараз щось показує, що вони будуть виграти. Вернули форму.
Tribe Gaming this year in interviews have talked a lot about the mental game. It's something that I think they've grown a lot in, and at ESL Mobile Masters, especially at the halfway point in the year, where they placed second, by the way, they got a lot better at it. Now having a coach on their side, keeping the mental, keeping the attitude, keeping focus is something that they've talked about a lot. And I think right now we are going to get a real test of that. Some of North America's finest are now down against the big rival.
СК. Сейчас Трайби камбек.
for that to happen
Вандер.
too versus
Я нельзя
SK
писать.
Gaming.
СК, СК,
Down
СК.
one
Вот так
set
молодец.
at the mercy of this next map should they want to continue in this competition.
Я надеюсь, что СК выиграет.
An unwieldy set for them as well. Phenomenal for SK Gaming, managing to convert on kills with a brawler such as
100%.
IKEOS with 8 kills to his name.
Oh man, he's putting on an absolute clinic.
Да ты куда зря пин сделал. Факт.
He's been a top performer.
СК соло.
He's been SK's strongest figure here today, boasting a high DPS, high kill numbers. Tribe across the board, 2 apiece. Every single member of SK, we're outdueling them there.
The 2 apiece, I mean, everyone's really doing their part from Tribe Gaming. Equally, though, suffering and needing to get this mental back on track as we head into double swoosh. Perhaps the final destination for Tribe Gaming, unless they can make a major turnaround.
Я на СК поставил, сейчас
In
400.
terms of momentum, it is certainly one of ups and downs. A lot of grass in the mix as well.
Ливай.
It's not easy to
Так,
go about.
Пашуля, что ты оценил?
Common ban. Charlie, of course, goes without saying.
Нельзя так.
Easy is a surprise
Просто зрители.
sometimes on this map as well. You have several options like Rosa, who can be
Я друг
tanky,
затрапил
aggressive, and as a
припадок.
result, sometimes
Ну,
you
значит,
can
ты друг
collect
его.
in the mix here to address those tanks. It is a huge chess match on this map.
It all comes down to who gets that first pick. Who is forced to ban out Charlie? There she is on the side of SK Gaming, a clear indicator for Tribe Gaming that they have free reign over some of their brawler bans. And first pick to boot, Rosa banned out. Same goes for Tara and Gray. All very viable options here.
Так,
The Gray Jackie is a very strong
жух-жух карта. Погнали.
The first
Сразу же
overall
лупикают.
selection makes a lot of sense to me.
Девять.
We've iterated a lot.
СК соло.
Having a free icicle is so good.
Что,
Dropping the ice ring
я
with the
пошел.
hypercharge. You
Да,
can
ты
line up
правильно
easy
поступаешь.
shots. Heck, you can catch a gym carrier
Ты что-то
here.
фул профиль драйвил, блядь, за СК.
Entire
Правильно.
And there's response to that is
Так мене, ну, так і що ж в мене фул профіль драйвив.
will be a mid here.
Та ні, із-за того, ні, в фул трайбу, із-за того, що красиво вийде. Раз. Плюс в мене більш немає. Я колись трайбу купив, типу, в мене трайби, і...
Is really the big question, especially when Hypercharge Lou is such a large consideration, and it was the immediate.
Що, Топаски, Вандер, ти ще вообще не попадеш. І так уже починав. Я теж так. Типа 6 ВПС, мені 6 трайбів. Я сейчас вообще, типа, нікого в рулетку не запущу, і собі...
Tied for first coming into today in terms of play
Так
rate.
що...
A very successful one at that. And one brawler we haven't seen too much today is Amber, but they most certainly will be sticking Amber on that right-hand lane, opening up and destroying the grass on the SK end right from our POV. Now SK Gaming, you're gonna have some decisions to make here on this final pick.
Well, they know that these bushes are going to be burned down.
Типи летіли, сидять.
It's going to diminish a lot of the value that Buster would usually get. But if he stays close to his teammates, then
Маю ком зайшов теж. Не знаю, подивимося, може я не буду робити на димі. Вони тільки зайшли, типа, недавно. Давай, дай брату потітелів за рулет. Зараз давно каже. Хорошо, маю ком більше не участвує в рулетці.
I think they're going to use Jesse as honestly a lane option here. I mean, I don't really think Stu's going to be able to aggress as easily without a super onto those lanes as well. I think Jesse's turret will certainly be seeing some indestructible walls and some of those mid walls to put some pressure on Tribe Gaming.
Ага, ви що тікетів.
Have a little bit more of an area control. They got the aggression factor with Main G. And everybody in the audience is getting
СК. Алло, ти офігел? Так, ти вообще зайшов недавно тільки на... Чи тихо? Искал П, хорошо. Ваша він. Подивіться. А мені нравиться СК. Це просто. Не,
He's going to drop some ice on the map, cover up this left hand in, just to get them out of their side, give themselves a little space. It's not going to equate to any kills on the right hand in, though. Better stuff for Tribe Gaming as Tyrant picks up.
Far too aggressive there from Yoshi.
Що я на сайті дивишся?
We'll see Tyrant also just wait to get some value over here. He really needed to use that gadget in order to farm up his super for free, and he hasn't burned up.
Ти що я сказав? Тихо.
He will make some progress over here on the right side. Yoshi getting great
Ти що, Воль?
and the diff on the lane.
Не чувствуйся даже.
Once more with the super, but his Libby counters, he has a super
Нормально.
match for it as well. Zion has his super too.
Где вы на три?
A big kill onto IKEOS, who's already
Ох, ты
on
жар.
the hills.
And now Tribe Gaming Putting the foot to the gas pedal here. Yoshi in trouble now, trying to skate his way.
Йо-моє, Йоші, ти що?
Haven't made enough
Не
connections,
добив.
but the super
Правильно?
goes through. Tribe Gaming, 3 gems in their pocket. SK still leading
То
the
що
charge there.
зараз гіперзаряд
Xavier showing some signs
може
of
зробити
life.
таких
A
діл
little bit
поганих.
unlucky there for Entire on the right lane as he was surprised from the bushes by iChaos. And there's a turret position.
Реально може наробити вогник
It's so
жарко і
difficult
все.
to face
Правильно.
into, but as Livy gets the win on the left side, Yoshi pushes forward on the right and takes down Tyre. It's a mirror matchup. Here comes the hyper.
Куда ульта полетіла? Зойлон, ти що дав? І трайбіки, що там Макс ще один.
Tribe Gaming right there.
Дав.
A hypercharge not going to be in their back pocket now. As this Livy pops one of his own, the high stat bust.
Десь слів летів, просрав ульту з гіпером.
Pretty well, all things considered. SK Gaming deal with all of that very admirably, very well, but Tribe Gaming have something to say about it. 8-9 right now.
Де.
Marches his way
Явно
down the
не.
sidelines here, and it's neck and neck right now.
Potential for a late game comeback for Tribe if they can force OP out of these bushes. Gadget popped as Livy sucked in and
Брав гемчик. Брав ще один гемчик. Цей вибили. СК забирають. СК перемога буде, реально. Це СК? А в мене нема, що на СК буде. Я є тільки ці. В мене є либо Трайб. Я тільки Трайб.
Another takedown onto North America. It's been a heck of a weekend for them so far. And all they need is one more.
Я ось ще застаміню, типу.
World Finals 2023 semifinalists. Takedown. Zulon with a couple missed super opportunities. It's time for the big dog to go eat. Tribe
По 2-0.
on their last life.
Gotta make it count.
Єдине. Так.
Already could be a better matchup here for Tyre on the right side. Hopefully he's learned
Кстати,
from some of
вот
that
это
aggression
вот
from Yoshi in
Чек.
game number 1. He's got to get this super farmed up for free. Much less aggressive from SK Gaming as well. Maybe they want this Livy to play into their hand on the left side. Yoshi's pushing forward. No kill just yet. And there's the push break that we need.
Ні, мені не дають гіпер. Що це?
A major takedown though by his Livy.
Я
Lost
гіпер.
the super, the shot as well. Yoshi there to respond. He's been phenomenal this set. The aggression. He clips the wall. Still charging up that
Фіналі
Zulon
лучший,
covering the left hand in once
лучший
again.
лайф.
Escaping death with about 300 HP and now a Jesse turret established as well. Map
Fuck.
control back in SK Gaming's hands.
Big slow there onto Zulon. It's going to be
Гіперзаряд в цій
to farm this
весі.
one down as Livy does chime in to help with eliminating the Jesse turret.
Щас можна наробити діл.
Gems belong to SK Gaming. An easy take of this gem by Zulon. We need to see some shots connect from the guy to get the hypercharge super locked in. That's the win condition for the Stu. What damage raining down on Zulon. A takedown as Livy's forced to pop his hypercharge and run.
Forces him away for now.
Yeah.
Thankfully for Tribe Gaming, scoops up these gyms. Hope has dangerous intentions. He makes the connection there, make it 2. He's forced away though. As he'll be there to help out his teammate now as Yoshi continues to dominate this right hand in. There's one. Now they're closing.
Ну, смеешь или крейзи рэком? А это понятное дело, конечно, я согласен. Нравится.
Just one
Теперь
left to be acquired, but here comes the hypercharge freeze in. Misses by chaos by the fraction of an inch.
сейчас бы если попався, как я.
This one back, but they're still missing one gem. Tribe Gaming can still acquire these, but they need all 3 members at the forefront of the battle to make this happen. Ope's armed with the super to get a big push in on Zulon as Livy chimes in from the side. Yoshi now getting the pinch following a major victory on the right side. He's still thinking about it. There's the countdown for
Спасибо,
SK
что вы
Gaming.
сказали.
Tribe Gaming can still interrupt.
That's Livy with low HP as well. They need to be careful about how they approach it. They've got one in the mid, but they can't afford a loss here. They have to grab these gyms or get a takedown here. 5 on the clock to go. They're extending for it. They tie it up, but the takedown inevitable. Obey there to strike. Another countdown, but this time it's SK Gaming running away with it, piling up body after body.
GG, Barbie.
They're down to their final life, and EMEA
Да-да-да.
strikes again. SK Gaming.
Тільки мені що-то його не дають, я вже його получив давно.
A phenomenal finish. What a turnaround for SK Gaming.
До першим.
A team coming into Worlds.
Да, і
Один
that
Tribe
they
in
believed in. Now taking down their largest rivals and
Ставочка
furthering that
зайшла.
into day number 3. Taking down their historic rivals of
Блин,
Tribe
таке ж
Gaming.
не ожидали.
Looking unstoppable, headed into the semifinals.
What
Сpa проти
a day, Revenant. North America undefeated in the group stage, looking as fierce as ever. Many, along with myself, said this might be the year NA does it. EMEA in the same boat. As good as teams like Crazy Raccoon have
Да.
looked. It's
Моя
hard to
ставка
deny
зашла.
there's
Включи
something
уже 4 из
special
4.
about this SK team.
You have to wonder
Че
what
ЛСК
it is.
поставил?
So I think maybe they'll reveal the secret sauce after Worlds because they want to take this even further. What a
Гипер на спайка
comeback
выпал.
LCQ, making it all the way to
Классно!
Worlds and now making it on to the semifinals.
Да, вам дают
Most
без
would
задержки,
consider a
вообще
very
пофиг.
unlikely
Молодцы.
outcome now
Сюда
manifesting
3000,
before your
ура.
very eyes.
Классно.
Let's get a replay of SK Gaming and their dominance throughout this last set. But Tribe Gaming
Вот як забрати,
good
дивись.
taps in here. We saw early game victories though by
Да.
SK.
Я не нажимал
Games that
кнопку
Tribe
забрать.
Gaming really needed to win. More importantly, we saw Tyrant
Ага.
and Amber fail to execute on really the one purpose of Amber, which is to burn down those bushes in game number 1.
I think Yoshi just
Реально?
made his life really difficult, right? I mean, to be honest with you, he played a
Ненавижу
phenomenal set.
супер.
It's
Бывает.
hard to argue against any of these SK guys, but I think that combined with a few missed supers there from Zulon
Сейчас
really
Zeta
made a
придет.
difference. Those hypercharge moments are the ones that you have to cash in on, and look at that. Stu putting on a show. 10 kills, 363 DPS, and on the other end,
Yoshi,
count
check is the
just
Yoshi.
not matching.
Disgusting.
Yoshi,
Absolutely disgusting here from SK. And I think really this has origins in the draft.
Yep.
If you weren't already clued in by their really nice win record on this map in the previous days, here you go. Here are the stats before your very eyes. The hypercharge loop is allowed, and they managed to shut it down with very few supers going its way.
Ну вам без задержки дают гиперзаряд. Ну чё так?
The one time that he was frozen by a loose super, he was immune. He had Kevlar vest equipped, and they were ready to counter it.
You know, coming into the day, Lou's win rate was actually fairly low, I would say, way less than 50%. Today, obviously, haven't done the mental math, but when I see instances like that, it looks like he's not necessarily undefeated, you know? We talk about his utility, how strong he can be.
Ой-ой-ой-ой.
Truly, with these pro players, they're clearly finding ways around that.
And this sort of stuff is now starting to emerge. The secrets now unearthed as we head into the later stages of the competition. We have to crown an MVP of this match, though. And we asked you guys on event.brawlstars.com, who was the MVP? It is Chaos.
Я понял.
Phenomenal selection there, too. We talked about it a lot, especially
Chaos
earlier on in the match,
MVP.
right? Where you set
Здається, жорстко якось
free.
парні,
He
щоб
was
я
just
не
a star
ожидав, що
player.
я сказав.
He's always been a face for this
Ще не ожидав,
organization.
що буде
And in a
свій.
year like
Ти
this
все
year, where it's been a very
перший.
bumpy road, I mean, to be honest with you, early on, they missed the first 2 monthly finals, and now they are here on the world stage, and they're a top 4 team.
It has been such a comeback here for
Я, конечно, в
Their
шоке,
journey
парни.
is not
Вчера
finished
8 часов
yet because the
стал
semifinals
причем.
await them. The second semifinal of
И
the
вот
day
Пичик
will
пришел
see
сразу.
SK have a showdown.
Сразу.
It's going to be a heck of a matchup. I mean, both
Ну,
of these
официальный ютубер
finals
видит,
we
пацан.
have on the way, not necessarily ones I fully predicted, but I am more than happy to see it. It's going to be absolutely insane. We have some EMEA action coming in, one last for North America and also East Asia, of course, who are looking for some of them a third straight World Finals.
Wow, I mean, the last hope for NA, a lot of hope here for EMEA, and Crazy Raccoon also once more looking to stake their claim on the World Finals title 10 side, potentially becoming a 3-time World Finals champion. There are so many different possibilities here. Let's take a look at the bracket so we can really iron these things out and look at all the possibilities as we head into the last 3 matches of the day. Zeta Division will go to battle with Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon now facing against their former org, but still looking to establish the same dominance.
I can't help but laugh. I mean, the storylines just write themselves, man. Whoever did the script writing for Brawl Stars this year, great work, man. I mean, Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon beat 2 tough opponents. We got to see Luminosity Gaming nearly topple Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon had an intense matchup with Totem, STMN, taking place, and of course SK Gaming.
Так, я не знаю, як треба без СК, я вообще не понимаю. Что нам
SK
Будем
Gaming
ждать.
faces such a surprising, what a lot of people would call underdog now
Он
staking
через
their
10
claim,
минут играет за
becoming one of the more terrifying
Сразу
opponents here in the
финал.
competition. I think a lot of people expect to see Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division make it into the later stages of the competition. Though can't really speak for the caster Hive Mind, at least in the early stages of the competition. But now things are sort of starting to go according to plan. The script, okay, maybe we were a little bit off in the reading, but we found ourselves now in the semifinals, getting ready for some excellent matches.
Hey, shout out to Uber as well. One man
Кстати,
two away from the
50.
caster Hive Mind, and along with the 20% of you all at home. And he got a nice W for it. I'm sure on event.brawlstars.com he's going to be appreciating that one. I think these next 2 matches, though, right here are going to be way tougher to predict.
Yeah, and I think some people had some trouble predicting the fact that these matches would
Ждем,
take
короче,
place in the
минуту
first
30.
place. Some unlikely competitors here that are now looking absolutely scary
Ждем.
headed into especially that second semifinal.
Еноты соло. Да-да, еноты
Bangers,
сейчас не
we got a
почувствуют.
couple EMEA teams in the mix. But coming up next, we've got Zeta Division taking on
Разорвут
Crazy
просто
Raccoon,
Zeta.
like you mentioned as well. There is a little bit of a matchup here in terms of Crazy Raccoon playing their previous organization, and these guys on the other end that are now playing for Zeta Division were actually eliminated last year by a couple of the guys on the other side. This one is going to be something special.
Wow, I mean, do they really need that much of an
Все
entry?
ждем, короче, ждем.
Absolutely stolen our attention. It's time to
Просто
welcome
ждем.
them to the stage for an amazing first semifinal.
Thank you, guys. Yes, just 3 matches remain before we see one of our teams lift this trophy. So let's welcome on the first
Так.
of our semi-finalists.
Ждем.
It is Zeta Division.
Вот Zeta Division выходит.
This is a team that looked like they get a clean victory over Luminosity Gaming in that quarterfinal. However, we were kept on the edge of our seats as it went down to the wire, but luckily for Zeta Division, they managed to recover. Hopefully, they maintain their composure and their focus is on the prize again.
Так.
Opponents are going to
Знаю,
be
кто
a
как, но я
very
за
tough
енотов.
one to beat.
Я из-за кого, честно говоря, але я знаю, що ці еноти рознесуть їх просто в ноль.
This is a team that nearly looked mortal earlier.
Просто
They
в ноль
dropped their
будет, честно.
first set of the event.
Zeta
But
слабый.
quickly were back on form.
Я не вірю в
Maybe
Zeta.
they're not mortal after all.
Чисто бивша Zeta вийшла. Показати, хто такі Zeta. Краще.
DreamHack Winter, please give it up for your semi-finalists as we head over to Reddy and Kenny.
It's time for the semifinals as we close this down to the last 3 matches of the day.
Так.
And I gotta agree,
Zeta против Zeta.
strong team coming in here.
Ну нет, уже не тут Crazy Raccoon против Zeta. Ну сейчас Crazy Raccoon Гулину.
Speaking of adversity, these guys have been in some very close calls, right? We saw them against STMN on the first day, and then they went on and took on another beast from NA West. They took on Luminosity, and while they had a strong lead, they did start to show some cracks. But nonetheless, a win's a win, and they've had some thrillers here today, hoping they can do it again.
Так, ждем.
Some close matches, but certainly some discoveries of strategies that don't work that could enable them in this upcoming match versus Crazy Raccoon, boasting a flawless record except for a single set loss versus Reply Totem, now heading into pinhole punt, and a whopping 83% prediction for Crazy Raccoon.
This is one of the highest of the weekend, and I think, given yesterday, I start to see it. People are going to have that recency.
И два назад он был, и как? Прикольно. Хорошо. Зараз про больчик. Як думаєте, Zeta забере хоч один сет? Як думаєте? Забере хоча б Zeta один сет? Може забрати сет один. Буде хоч покаже ігру якусь, може і спот буде. Чи єноти просто ноль закриють?
Crazy Raccoon, they've said that don't expect to win drafts versus us anymore. And their drafting style.
Ну, от як ви думаєте? Не знаю, типу, просто я думаю, що Zeta може щось покаже, постараються зараз. Може стати. Може є. Може вообще Zeta. Короче, бачу.
Are really doing something
Zeta.
special here with this brawl.
Я
I'm
тоже думаю.
curious for Zeta Division, and part of the strategy you have to keep in mind with these guys, they're so mechanically talented, and yesterday and earlier today have really proven that they can win with
Я щось просто ставка не заіграла вообще. Цікаво, як.
Do you ban what they love to play, or do you ban what's meta? And either way, I think that ends up being a win in the draft for Crazy Raccoon.
No doubt. I really think that what Crazy Raccoon have hammered out here is not only do they have brawlers in their repertoire that are sometimes not worth being
Сейчас Crazy
banned out,
Raccoon
but they're
роль.
very able to execute on.
просто.
They're also the extremely meta brawlers that they are 100% capable of playing as well. So they've really
Так, жить.
eliminated both avenues of attack for an enemy drafting team.
Yeah, it's what makes them special. They have
Тут
multiple
пикает,
options, a lot more options than a lot of these teams here. And of course, Crazy Raccoon, even as good as they are not willing.
Предлагал в секунду. Сейчас интересно будет. Да-да. Сейчас буде фул интересно. Не, ну дивіться. По факту, да, це дуже інтересно, зараз може взяти тут скажуть. Тому що колись, типу, ну, бачу.
Come to appreciate and understand that as things have furthered. She does have that gadget that gets a massive slow for anyone populating the mid area with bushes, and she's also just plain good with all of the indestructibles that are on this map.
M's out of the picture as well, and so is Lou. So they're gonna have to get creative in how they deal with this. Selection for Crazy Raccoon. I'm a little surprised in the sense that Crow, not my first gut feeling for a tank counter. Sandy, a brawler that's certainly up their avenue though.
I really think that Crazy Raccoon, what they leave themselves vulnerable to here with the Crow is a lack of damage output, especially off the very beginning of the game. And Zeta Vision might
Я не знаю, честно, що зараз буде з Зетою. Якщо Зета виграють, я не знаю. Що невозможно, я не вірю.
They've gone for the Sandy, which is already a really good brawler in today's meta, but also it's going to get that stun versus any rapid charge. You don't have to farm up a super to get it. It's just free with the gadget, and you have 4 of them.
Great analysis there too. I mean, it's so nice when you get an extra free few shots at a bucket every single game. In response, though, it's going to be, and it's going to be Spike. These are 2 great options that normally would play well into Rosa, but on this map as well, it's a fantastic combination that's been there for a long time. They've got their sharpshooter, high DPS, and Rosa who's going to get up in your face and punch you in the mouth a little bit.
Що у нас пікнуть частинки? Спейсі забанила. Ага, тенсайчик Лабакс. Вот и все. СФ. Все. Любая карта, типа, если чел за Макс играет, все. Я пик слабее. Но чел на Макс играет. Все. Закрыт. Опять таймакс, и там писать, да, сейчас будет разнос. И забавит и Макс против цих. Если рекорд, фально. Дивимся. Це зловив 1000 за Макс. Це ще вбили. Неужели же це уб'ють за Макс? Да, це і вбили, парні. Що це? А що відбувається? Що происходит? Це буде подло щас. Давайте крейсер, парні. Подожди, ПБ закривається огонь. Це лай ловить м'яч. А що просто не зайшов? Подожди, Вадер, де ГХ, должен мог зайти. Тут ГХ. Вообще. Вдоль пока що. Дуже сильно вдоль. Все, что происходит? Да, в нулину вообще. Там, вообще. Пику ладно поиграю. Прям вообще, вот даже летаете. Что происходит? Типа... Легкая для Зеты. Что если выиграть Зета? Я не... Подожди, не, дебилия. Зета. Что происходит? Подожди, я просто не понимаю. Что это? Вы сами сейчас бачите? Вам, ну, вы не кажете, типа, что происходит? Заебач. Что это? Типа, вообще, бы прям так в ноль-то. Катка, 20. Да ладно. Ярослав. Падер, не.
Crazy Raccoon might be the most level-headed team on this stage.
Коротше, ж колись так і грала, коротше, Зета і грала, але ну, за Зету і грав, коротше, десь став, грає за Crazy, а за CMG грали, типу, Лова, Геро і грав на Рамбо. Вообще, ноль. Щоб гол за 2.13 і 2.01, да я в ВП на 500 плюсів. І піздят пішов на О, що цей, 0-0-0. Які ти подражають і вима, дивись. Дивись. 0-0-0. ВП. Що? ВП такий, да, ВП такий стоїть, чесно. Ладно, по уроду ще не дошли до МВА, але чисто це. Кілам, МВА просто втихнув. МВА там дивиться такі, це мої парні, це мої дії. Боже. О боже.
Base race. That's literally all it is. Out DPS the guy and commit to the enemy safe. It could be appearing here in the ban phase. It all comes down to who gets that first pick to determine who uses a ban on Chuck and who frees something up for another brawler.
And speaking of the train conductor, look who it is. I think I saw Chuck on the board. It's going to be Colt 8-Bit and Cordelius in the ban stage on the left-hand side. And choo-choo, here comes Chuck. Cordelius, Colette, Charlie on the other end. Makes a lot of sense here. Colette being off the board. Cordelius being off the board too. Actually a bold play by Crazy Raccoon. I think Zeta Division see this and they deliberate. There's several first draft options, right?
Так.
Cordelius the best way at addressing Chuck.
Походу Зету забирає чел. Та ви що? Що ви забрали один сет? Дай, що ви забрали один сет, то це не значить, що це перемога в чемпіоні. Це було просто виграв.
At least in form of 10 size selection. He can get that warp blast teleport over to the enemy safe. Are you going to out DPS Chuck? I think so, but you still need to complete this with yet another brawler.
Crazy Raccoon have rocked the Gale here already today in very similar fashion. The spring of choice there, and even though we've had our doubts, even though for the average Joe like me, we can't make it look special, but something about these pro players hits with the Gale. Meg, though, a high damage.
Треба було постійно посадити. Він сам буде ще
She can get the baseball swing off. She can do some serious heavy hitting. A little bit of range, a little bit of up close. Meg's got it all.
I see Meg as being a great option for getting some kind of take back of mid. She has a lot of HP to move in. She has a shot that spreads really wide. There's the Lu as well. Now the struggle with Lu, of course, is going to be lining up those shots.
Пожалуйста.
Their next pick carefully. If they wanted to go for something tanky, something short range,
Пожалуйста.
to rethink that as they are facing into the Lu.
Tara going to be the final selection here.
Просто знаєте, якщо мені грає Зета, то я вже не уверен, що вообще, ну, типа, хто може виграти. Може їх там і з каву взяти і цілої ігри чи Зета. Оце такі парні, що грають проти Crazy Raccoon чи 1-0, вообще в 0. Так, все. Даже не думайте, що Crazy Raccoon є. Ну як це може бути? 1-0 це звичайно буває. Ладно, тебе, конечно, нудило, я согласен. Але, блін, ну і так же ж. Сказал, ты так, не покидай. Так. Это забрали вид.
Tensai streaking down the sidelines as the train conductor moves up the mid. It's a back and forth right now, and already we have a
Сай буде зараз дуже сильно дамажити сейф. Нові теж буде дамажити сейф. Нові почти забили. Тенсай просто дамажить сейф і дамажить. Просто як Нові також їх дамажить. Каша виігрує. Ти вбили 5, нові дамажить. Ті парні, щось не то.
as well as the gadget popped. Moya now going for the jump in. Meanwhile, Chuck just going to town on this save. Now
Парни,
dipping
щось не
to
то.
25% remaining.
CR may be able to save this, but
Ні-ні-ні.
play it pretty
Я
quickly.
просто не
Now
можу
into it,
представити, що я
Bugs
це щас
and
бачу.
2-2
Просто я не
standing.
знаю, що це.
Recycling to the other end, and he's right back in front of their faces. 9%, a quick shutdown with the
Ні-ні-ні-ні-ні-ні.
Moya now being frozen as well, though. Down to their last legs. And not
Я бачу, як
inbound, but Meow stands tall. They
як
make the
Зета
for
виіграє
100.
Crazy Record, і
The
потім
shooter
щас
now inbound, and
грає,
that's gonna be
закривається.
that.
Дуже уверен. Перший крак.
489. I had to hold my breath there. Nicely done. And another game going as
Ні-ні-ні, не смішно.
And a fairly
Вообще,
chalk
просто
looking
дуже це буде
1-2.
прийняти.
Zeta Division, what a way to make this one happen in lightning fashion there.
Ти не можеш це
Chuck.
прийняти, парень.
So much damage pouring out all
Що
the time.
происходить?
And it's gonna be a good one here.
Собака.
Zeta Division are coming away with more.
Не знаю, вони може
and more.
не поїли перед матчем.
Dialing in and trying to lock up another set onto some previous world champions.
Вони може щось не з'їли.
CR already receiving some
Може
heavy
щось не то.
going down the ground on the right.
Просто не розумію, що
Trying
відбувається.
to defend himself here as the Tara pets go inbound. Garo already on the
Опять цей чак там.
He's got barely any health left, but he does have a gadget to get some good damage on.
Може
this
щось
side.
не
He's able to
так.
close in. Could also take some shots from Garo.
Що за...
Raccoon have already suffered a
Я не знаю, що происходит.
Go for the
Просто
jump, and he's gonna
парень.
try and ignore Chuck
Що
whenever he
происходит?
can, and he manages to get the kill as well. Nanny also at mid, able
Сейчас
to
закриють
move
цей.
forward, and perhaps
Чак
that's
заважить, а
Garo
чого?
now
Чака
has
все равно
lost a
вообще?
lot of health.
Парень.
Phenomenal defending option. Moya now
Чак,
in
что
the
несешь?
back. Shtetамpo tries to come around from the bottom side. Huge
Ё-моё.
and Garo manages to get an elimination.
Вже тут дамажить сильно.
They're out DPSing Crazy
Бро, він
Revenant
дамажить
this
більше
set.
сам.
And Nani needs to get on some action here. Setapo just gonna make the decision to go to the other end.
Ну і більше знесе, зараз знесе сейф.
Now he on his own here. 20 to a roughly
Блін,
20,
дефайте,
and now
дефайте,
CR laying down
дефайте.
the fire. It's
Там.
gonna be neck and neck here, down to the wire. Setapo still standing tall.
Є, не убив, все.
Back foot,
Повезло.
keeps the train going down, but he gets it in the stay alive. Zeta Division looking to do the unthinkable.
Боже, що происходить?
2-0 versus former world champions.
Ви зараз це теж бачите? От хто в чат?
Soon to be
Просто напишіть, ви це всі бачите теж, що я не бачу?
in the semifinals unless they can bring it back here. Reverse sweep is the recipe for success for Crazy Raccoon. Zeta Division, wow, incredible. Just no time to even take a breath. In the blink of an eye, they've taken 2 sets in a row flawlessly.
Look, Crazy Raccoon have seemed unbeatable this weekend. In the group stage, it was easy money for them. In the opening round, sure, it was close.
Ні, зараз мене
Too many
типа
people really
трошечки...
ever doubted at any point in that match that they weren't going to get the job done. It didn't come down to a set fight.
Я щось кажу, не можу це прийняти
They
просто.
held on to it. It's not very often we see guys like this in moments like this where they are down 2-0.
It's time for us to take off the rose-tinted glasses. We've seen Crazy Raccoon get some interesting drafts
Yeah.
here versus
Что
very meta
происходит?
brawlers and still get the wins. But that has not been the case at all for the past 2 sets. We've seen Zeta Division just run the good stuff, pretty much. The Chuck, the Meg, the Hypercharged Lu. It all makes sense. And Crazy Raccoon running just about the opposite, thinking that they can fend off what's meta right now, the best brawlers currently in the game. And it's all falling flat on its face.
I think Zeta Division
Yeah.
know their opponents pretty well. They are not celebrating this one early. It is hard to take
Що
that.
происходить?
It hasn't happened too many times in
В
history.
ноль закрили
All
2
of them
карти вже.
have made a grand
Блін,
final
ну
before.
Вандер,
A
0.
couple of them have won one, some 2. But now Europe, with a lot of hope now in these semifinal stages, just need
Зета
one more
победили.
set.
Зета сейчас 2-0 закривають, Вандер. 2-0, типа 2-0, 2-0 по Зета.
What we're very
Перша карта 2-0,
for now turn
друга
into a
карта 2-0.
2-minute slugfest. Or at
І
least
то в нулі, ну типа прям вообще в 0-0. Ну, футбол будто на 500 плюс играли. Де є перша картка? Десь 750 плюс. І друга картка
It's gonna be an
цей.
interesting decision-making process here for Crazy Raccoon. Like I mentioned a little
Та
earlier,
ні, я не знаю.
Max and those kind of
Та
synergies, they decided to run those a lot. And this
Ой,
is a map where it's certainly eligible,
Типа по
but
факту.
if they run it, it's going to be a toughie into this meta. It's something that they got crushed by earlier, so they still have the confidence to go with that. Or do they rely with something a little...
A question that will be answered in a matter of seconds too.
Я представляю фінал, типа, понял, фінал парні.
Crazy Raccoon, they get
Це як Зета
selection.
проти Піска.
First pick.
Є.
Is a very safe selection.
Ні-ні-ні.
Not by any means
Возможно.
one of the brawlers at the forefront of the current meta, but that's what first pick is for, is to play something safe and then develop and evolve your draft in later stages.
I think I've just been kind of conditioned position to expect the unexpected from these guys, but
Yeah.
Tick is about as textbook as it gets. That's not a complaint.
Сейчас
That's
стамина
just
есть.
a statement. They're really
Так
changing
где
this
это?
to showcase
Понял, в чем прикол? Если я думал, что Crazy Raccoon в 0 заклеить вообще, типа, а тут сейчас выигрывает Zeta Division, то я не уверен, что Zeta Division в финале выиграет уже стамину без Кати. Як я был уверен в Crazy Raccoon. Я уже не знаю, як я уверен в Crazy Raccoon. Типа, я же не уверен в Crazy Raccoon. Я же не улыбаюсь, если так. Весь вони улыбаюсь.
By the Cordelia's super. Cordelia's also has some really good defensive options. Put someone in the Shadow Realm and then run away.
Шансы есть,
But
как бы.
also gets
Шансы
started
всегда есть, но
a
что тебе
smart people. Here
кажется,
comes
что
Shadow
сейчас
Realm
потом
underneath the
3-0.
most vulnerable target. Here it
Тобой.
will be Tick, but Crazy Raccoon could still pick some more squishy
Хочешь,
brawlers.
чтобы
Zeta
убить
Vision have
было.
opted to go with the nanny.
Та ні, це щось цей темпо і щось це як. Самі лиш не улибаються. Поняв? Не улибались. Щось тренер не улибається, щось темпо не улибається. Ні, ну типа, я вроді не знаю, що сказати. Ще? Ну, я немає слов.
It will hurt in a sense and help out any of their sharpshooters if they elected to draft it, but they've got sharpshooters on the other side. It hurts Tick. Crazy Raccoon are certainly going to have some tough choices here, and Tensai selecting that stew. Very interesting, and again, not one I'm used to seeing too often.
One that can also fare fairly well into tanks. Here's RT, a
RT
very
pick
tanky
right here.
long-range brawler that is a safe option and is a great way to defend versus brawlers that like to get in close range. Just pop down the super and a few auto attacks, and problem done and dealt with. But Tensai here, I wonder which gadget he's going to be using. Wall break would probably be suboptimal heading into that nanny, but Moya can still take that matchup in long range. It would also not be that great for Tick, so perhaps Speed Zone is the best plan of action. It enables him to tank some damage too versus another long range, high damage brawler.
After your thought process, I think Speed Zone likely the best option. Gray going to be a final selection here. So they're going to stray away from any idea of a thrower, anything tanky. They're going to go with a teleport. Gray is a sneaky good option into those throwers, though. A quick TP in, a few easy shots, and he's out. So I don't mind this draft for the division. I think Cordelius might have a hard time, but it most certainly could be anybody's game, and CR needed to be theirs.
I think Gray might be the way to get Cordelius behind enemy lines, deal with Tick in close range, get some value in here, especially with the super damage boost. Let's get it started. It's all coming down to set number 3. Zeta Division, one set away from victory, heading on to the grand finals and sending Crazy Raccoon down into the pits of despair with nothing to show for it.
Now we low HP, but actually gets traded out there. The blue star gonna be a reward for CR. A missed pull there from Caro as well. Moya keeping the distance here, lobbing up mine after mine.
Сейчас подивимося, надеемся, я не знаю вже. Ну, возможно, цей режим буде сейчас за цим. За Crazy Raccoon. Боже.
Still does have some gadgets that he can utilize. A super would be massively impactful. Here comes a Tick super in. All it does is serve to bait out.
Герой може попасти нормально.
No serious damage onto them yet. Crazy Raccoon are just going to be playing defense. And Zeta are looking for any opportunities to generate some offense. But really, the biggest benefactor of the timer is going to be Zeta Division as they look to use the clock to their advantage.
Speed Zone going down. They're going to take their sweet, precious time, trying to dwindle this away. They open up the map. That is huge.
Так, що у нас? Зета поки що проігрують, так що все хорошо, парень. Все хорошо. По предикте можете сыграть сегодня. Вообще. Предикты можете сыграть, потому что у меня предикции... Это вообще был предикт, что будет финале играть. Crazy Raccoon может ли быть в финале. Жаль. Уже что происходит. Мяу, надо кидать его в цей. Дай, дай. Все, GG.
Tensai still on such high health. Meow's bound to pop out of this Shadow Realm and get a kill. Meow still needs to be taken down. He's running away. 8-7. Need to see a kill for Zeta Division, but nothing.
Почти. Почти. Crazy Raccoon закрывает. Не, тут дуже близько до уза.
Zeta Division still up 2 sets. And it was a
Дуже
very
близько. Прям були на грані, прям вообще грають на грані.
East Asia
Вообще не в ноль, а
for now.
там
Game number
катки
2
жизни
here is
просто
gonna be
в
just as
Рекон.
much of a sweat.
Просто
Signs of
катки
life
жизни.
mean a lot here for Crazy Raccoon. We haven't seen them take a game just yet. Zeta Division were on a roll, and now the momentum has been broken by much more defensive mode.
Так.
Already we see Tensai generate a kill onto Meow. They even had that blue star, but they're gathering insurance, at least until Zeta Division push them back into their home
Камбек буде.
ramparts.
Буде
It's
2-1.
happening soon. They're
3-0 не
losing
буде
territory
точно.
quickly. We might fall into the same pattern as last game, where Crazy Raccoon take a defensive stance early on.
Ну як точно не буде? Я ж не знаю.
Early assaults on the
І що
Zeta
можу
division. They're gonna be the ones with the lead once again. Meow once again in trouble as well. A slide in and out. Tick mines dodge there, but the follow-through shots available.
Сейчас
from
хорошо.
Stu. Now 5-0 here. And a blue star in CR's favor.
Crazy Raccoon держить.
Finally, it's
Троль.
time to look up for these fellas.
5-0 for Zeta Division.
Так що зараз буде 2-1, думаю.
Meow has the Shadow Realm ready and prepared. Here could be the combo. The Peep looking for an ideal target onto Moya. No, just baits out the gadget. Good dash there from Stetampo, but the one.
Неужели буде це як того року? Тоже, короче, ну, такі же состави, тільки під другим названням, практично такі же. Тоже 2-0 виіграли нові геро, типу Сайтемпу. Виіграли Сайтемпу і Тенцай. Але потім Сайтемпу і Тенцай камбек. Це не буде точно як того року. Я думаю, не буде так, тому що подожди. Це була ошибка, подожди. Подожди. Ні. Що? Ну так, так, це фігня. Подожди, двохом тисяч. А, боже, ошибка отмяв. Попробуй бути 1-1. Там в ноліну. Кстати, походу. Дуже, дуже. Ти ошибся, кстати. Нормально, ты ей улыбаешься, это все хорошо. Все под контролем, парни. Так должно было быть. 2-0. А, тут тільки що чуть не слили поимку тоже. Поимка на фулл-поте, еле-еле. Ты ей улыбаешься, значит все хорошо. Значит так нужно.
I think we've already seen a little bit of the nerves.
А что я чувствую?
I think we can very
Чувствую,
confidently
блин.
point out a poor decision to go so
Сайт,
aggressively with
можно будет если
Cordelius,
камбэк.
since falling with Cordelius actually
Вот и
gave the
профу
lead
играли.
to Crazy Raccoon. It's
Возможно,
easy
они типа
having
специально.
two birds in the bush and one in the hand, but actually there's only one bird in the bush and you have two in the hand.
I hate when that happens, ready?
Relatable.
Oh man, but another thing that's not relatable, at least for me, is playing against Titans like this. I don't envy the position of Zeta Division and closing out all the pressure, all the eyes in the world looking at you. And to be so close, 2 straight games to taking down Crazy Raccoon, to getting yourself to a match point. They hold firm, they stay confident, and they do so.
Вот тут, короче, там мяукают, типа, кинут все.
On the side of Zeta, as much as I will criticize a very clear mistake, we saw some really good tech here, especially from Naui, getting the insta-kill onto Tick. He managed to make sort of a by the Tick, no contact, just and then circle around for the one shot with autofocus. That was phenomenal.
Just the Shadow Realm plays too. I think tried to set them
Дивимося, що буде далі, друзі. Це була ошибка, кстати. Все. Ні, вони улыбаються. О, я, молодець. Геро, о, Геро начав грати в п'ятєву капу. Але трошки більше треба було вименшити. Я 3 кіла зробив, що тут теж треба роль, трошки більше добра. П'ятєву капу.
With Zeta Division still being the lead
Таблетка.
set-wise.
Це вже до хедшота. Я на руль. Хедшот делаю, блядь.
From the pits of uncertainty, we're headed to last stop. And if Zeta Division can
Да,
generate a win
але
here, it will
Crazy Raccoon прям фул фанати були. Хакіться їба, всі 0-0-0. Просто так.
EMEA fans around the world are keeping their fingers crossed. Last stop, certainly a map where CR can run some max
Я
madness.
легкий парень.
But at the same time,
Це хедшотик.
other great options too. Again, this is the kind of mind games that you can play when you're some of the most skilled, if not the most skilled in the world. You can play to their strengths, you can play to the meta's strengths, and Zeta, as a result, of course, is going to have to make some tough decisions in the ban phase.
Well, ban phase is coming in. Any tough decisions here? Well, the Charlie ban was not certainly. Here's a
Так,
top first pick from Crazy Raccoon. Always going to be
я
a
хочу робити.
viable option here, especially for countering tanks. You can run it on either lane. You
Та
can
є,
get
давайте зараз
visibility
подивимося,
inside
як
of those
збирають
bushes.
Crazy Raccoon
It's
в
going to be
небо.
great to
Буде ли
limit
камбек на
those
2-2,
backlines, especially where the
буде ли
mid
камбек на 2-2, чи
works.
закриє Zeta
Just want to
X1 і все.
have something at your side that can help you deliver that brawler to the
Але
backlines.
я не
And with
представляю,
Max to make that happen. But Zeta
я не
Vision
чую,
have run it
кого не
themselves,
відбувалося
and
з
they know that Crazy Raccoon really want this brawler.
2021 року,
Taking Tara early
щоб
rather
Зету
than
хтось
if they
закрив.
want to go
Далі,
Max later
щоб
on.
Зета
Makes
уходили
sense
і
very
розстроєні.
obviously
Такі,
that
ну, не
Zeta
Зета, а
elect
типа,
to select that
танцайщик
brawler.
якийсь.
Keeping my eyes out for somebody like 8-Bit who
Я
does
ще
know
пам'ятаю,
a
в
lot of this map,
2021
especially
коли
since we're
радувалися.
getting bans and more
Всі уходили, вони стояли куб.
They're gonna select Buster with
Прошлого
the
года
first
так.
overall pick here, and Tara can do a good job, but keep in mind Buster has
Я
the tech to where that pull can unaffect him.
This is very true. Kevlar Vest, that star power, keeps him from being affected by any sort of knockback
Та
or
ні,
status effects, slows whatever you want it to
не
be.
може таке
He
произойти.
can do it. The Max now
Зета
storming
пікують
the
Макс,
Zeta division. Crazy
грають.
Raccoon had to be expecting something like this. So now, knowing how to execute
Ой,
on Max, how
Сач.
do they make it turn around? Surely playing so much Max themselves, they know what the most irritating, annoying, and effective
Прикиньте,
strategies to deal with.
Зета виграє цей, а
Зeta
нові
Division
2-9-7 у
taking a
Торкіна
point
вроді
off
всього,
of
заявку.
Crazy Raccoon and trying to use a brawler that's normally up their alley against them. This is what I was mentioning. It's good that they picked
Заявочка.
Tara first because they have options now. They can just stray away from it and they can look to shut down the brawler that they know so well. And on top of that, take a mid option here in 8-Bit with a TP, with a lot of HP, and somebody that's been boasting a 67% win rate coming into today.
I'll name an option for Zeta Division. They can spend the Brawler days locked in the Snowtel if Tensai gets some nice freezes here. It's going to be difficult, though, to hit that Max. Buster, also, we've seen just how effective Buster can be into Lu. Just wait for that super.
Так, ну що, друзі, зараз будемо дивитися,
Into the Lu, but you got to be careful. You can't overextend. Squeak.
що буде далі.
Visibility inside of these bushes also is a strong lane selection. And finally, amazing for taking down the turret that 8-Bit is going to need so desperately to survive at mid.
This is going to come down to if Max can pop off, I think. If Max can be a good point guard here, distribute the speed to the teammates, stay alive, allow Buster to press forward, and they can all do their job. I think Zeta Division is
Ні-ні-ні,
here to win.
так, все, катка
Got a
починається.
long road ahead of him.
Я просто представляю, як Crazy Raccoon сливають.
Trying to do the unthinkable, make a little bit of a comeback.
A little bit of a comeback will go a long way, though. If they can get a win here, they'll go on to that
Сливаюсь,
coveted set 5, at least only coveted by Crazy Raccoon at this point. It's their only avenue to victory. Already, major push on the left side from Crazy Raccoon. Tensai and Stetampo doubling up, looking for a kill on Naui, or at least control of this area.
Stetampo вже
Stetampo
ультимейт.
already has that super. A freeze on Naui, and a frozen
Це
Buster
було жорстко достатньо. Бачили, коротше? Він його зафрізив. Я покидаю пін 2022, типу, свої 2022 забрав. Показує, що він світов.
And here comes the max energy speed as well. A tied gym count. Moya extending for one more.
Зараз буде бачити.
On the bottom lines here. Moya Goku trying to fire. And it's not going to
Дивимося.
be enough for any kills.
Тара, ультимейт. Що ультимейт тут триває? Дуже добре відіграв Геро і став у нові. Один ушов от ульти. Ну, що? 4-6. Контроль під цим. Від Crazy Raccoon. Геро дуже добре відіграє за Макс. Вже добре. Хуже, звісно, чим Тенсайчик грає. От зараз от чуть не слився. Але зло держить Тенсая поки що дують. Дуже добре держить. Є на двох, це груз. Є на двох, це грузно. Ну, на даний момент все-таки Crazy Raccoon ще заберуть карту. О, не карту, а цю карту. Карту ще неізвісно. 9-6. Зараз треба вбивати цей темп, а не сливатися, то цей темп вбиває. Цей темп вбиває цього, тут Татара тягне, нові, то вбиває, все. Ну що, камбек Crazy Raccoon. О,
Zeta Division, they approach aggressively now, pushing up the left side. Gero now matching it mid with a takedown onto Tensai. Stetampo holding the line the best he can. 3 seconds left, and we see Moya get the takedown on Gero. A game win for Crazy Raccoon. Make it happen.
Если под 0, то сейчас 2-0. Все так должно бути. Це було спеціально, типу, дались, поняли? Дались. По мінімуму. Це тебе. Правильно. Що не опять чувство? Хорошо. Дуже файно тяжечко. Мінус Сай, Ігрен. І Леут Ігрен. Це дуже погано для Zeta, що Zeta цей, що Сай такий. Лові дуже добре атакує. Я в лові не спіхлося. Петровчика дуже файно. Сейчас Zeta вообще Zeta все максимально. И
they come in and they play to perfection as well. They haven't left the mid yet. CR have not even grabbed the gym at this moment. Tensai, while he is flanked, Moya can shoot as well. So Tampa with no super. They don't have the utility that they
Тару
had
вибить,
last
Тару
time.
їм треба вибити. Зараз Тенцая вибити.
As well. Garo on the back heels as well.
Не виб'ють, якщо зараз не зможуть нормально Тенцая, а у них ляп получається. Тенцая вибивають вони Тенцая і контроль. Є, це ошибка була. Тенцая не вибили. Тенцая красава. Соло. Ну, зараз чисто із-за того, що Тенцая його там не вибили. І проблеми зараз. Проблеми зараз. Єро дуже файно. Дуже файно. Цей темпо, молодець. Бек, шоу. Вот, оце була ошибка там, бачу. Там Тенцай соло зіграв. Все, тут я бачу дуже все груз. 10-й гейм, контроль під цими, все. Вот так не буває, коли граєш проти Crazy Raccoon. Так не буває. Сейчас 2-2. 2-2. Да и пофиг, коли улыбаються. І я не знаю, що з ним.
These guys have made it to World Championships time and time again. In Brawl Stars, it's all we've known for the last few years. And entering the big tournament on Championship Sunday, we were hoping for around the world that they would be contested, and they certainly have. It's certainly dramatic. But they have hung around.
Zeta.
That game number 2.
Ну, типа, Тенцайчики с этим.
Huge double kill. They pull out a little bit of a surprise strategy with the Buster. They go for this major double pull. They kick off with about 7 gems, and even still, CR held their ground. Just did something ridiculous.
A real stroke of brilliance up that left side. They managed to force the 8-bit out of position, which was the largest stroke of brilliance here for this team. I mean, I'll say it again with my chest. This was just an awesome move from Zeta Division, but it only lasted so long. Towards the end, Crazy Raccoon, they managed to adapt. They managed to force the Buster out of that position. And once Buster was out and unsupported on that left lane, there was no going back.
Here come the numbers as well. It was neck and neck. At the end of the day, they just played the objective better. We talk about it a lot, but they were resilient. They didn't disappear. And even though Zeta Division took complete control in game number 2, seemingly grabbing a match point, CR clutched up, grabbed it from them. And now if you're Zeta Division, you've got to be shaking. There are smiles around. Tensai for the first time, chatting it up a little bit, strategizing. They've only got one more opportunity because one of these teams has to go home.
Well, that last opportunity is going to be taking place on Dueling Beetles. I couldn't name a more fitting map than to make this happen. Zone with a single zone.
Конзола! Конзола, друзья! Конзола!
Level of play, 99% incoming. Maybe I'll try not to manifest it too hard.
Когда вообще играю стабильный против СК. А сейчас 2-2, так сказать.
Especially for a set number 5, there are plenty of moments in Brawl Stars history where things have just gone south.
Ведущий больше орёт, чем вся команда.
With mechanics for comeback. And these are two of
Илюха, ты я не Илюха. Я Хут, я купаю сейчас.
First overall
Так,
selection is
53.
indicated by the Charlie ban. It's got to go the way of Crazy Raccoon.
We'll see what they decide to go with. Hypercharge Lou is outlawed, and so is Maisie. Some other viable brawlers now
Ну що,
by Crazy
так,
Raccoon. Rosa, I'm not forgetting
що
seeing
так.
an entire bush planted at
Пікають,
all
десь як
4
кончить час.
years to
Подивимося, хто
construct a massive area to hide and spike. The first selection from Crazy Raccoon. And it might be a little bit quick to call this a safe pick. It does have a hypercharge. It is very, very powerful right now. You can lock down lanes effectively, and it's also a good tank counter.
I had a little bit of a puzzled look on my face. I'm just not used to seeing Spike be a first overall selection on Hot Zone. Kind of a little bit wild. Crazy Raccoon, though, going to take advantage. And is super, of course, especially if Hypercharge covers up basically that entire Hot Zone. Major slowdown as well. I mean, Spike can do some serious damage, so I get it. They need to be careful about how they tread from here, because there are brawlers that are going to be really solid to him, like throwers. If they get their hands on that, Spike could have a lot of difficulty.
I like how you said throwers and said nothing about the stew, because the stew just, like, okay, on the surface, maybe it doesn't make too much sense into the Spike, because you do have life plant available, and I don't really see popping pincushion being a large consideration. Meow has to have some kind of plan. If they're able to get consistent DPS going, the Spike and that life plant won't be too much of an issue. We can expect this game to go on for a good while. Two other ways to deal with the life plant that Zeta Division has.
Тоже стояли, улыбались.
Я надеюсь, сейчас
Selection from Zeta Division.
І це просто кільця вже, типу, три просто так, склад, і йдуть.
High HP, tanky brawlers that have a lot of supercharge to offer.
Pam is going to be
Та піхають вони, певно.
despite the high DPS that Spike provides. Pam is just a staple of Hot Zone. Healing station, scraps.
Так.
So much
Я би
utility.
така
One of
карта,
the benefits of Pam too, especially if they don't have anything that pierces through. We've seen Penny kind of be an answer to that at times.
Пепка не
this
прям
weekend. They can use the healing station as
Та
a
якщо
body,
б огненне кольцо, і
they
там
can use their own side. They can use
Поко,
Pam
Поко не
to
збивався.
keep the healing station up to
Видиш
provide for
чат?
the
Я
teammates.
вижу чат.
It's going to be interesting here.
Ілюха не видить
Poco
чат.
come out, 'cause I think if Zeta Division got their hands on this Poco, they would
Читаєш?
have so much health points to work
Стоп.
with. And
Ти бачиш чат?
oh man, some of the best mechanical players of all time
Да.
are rocking a Jackie here.
Коли ти не бачиш чат, ти кажеш, я бачу чат. Ні. Ну що там? Є чел, подожди. Чел така заруба буде, я думаю, ти певно. Ще. Ну хоча, дивись, якщо по факту дивитись, якщо зараз ти зря, коли ти граєш в своєму стилі, але Кєва пік виглядить по молодежі. Це ж видялись.
Crazy Raccoon have made a heck of a comeback, and now it's all going to come down to one final set.
Є, все одно виглядить.
Let's get it started for set number 5, the fifth and final set of the showdown between Crazy Raccoon in Zeta Division. The winner heads on to the grand final.
Чел, в футболі грають, виход за фінал, що 2-2.
Totem moves in on the left side, trying to get damage onto Naui. He's woefully outranged and outgunned by both Naui and Meow. Garo also trying to fend off Tensai and Moya. Tensai burning through these gadgets as he tries to
Він
find
фул
some
дедж, він
semblance
просто
of
цей.
control.
зону не забирають.
Зараз будуть забирати. Поко чи бац. Ти в стіну, правильно. Йо. Так. Дуже добре б'яв везе. Все.
Crazy Raccoon still trying to fend this off with little success.
Ладно.
Moya has that hypercharge and the super ready to move.
Так
Now
він
on the
мішає.
side. That's easy value. Moya purchases
Боже,
Як же ж Геро вбиває
Meow
кита?
and Naui remain alive
Я
and
тут
healthy.
я
The same goes for Stetampo, constantly getting healed by Tensai.
Все равно,
Control,
блядь.
despite going down so
Да-да.
frequently, belongs to Crazy Raccoon.
These guys are displaying so
Чуть
much
ли-
brilliance right now. I mean, Zeta Division might even be leading the kill count,
Poco.
but it's Tensai, Zetapo, Moyagoku rotating each other onto this hot zone, and Zeta Division are
Poco.
having a
О,
hard
Poco
time
убил.
getting up there. It's been a lot of 3v1
Чисто
3v2
скейка.
situations, and now Zeta Division are finally starting to climb and tie this up.
Молодець.
Poco is the
Ей,
lifeline.
чел, подожди, ну ти зараз буде це на 100, типу, поділо, це буде ще спот. Да, щось таке може. Прям вообще може. О, боже. Типу, дві катки в ноль, по 2. Джеки эти бои делают. Там Джеки, короче, 5 вбивався.
There's so much pressure
Yes,
using these
sure.
indestructible walls to their advantage as another takedown goes through for Zeta Division. Shots being fired right hand in.
Що, матчпоінт?
Strumming the chords of his guitar, connecting with all three, but it's
Sure.
91 and climbing to
Наверное,
Zeta Division.
Moya needs a super more than anything else. He has the hypercharge to match, now climbing to
Нет,
93%. Here's the value, the hypercharge is matched. Tensai falls. That's got to be the win
Всё,
condition.
я
for
думаю,
Zeta Division
файт.
as they move in with the
Ну що, матчпоінт для Зети?
Zeta Division advance on to match point.
Zeta Division's composition is ruthless. It's punishing. They've got Stu for aggression, Ims for control, and Pam, who just seems to never go down. All great things, and despite CR always being present, once they lost too many brawlers, once they lost all three, there was really nothing that they could do. And now, perhaps see what Crazy Raccoon are truly made of, and especially here, they have to win 2 straight.
It's a game of protect the president. Tensai is the one to protect. Stetampo is the first one to fall. Moya and Tensai have to play on the defense, and now he keeps on advancing.
И что-то парни, походу.
Tensai falls to the bomb squeeze star power. They only have a slight advantage for now. Now eclipsed by Zeta Division as they get to walk all over this point. Tensai
казав, що Зета виграє, так? Ні, він казав, що Зета виграє, типу, то виграють ці Сай. Ні, він не говорив про те, що Зета. Все. Ще. Так, ну що, парні? Происходит то, що не должно було происходити. І Єро на Поко, це просто тип, закриває всі. Ти на стул, да. Єро на стул просто закриває любого. Не знаю, спайка в ноль. Вообще, тигер пояс сливається, стикерация. Эмс хороший пик, дуже хороший пик. Эмс це просто. Що парні? Це виглядить, знаєш, типу, нереально сейчас. Я сейчас вообще выглядит нереально, что если там просто дуд. Неужели это произойдет сейчас? Хотя бы тут нет. Жаль, если сейчас заходит поле,
The survivability from Naui and Meow is just shocking. But they have to get this control back somehow. Crazy Raccoon are threatening to usurp Zeta Division's lead.
Виглядить, що це GG. Дуже сильно виглядить, що це
GG. GG, алло. Саша,
Іди.
забирай, иди забирай. Да, забрали, все. Зета.
Grand finals bound.
Так.
Zeta Division make the seemingly impossible happen. The two-time champions on the roster of Crazy Raccoon now shut down bitterly in the semifinals. Only a top 4 finish.
Не знаю, что произошло.
Totem showed that the East Asia Titans could bleed.
Знаю, что
Zeta
произошло.
followed through with a dagger. They kept him alive for so long, but in the final set, they got the job done. For the first time in a long time, it's going to be somebody else taking the crown here outside of East Asia.
Without Crazy Raccoon still in the competition, all of our expectations might be ready to be challenged. What a shocking finish here, but a well-earned one for Zeta Division as they advance on to the Grand Finals as our first contender in the Grand Finals match.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, both of these teams showcased what they could do. After yesterday, I really didn't think that CR were going to get beaten. My head just couldn't get around it. How could they be so darn good into teams like SK and Foot, and then piling up, we replied Totem, but the last line of defense in EMEA.
Я вернулся, все, я тут. Я.
No remorse at all. And a stellar draft.
А если я вернусь, это значит скоро розыгрыш. Ё-моё, что-то еще неожиданно, Зета. Зету забирає. Я вообще не ожидал такого, конечно. Типа, я думал 2-0, и типа сейчас эти ракуны закончат на ТК, как это было рік назад. А не, не получилось закончить, типа, доказалось. Типа Зета лузає стаміном, но виграє цих Crazy Raccoon. Значить, коротше, сильніша команда стаміни. Короче, сейчас стаміни проти СК, і це, і типа, ну, дуже жалко, бо тому що дві команди, які я б'ю, типу, мені вони нравляться, і та команда, я зараз грати. Я не знаю даже за кого, типу, більше за, наверное, більше за стаміні, типу, СК. Хоча СК таку просто, ну, страшний, типу, Sky Gaming проти стаміни. Вообще, да. Тут СК чемпіони будуть. Ні, я думаю, що ні. Ну, хотя возможно. Боже, я надеюсь. Ну, конечно, я бы хотел, чтобы стамины бить. Стамины против так. Хотя хочется, чтобы ЕСК прошли. Короче, я не знаю. Конечно, жесть еще. Як вони прийшли? Я просто не воюваю, як це. Типа ці Crazy Raccoon, вони мали забирати.
Without a doubt, well deserved. Such stellar plays and
lockdown control. Два Зета против Кастамина, да.
From Zeta Division, where they executed a victory, not dropping a single game to Crazy Raccoon before they lost traction for a little bit and wrested it all back with a stellar draft in the very last set.
Impressive, to say the least. Every single region bringing powerhouses to the World Finals, and now North America on their last leg here. SK Gaming beat this team earlier today, one of their biggest rivals in Tribe Gaming, and now they have an opportunity to play spoiler again.
Жестко, конечно, честно.
Matchup in the grand finals.
Well, with this last outcome, we have an update to the bracket. Our first grand finalist is determined. Zeta Division.
Zeta Division опять в финале. Типа. Зета, вона всегда в финале. Не важно, який состав, вона всегда в финале. Я не знаю, як це происходит, честно. Це якось ще неадекватно. Ще.
And SK, though, did end up beating Tribe Gaming, who have been pretty back and forth.
Илюха, здорово.
That SK Gaming, not a 1, 2, or 3 seed from EMEA. They did it the hard way. They went through LCQ.
Хорош, молодец.
Well, they've certainly been on a
Я за стамину. Я тоже більше за стамину, чем за
supremely worthy opponent for them. When we roll back the clock to Masters, we saw STMN do fairly well in this matchup. So now it's more revenge for SK. That seems to be really what they eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is revenge. And boy, are they feasting.
They've certainly been hungry, but the appetite well worth it. Clearly paying off here today.
Да, короче, це вообще считаю, что мы стамину чем-то брали. Да, по факту.
If anything, I'm expecting the unexpected going into this tournament. I thought STMN were one of the top teams, and now SK Gaming are certainly up to the challenge. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we can only ask you to stay tuned for another amazing match to determine our next semi-finals victor in a grand final spot. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
Кстати, мені дали гіперзаряд случайний. А, мені на шелі випав гіперзаряд, нормально. Боже, на шелі випав. Ладно, хотів я на шелі. Я хотів не на шелі вообще. 2 минуты осталось. Не знаю, я надеюсь, стамина выиграет.
Okay, guys, we're backstage. We're gonna have to be quiet though. I've managed to get you guys a little bit of a sneak peek into what happens behind the scenes at the Brawl Stars World Finals. Back here, this is the control room. This is where the magic happens. Some of the best workers in the business back there, and they make the production run so smoothly. Right, well, this is where I usually work, the casting desk. A little bit of a look around the back of it here. We're mid-game with Zeta versus Nouns at the moment, and Kenny and Uber doing an absolutely brilliant job.
And then there were 3. It's time for our second semi-final to find out who will be joining first division in our grand final. So let's start with our team from North America. It's STMN!
STMN.
This is a team
Wonder.
that had to go through the last chance qualifier. But since then, they have shown they could have been qualified through BSC points alone because this team is gonna
Я за
represent
стамин, да я тоже за
North
стамин.
America and show
Там
what
уже СК выиграет.
football is all about. And speaking of last chance qualifiers, please.
Новый предыдущий матч. Норкин выиграл Зета. 3-2. Крейзи Ракуны слились. Крейзи Ракуны слились. Зета в финале.
They've failed not one, but two rivals so far here at DreamHack Winter in Jönköping, Sweden.
Зета, да, Норкин, Зета. Это жесть вообще. Никто не ожидал. А Зета выиграла.
All the way to the finals if they can just cut through STMN.
И сейчас СК и выигрывают Трайб. Играют против цих.
Who will remain in the running for the trophy? Let's head over to Ark and Trav.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Trav, an old-fashioned classic. It's North America versus EMEA. A fight that may even clarify that the trophy is going to be back in the EMEA hands. I mean, one thing's for sure is that we are set for fireworks on the world stage. We really are. I mean, it's
Мені хочеться, щоб і та команда вийшла, але вийде одна тільки так все.
new region taking the crown once more.
My jaw dropped and I couldn't pick it off the floor for quite a while. And everyone in the arena has just gone wide-eyed. The unthinkable has just happened. And one thing that tells me is that expect the unexpected. We don't know how this one is going to go. In terms of the back and forth of these two teams, really the only clash this year, going back to SPS
Да, я до
Masters,
сих пор не можу повірити, що Крейзі Ракун
Макс, що ти? Каже, хто виграв предыдущий матч, які Ракуни? Зета.
And we are back at the World Finals. One team will go to the Grand Finals to face off against Zeta Division, and one team will be sent packing in the third/fourth
Я
position.
представляю фінал вообще.
The community has
Він
spoken,
Зета,
and
типа,
they're all sided with
СК Зета.
61% to 39.
Ракуни мало бути. Вообще мало бути Ракуни. А в итоге... Але, подожди, я сейчас ну, с такими я показал. А вот это...
STMN have got to get their revenge for their home region.
Yeah, some big rivals behind them, and only a couple more teams, and they'll be lifting the trophy. Double Swoosh being the first map. Gale, the first pick from SK Gaming. This was the map that sealed Foot Esports' fate yesterday. Bans being the Sandy, the Tara, and the Rosa from the side of SK, and then the Tara, the Charlie, and the Lou from STMN.
Solid bans all round for me so far. Gale, I'm still 50-50 on, but nonetheless, I mean, it's getting wins, it's getting results.
STMN.
Is that brawler which can just be devastating on this map, and Gale, for that very reason, just pick the Grey, gonna come out of STMN, you know, lacks a little bit of DPS, but
Grey,
be able to get in and get out with those TPs. Those portals are just instrumental in just turning the tides, is what can happen more and more in Gem Grab.
Значит, Миля сильнейший Крейзи Ракуна.
On this map, you know, going back and forwards, and sometimes even being able to hit those walking canes, and then TPing back.
Здесь, Миля ни разу не проигрывал.
It brings them so far, and I think that's a really interesting.
Единственная команда, которая проигрывала.
Especially in the hands of Sands, it can be very, very dangerous. Cordelius to go along.
Знаю, все команды, конечно, не проигрывали ни разу.
Gale was the first pick, but STMN really yet to pick anything that's
Так что...
А гейминг выиграет.
SK Gaming, I can
Если сказал гейминг выиграет,
it's one that they've been really championing on Double Swoosh. It's just about that Cordelius is enough to sway their opinion and make it go elsewhere. Amber, for me, could be a good pickup as well.
Да не, не надо, мне надо, чтобы Камиля выиграл.
They're going to go with the Jackie. There's still a third and final pick for STMN to respond to it.
Yeah, pulling out the big guns. I mean, they've already
Да,
got Cordelius.
любые финалы.
It's not even going to be that hard, even if they pivot away, go for something else.
Ты большевики СК играл и против Трайбил.
They've got a couple of contingencies for it if they do. Stu going to be the last one coming in from SK.
Камиля против СК.
I would imagine. We're going to go to STMN for their final pick now. This one's going to decide quite a lot. They've got to have something, maybe a little bit more against the Jackie.
Ну, вот так вот
Whether they're
сняли.
just send Cordelius down that lane and have someone play up against the
Ну,
Gale.
такой никто не ожидал. Реально.
Well, the Stu certainly deterrent. Spike wouldn't be a worst of shouts.
Кто ожидал, что Zeta
Good deterrent of
выбьет Crazy Raccoon?
Pam. I mean, this is kind of old school meta we're talking here on Double Swoosh, and one that was always really fantastic to have. The Vision Gear can get a ton of value on maps like this, and I mean, I've seen it time and time again this weekend, Pam, in a very soft spot in terms of the meta. And in we go, the match to start things off. A chance for either of these two teams to make it to the grand finals and have a chance to play for the ultimate glory in Brawl. It's about to go down.
SK Gaming versus STMN. In we go. First game of semi-final number 2 to decide who joins Zeta Division.
Давайте, погнали.
OP starting things off strong in the mid with that speed zone early on. Chaos over the right-hand side, but quickly being scouted out by Bobby.
На меня уже так далеко зашли, что им надо, ну,
Yeah, good awareness there on that right-hand
там
side.
шарцы и все попадает. Жарите, шар. Жарно. Ну, жарно. Кофе, жар. Неважно, главное, что не темпе.
And Chaos moving to the left-hand side. Stan's going to find him early on. They're bringing him into that realm as well. Mushrooms along the way should give him a bit of HP to be able to battle this one out. OP sliding into the mid, but not really having the best of times. Had to use yet another speed zone to tank.
Bobby's now in a better spot.
Два персонажа.
Делюсь. КС гаджетом. Жоки.
Давай, персонаж. Лишь Джеки, короче, надо Джеки.
Жарко, если честно.
Бачи, прыжок решает.
Меня дивись! Да, ну жар, що він творить. Тільки, але геми же, все. Понятно, що веб.
Absolute peril, certain death. 9 now for SK. They take the lead in OPE. Fine Sands. 3 versus 2, and the STMN have got to be able to get back in this game to contest this mid. Countdown looming. The gems are dropped. They need the reset, and it's got to be on Chaos.
There's gems there. Gosh, he's going to pick up one. Sands gets the kill there as well.
Я падаю.
Another one from the mid. Torre established up.
Right.
Zar gets the one. 10 to 10. He goes down as well. Chaos now on the right side quite low. But still, gems in hand. But does he want them?
Chaos going in.
Дуже хорош. Просто хто на цьому. І Каус, боже. Просто красавець. Тут жарні, стройні, є паки, а, бувається сад ще. Бувається Бобі. Ребят. Сейчас ГГ буде, ну, і то лучше, тому що
Phenomenal game to kick things off. Back and forth, every which way you look at it. This is just so equal, so level at such an early stage. But SK just had that edge.
And it's surprising as well, considering Chaos had those gems for so long that, you know, Sands or someone like that didn't really take advantage of it. Bring into the realm, take that 1v1. Because Jackie's not going to be winning when you realm against Cordelius, and it will drop all those gems. Starting from square one again, OP going to be able to evade that 1k this time.
Yeah, no early break for Zar. And OP kind of low here as well. We'll find out again. The escapisms of Zar is just beautiful to watch. But he's got to keep this up, and SK are looking so aggressive as now. IKS and OP just pushing their way forward. Contesting that mid.
Активированный цей портал.
And OP eventually able to get him down, but that's the third there for Zar. And Sands doing a great job on the left.
Портал может любым близким степом.
Will fall quite low. Has to heal up before moving onwards, but if he brings OP into this realm,
Гео контрит же прям.
Bobby needs to get involved on that
Ого, дальше, скажу.
push there into the realm from Sands. Gems are dropped as OPE falls. Chaos is still standing, and then Zar's got nowhere to go but out there. 5 gems still safe with STMN. 6 now, and Chaos will fall. That's looking good.
Наша миссия, прям.
Да, по Джеки, по
Gems down, and STMN are trying to steal this one.
Делюсь. Вибив.
Угадали цепа. Красавчик.
Хорош. Возвращались. Сейчас.
Ела, слышь.
Нашу. Жду рулетку. Ну жди. Рулетка буде.
The perfect response from STMN, but can they turn that game into a set? Definitely lessons were learned along the way, but SK Gaming for me are still so dangerous. One Jackie play here and there is all it takes to turn the tides. But we are all equal out this set, all up for grabs. Will it be STMN's? Will it be SK Gaming's?
Double right sent this time, and Yoshi having a bit of a tough time getting past with that.
Давайте рулетку по системе ЕСК. Рулетка буде після фіналу. І
Став поп'явся, а Зета опять підійде.
да. Формі чим. Да. Полезно.
Has some damage in there as well, but the Scraps are not going to be able to get too much on OP's. Oh, one shot, 140 left. Sans moves forward with his realm, does bring Yoshi in, but you know, even if he comes out in this position, if he wins that 1v1, he's not going anywhere.
Да,
Thinking twice, and I'm glad to see it for his sake, because that was a
Та, що до стінки вона
doubt in my mind. 7-3 now as STMN are way behind, but they're trying to make up for that lost time. 4 now, and SK Gaming have got to start to push Bobby here. They are doing so.
Take mine. Тебе не ЛБ навіть.
Now healing up accordingly.
Great realm there from Sans as well. Zar going to TP, and yet again OP goes down on the right.
Опа.
From Zar and Bobby bringing it back for STMN.
What a fumble from OPE, but IKL's there trying to make something of it, but a little too low. It's got to be Yoshi, and now IKL's healing in as OPE comes as well. This is it, 5 seconds, can they get the reset? Solo, what a +3 blow.
Не заберу.
It's a reset, but for how long?
What a play from Yoshi to knock him straight into the grasp of Chaos. But still, 12 seconds and 12 gems in hand. OP coming forwards now, it's the same again. They have a chance. Yoshi's too low to really do too much though. 4 seconds there. The TP available for Bobby to get a heal. He used it, but he almost goes down anyway.
Бобби лучше. Как, Жар лучше, Бобби лучше. Да тут все хорош. Все хорошо. Обида заберу. Як я їм вначалі сам казав. Я вначалі сам казав, що обіди забирають туди. То, що оправдало ожидання сюди. Я туди вигнав. Це єдине, що реально типу, ну, хотя.
STMN, they do come out swinging. They start strong with that first
Стоп.
set, but still a long, long way to go.
5 секунд у Зайця теж ніхто не ожидав. Таміни будуть виходити, теж ніхто не ожидав. Трайби у Зайця теж ніхто не ожидав. А що Наві уже 2 рази і не вийде нікуди. Тільки в самолітики домой. Не можна влізти. А, ладно. Победители. Так. Концепт. Пішов дати геми. Сейкера. Благотворительный фонд. Телеигровка это благотворительный фонд. Нет, нет. Я играл на грее.
Бобби, Жар.
Подивись, як ти грали.
Ты хорошо отыграл.
Так нет, я отыграл вообще 7 на 7. Я за грей играл. По-другому было. Чисто играл.
It's those gems that matter, funnily enough, in a game mode called Gem Grab. If you don't have the gems, then you aren't going to be winning. And that's obviously what STMN know, that SK Gaming don't. Dropping them all over the right-hand side, not what they will have wanted to see. But STMN going to be so pleased about having this early start against SK
Давай.
Gaming. But how many times have we seen teams clawing it back today?
SK Gaming are that momentum team, as are STMN, so we can't forget that these two teams so alike by nature. To go in to ring.
Сейчас 1-0 выигрывает Стамин.
Zone up next. And a very, well,
О,
the
боже.
most important draft of this year thus far for both.
Да, все не должен будет.
Charlie, that coin toss really determining which team has to only be able to ban two, as Charlie is just that necessity in this World Finals. But certainly, Bell, we saw the Colette yesterday with STMN. It was just absolutely ruthless for them and brought home the win. And I hope that SK Gaming have read those drafts and learned from what they saw, because this is a map and
Стамина, да, Стамина соло.
very strong to me.
I mean, we've seen this map so many times, and this is, I feel like, one of the maps where we do see a more peculiar pick, you know, like some slightly more odd picks come through. We saw Barley on it from Foot, we've seen quite a bit of Penny, but Penny usually only comes through when we're seeing the Mr. P's.
Так, зона.
Stuff like that, which are a bit more
Пемка не в бані. Пемка не в бані, парні. Пемка буде пік. Зараз буде пікнута пемка, чекайте. Буде зараз пікнута пемка.
So far, so good for me.
Ще й першим піком
I
походу.
don't know necessarily whether it's up there for me.
Да, читаю просто. Це понятно, що пемка. Пемку не банять і перший пік Стамін. Ну, це може читаємо, що я там. Будь плюс. Спалили голову і так потім. Якщо СК забирають чемп, то я налося фігачу. Так, запомни слова Норкіна сейчас. Потім, якщо СК заберуть, фоточка летить. Норкін пише, якщо СК забирають, я налося фігачу. Якщо СК чемп забирають. Так, СК вперед! СК вперед!
That one coincidence where Rose is going to build up a lot and play through that mid, but also still can play down these lanes. If you get control of your opponent's push with Rosa, so hard to get you out.
Certainly unfriendly pushes as a gadget on that Rosa could be crucially devastating. If timed correctly, STMN will just be sitting ducks.
Алекс сфоткал, все.
I think that's kind of wise. It's one that they'd prefer to have on their side, and I imagine then probably going to have the Bell mid, Pam lane, but they have got options. If they lose control, they can kind of reconsider things and both play that mid lane aggressor as the third and final pick comes in for STMN.
Yeah, well, I do like the Bell bouncing between that 8-bit to
The mid win, sense low.
Also marking up Rose, huge thing for STMN at this point. You know, down to their last pick, and it's going to be Spike.
The mid викають Спайка.
You know, I don't mind it. Because with SK having that last pick, and obviously having a Rosa on the board, having a
Розу пікнули, блін. Йо-йо. І 8 біта. Пас. Пас, реально.
And that is a strong one. You know, this is a really solid brawler that was a first pick in LCQ, and as the hypercharged brawlers came back into the swing of things, it's just dropped down ever so slightly, but nonetheless, you cannot forget about it. Those residues, despite the nerf of a couple of seconds, are still really the hold-up process to this method, and SK Gaming, look, to me, like they've got a solid draft.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do like both sides draft, though. Like, I think maybe SK
Да.
in my
Типа, я сейчас за скаут, значит.
slightly weaker draft.
Я вже теж начну бути за СК біситься.
Да.
Че, каже Лаунса, фігачі, якщо СК побіждає. СК вперед! СК вперед! СК молодці, давайте. Але Стамін лучше пік. Пемка.
А, не вашу хотел,
Так.
Ну, какая проблема? Уже проблема. Я хорошо.
Хто тімба пік? Позна Пемка. Ще буде ця карта.
Бачиш,
Стало 90
да.
Що Пемка? Це теж не доіграє, Пемка. Ну, від контри. Цей плюс Бобі попадає за цю Вельвін.
Бобі хоч. Бобі хоч.
Присяг.
Ні, сак.
Бобі кушався.
Бобі хоч. Ще Бобі. Бобі, бля, Бобі.
Бобік степі сорвався.
Живає? І вижив. І тут уже вже доволі. Із-за того, що любили. Треба виграти. 79. Гіперзаряд у розі. Просто літає гіперзаряд.
Ну на під цим!
Бобі попадає сюди.
Бобік все попадає.
Окей, Бобі. Бобі кладе віддавати.
Ого, Айкаус. Лузають. Щось Айкаус двоїх просто буває. Луза на лузу.
Ти здається, дуже така фотна кладка.
Бобіка привітали за 5.
Бобік просто вибиває.
Бобік степі сорвався. Не повезло. Давайте, ребят.
It looked to me like STMN were just playing the objective better. Let's see this time round how it will fare. STMN still have that early start, OP low, and Bobby with a very important pickup will find the value. Oh my word, look at this. The bouncing shots are just going to town. 23%, 25 now, and SK Gaming have got to get their feet on that zone.
I mean, Bobby's just tapping, but super straight onto Sansa's turret there. Takes a bit of damage off it. I think maybe the star power hit him there and not the residue. OP around the right side. I think he built up some more bushes in there as well. Not really sure if they're the most influential ones, but he does have that super now as well. Has the shield ready to go.
Бобік, давай. Бобік, то він ще неадекватний. Що він творить? Він того сквіка просто... Бобік 200 хп, він просто перебиває сквіка. Бобік, ти що? Устабілив соло. Бобік неадекватний просто. Бачиш, що кричать Бобік. Да. Це Бобі ВП. Бобі геній, по факту. Я не можу, типу, чел, дивись, що він творить. Дивись, що він творить. Він творить. Дивись, він все попадає. Диви, ти бачиш, читай. Діва фол попадає, в нього кожна тика по щиту. Типа, ну, не, ну я за Б лучше попадаю. Бобі просто читали, бачиш. Каждый.
Make or break for SK Gaming. They either win the set and bring it back to 1-1, or STMN storm ahead with 2 sets. Huge game coming up next. Ring of Fire will be very decisive.
Так же стамина. Стамина. Что тебе кажется? Стамина. 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 Не повечефу. Стамина, стамина, давай. Вижу, дали. Надеюсь, что если Зета выиграет, то я теряете смысл жизни. Реально. Третий раз. Уже хватит, уже уходите. Все, Макс. Поділили кольцо, ми йдемо. Ти за розу. Я... Ти за розу. А я 1070. А я хоть типа цей. Все, Макс є.
There's so little that they've been really able to achieve in this game so far.
mean, what are the timing's going to do as well? Super onto Zara, that's massive from Chaos, gets it down, but equally,
Бобік.
see a super being thrown onto him.
Та ні, Бобік все попадає. Все.
Between OP and the turret, getting him killed. Yoshi still sitting in the mid, but even after all that, 40% behind. Just leaving a cast the right, and I don't see why they should.
Йому можна все попадати цього Бобіка. Все. Закрили компактно. Це 2-0 собі? Ставочка сыграла моя.
SK Gaming in the dumps as STMN dominate them once more. Ring of Fire, very, very decisive. Almost 100% to 20, I think it was on that last one. And STMN running away with it.
Школьник нового всім веде. Ну все, ти в рулет будеш. Это я все равно, кстати, не добавлял бы.
Is it too much to ask for it to happen in the semifinals?
Да, все тихо.
Because STMN are building their momentum, their confidence. They haven't really been tested yet.
Да ты все равно не сидел на всему, ты типа, ты зашел на 20 минут, вышел и сейчас опять зашел. Это сидел на всему, так
I mean, every single player on STMN is playing out of their minds, but Bobby, I've got to highlight Bobby again, and I was doing it all the way through. But that man
хорошо, конечно.
got to be scared of it. That man on any sharpshooter, should I say, it's just so dangerous, and SK can't let it happen. It's just so convincing so far, but one singular draft, as we know, can be something of the weak moment in STMN's kind of arsenal. Can all fall apart if they just don't really feel the comp. When they've got comp, certainly that's when we see the shots just constantly landing, the smiles and the celebrations left, right and center. But this is now such an important set to get it right. One game away now from a spot in the grand finals. You ever seen this arc? You ever seen 4-7-3 on Bell? On Bell? Value. Trav, that's what I feel about that. Absolute value. You can't evade the fact that the IK's got 11 kills as well. I mean, we've said it time and time again. The glue of SK Gaming, but he's...
3 чела будет. Не, не 3 чела будет.
And I don't know about you, but I think I just saw 88 DPS from OP as well. And I mean, yes, he's on Rosa. It's a tough matchup, but something more has got to come out of the SK Gaming roster. Bell's Rock might be the last match they see in the Brawl Stars Championship 2023, unless they pull something out the bag right now. I'm looking for a Sprout ban.
5 типів в рулетці. Це Машуля, Вандер, Алекс, Норкін і Просто.
Surely he's got to be on those lists of bans as well. Brock to open up. Hyper, as we know, is a bit of a Bobby back pocket pick, especially in the World Finals. You know, there's nothing more exciting to see. But this has got to be a draft that is a winning one.
Оце от типи, які сиділи реально ще з самого начала, типу. Це вони будуть. Це їх я добавлю. Ну так я би сидів, то надо сидів. Ну то я не винуватий, надо було сидіти, все. Дальше я нічого не можу робити. Бо я тільки типам, які сидять до кінця, і от. Даже от плюсики в чат, хто зараз сидить, от, і хто сидів, типу, плюсики в чат.
The issue for STMN is that, you know, they've got to preemptify that Sprout and have an answer for it before it even appears, so SK Gaming
Вот бачу, Вандер, Алекс, Просто.
RT definitely is a very, very strong brawler. There's a Sprout.
Ждать за скид. Вони хоча б сидять фулстрім.
I mean, it's a real tough one now. I mean, Tick was first pick as well, so they've obviously had a bit of time to be able to counter out that thrower.
Карта фігня, кстати, ненавижу цю карту.
15 seconds now for this next STMN pick, and obviously they do have the next two as well, so they're going to have to
Питателі. Так що, скучний стрім. Що висрав? Стрим имба. Надо. Если ты видишь, тебе нравится, иди. Ні, Норкін є. Він недавно написав і сказав вперед. Якщо не надо. Типа я сказав, що 5 людей буде цей. Вот, бачиш, Норкін, що пише? Норкін є на думаю, Нані, ну, третє, ну, не знаю, тут Нані вроді буде працювати.
It's going to be either the most brilliant, smart thing SK have ever done, or it's going to be the nail in the coffin. Max is good into Piper, having that.
Я понял.
He's going to struggle when everything is in its face. I quite like that final pick for SK. It's certainly one that's made me think twice about how I feel in this draft, and things just got an awful lot closer. STMN now have got a real battle on their hands because this comp that looked very, very solid at first sight has now got something to be said on the other side of things. SK Gaming, need we be reminded, are behind 2 sets down, and their tournament lives
Не, не, ну понятно, понятно, читаем.
finals is the prize. In we go. With an early phase shift straight past some of those tick mines, and Zar puts himself
Да, СК тут, в СК получше пик. А вот справа ты не бали то. Хотя и кик норм.
Yeah, a good start from STMN pushing their way forwards now. IKS has the wall, but he is low HP. Zar himself as well, just trying to stay standing, and a thick head coming in, taking care of.
И Chaos миксер.
Quite low though, and now Zar relieving some pressure, going to find some great shots in there as well. I believe one on Yoshi, one on OPE in the mid. And STMN slowly but surely pushing out this back spawn. Chaos going aggressive though, and that's what he needs to do. Straight on top of Zar here, so we can't really get the pinch in. Shots there, Peep available from Sands, but he can't use it in this situation. And Bobby hung out to dry on the right, really unable to do anything. Gets double tapped as well. The mark coming in.
Да, тут СК перепикали, кстати, пиком. Пик лучше.
Clean, very clean from SK. Peep coming in though, just going to use to break their own walls. Don't mind that. It's going to be one less, but that tile, Chaos can still use that to connect, and definitely not the cleanest of breaks. Now, 1 round to SK, and this max pick, like I say, it did prove to cut the mustard towards the end of that one. But Bobby will fall. Now, though, so will the Sproul. There's 2 versus 2. Legs down for Yoshi, and that could be very costly. Those legs are very exposed now. I mean, OP's got to aggress, or is they just going to go for Yoshi's legs? He's going in, but Sand surviving.
Боже, стремились. Если бы сейчас Сэн забрал бы Макс, то изи была катка. А сейчас... Все. Сейчас просто осторожно отыграти, Йоши від Цейки і все. Все. Ё-моё.
And that's the issue with dropping your legs. Possible more wall break coming down. The Peep is out, and it hits Chaos.
Камины собрались. Обе за Пайпер. Йо-йо, Опі! Опі! Сенс! Що ти твориш? Що ти твориш, Сенс? Ти адекватний. Ти бачиш, що він творить? І жарді, бо вони, боже, це якісь вещей кільти. Вони забирають, кстати, вони забирають сьогодні. Нічого не зробили. Бесполезно, даже без ульты сейчас карта сбудет, это ее даже до служения. Все. Забрали. Ё-моё. Или сейчас стрелой сказал заклеить. Я одного уза на турнире. Типа, я думал, трайбы выйдут, где стабили. Уже лівішли, кстати, що може бути цей. Ну диви! Цей селфі на наді, що він творить? Він просто в себе попадає. Це дуже було жорстко. Це було дуже. Матчпоінт сейчас, да. Юші! Що це таке? Що це? Ти проіграш. Ну, типа, сейчас Йоши забере. Я... Блять, не хватить урона. Сейчас я попал, скилайся. Это было понятно с самого начала.
Як же ж близько було, щоб жати Йоші соло.
Йоші Соль, да-да-да, Йоші 1-3.
One round for SK Gaming, but only by a sliver. For STMN, a reset chance. But they might drop a game, and that's going to be proving costly. Oh, shots from Sands trying to find chaos.
Але, блін, Санс...
But staying still on his feet. All three members on each side are standing.
Походу. Реально. Стаміна, кричать всі, боже. Тебе, ти бачиш він фул тейку. Я типа, боже, він без проблем, типа, цю тейку він раз, 4К 500 і типа не бав. Ти рекорд. Це я також зелений. Сейчас відігрався. Але не то. Да. Так буде, що я.
Що, це Тайланд закривається?
Да. Там жаби закрили, если бы типа Йоши не заслив. Йоши відну. Ходу далося не буде. Не буде. Треба було казати, якщо стаміна виграє, тоді то.
Я не знаю. Я з того начала був так.
А я за стамін болів.
Я ще...
А я за стамін. Йопай, раніше ти попав від кіло. Так. Я за Зету залашив. Дивись, типа, дивись. Типа я спочатку, я от тоді виспорила, типа, Зета і Зета. І зараз ви будете так. Короче, все. Типа як тоді зараз буде, типа, пак за Зету, я за Зету. Тут ще весь час за стамінів. Валорки за Зету. Цей Гупай за Зету, я за стамінів. Пандер за стамінів. Цей Алік за стамінів, бо що я не знаю. Чорний в фіналі, да. Да.
The battle of the ages up next. But you've got to feel for SK. Their run has been magical at this World Finals.
От він і фінал.
In third to fourth. And year after year, we see them exit the competition early. They've made their point in 2023.
My goodness me, I honestly can't believe it. When I woke up this morning, who would have predicted what has unfolded as the day has gone on? This has been the most insane Brawl Stars World Finals we have ever had. It's just glorious to watch. Everyone giving it their all, and we have got an amazing grand finals lined up.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think we could have asked for a better grand final. I think people were starting to get bored of the East Asian dominance. Crazy Raccoon beaten by Zeta Division, and now SK Gaming out by that. I mean, SK out by the hands of STMN brings it down to the North America versus EU. And to be honest, I think this might be the final that everybody wanted.
We just had one installment. This is now where it comes down.
Парні, розіграш. Розіграш. Прийшли в чат фастом. Фастом. Короче. Прийшли в чат. Прийшли в чат. Прийшли в чат фастом. Вандер бачу. Моркін бачу, просто бачу. Так. Плюси в чат, фастом. Плюс бачу, Алекс. Алло, я пишу. Ага, бачу, ладно, Машуля. Все, в принципі, більш не мать. Я всі написав.
to see how much
Все, я написав, алло, все, всіх написав.
a team, a squad that are really built on the foundations of family. 5 for
Так, не
Satisfied,
отображається.
4 for Zar, who again, for me,
Так,
has been really pulling
є,
his weight today.
коротше.
You know, Sands,
Сейчас я прокричу 5 раз, без, типа, без екрана, типа, щоб воно, ну, просто, типа, я пасті. І тоді запущу вже по нас, ну, типа, типа, щоб було по-чесному. Типа, я його зброшу повністю, щоб зараз всі прокрутилися і все. Але тут, типа, на рандом може 2 рази один і той же випас. Так що...
They've got that charisma, the stage presence, the ego, just kind of still though kept in check. And Sand's got the 2 watch buff as well. You know, we know how instrumental that can be. Point that out. Got to point that out. There's a reason he does it.
Ще буде.
Well, we have to go to our MVP has voted for you on event.brawlstars.com.
Ви готові?
Let's see who stood out the most on the side of STMN. It's Bobby, the man with the shades.
Последній прокрут, і я вже роблю прокрут такий, що типу вже з екраном, вже, ну, реально. Це типи, які сиділи фул. Типа щас. Включаємо екран. Так. Що там, кстати, подивлюсь, скільки там осталось. МП, Бобі, ну, понятно, почитаємо. Так. Готові, да? Всі готові? Всі на сім'ї, да? Готові? Да, го. Хорошо, считаю до... А, подожди! Що це? Збросились. Збросились, подожди, рулетка, ще раз. Давай. Подожди. Я, походу, нажав случайно щось. Ой, подожди, чого.
Luminosity first off lost against Zeta Division 3-2. Crazy Raccoon defeated Reply Totem 3.
Тихо.
STMN Esports started
Тихо.
their journey down
Тихо.
there in 3.
Збросилась, бачите, рулетка. Я записати все.
But right now, STMN just beat SK Gaming a quick sweep, and before Zeta beat Crazy Raccoon in a huge upset.
Yeah, sure.
To meet each other in the finals. STMN versus Zeta Division up next.
Так. Що, готові? Треба вращатись, прямо час, все. Чи може ми подождемо немного? Що думаєте? Подождем, да? Подождем. Хорошо, давай подождем. Ладно, давайте подивимося, що чемпіонат. Подивимося, що ну, подивимося чемпіонат немного. Да, подождем, правильно, подождем. Подождем, все правильно. Уже виходять, вот. Прокрути пробні. Все, короче, оце знак. Збросилась рулетка, це знак, що нещасно. Типа... Ну вот, типи сказали, типа, подождем, типа. Пандер сказав, подождем. А вот сейчас подожди, день щось буде говорити. А, ну мій перс. Почекайте, ребят. Хорошо, що зайшов. Йо-моё, що це все? З помощью атаки пригає. Що це? Що це? Що це? Що це? Да. Да, це брелток листів. Дивись. Як вибиваються єби на їй. Що це? Там нормально, ребят? Що вони там гуляють? Наконец-то! Ви дождались! Перш літає без руки! Да! Оце і віщі, ребят!
Перш літає без руки.
Обезьяна на метлі! Нормально! Це лучше, чем рулетка! Еба, ребят! Еба! Это еба! Боже! Да подожди, там обезьяна на метле! Теперь твой лютый бой. Александр будет чик-чирик.
Also, do you remember what happened last time?
Да який чик-чирик, він буде уходити, він літає, він пригає. Тикав, він, типу, тикав, він летить. Ну,
Let's ask the players.
Він просто бігає, типу.
Do you want Miko for free?
Он безплатний. Чел каже.
Well, Frank, we can't really argue with the community.
Це міфік, подожди, там мої краси показували, що міфік.
Free.
Да, обезьяна на метлі.
Today's update
Ти на
in
метлі, а
December,
обезьяна.
14th of December.
Вот. Що дешеві буде 4 на своєму році.
And now, without further ado, it's time for the final.
Обезьяну добавили, наконец-то. Наконец-то додумали.
Versus STMN
Че?
Sports.
Тільки ж знали, що цього ще дешево добавити. Наконец-то ще дешево в ігрі, наконец-то щось до шедевру добавили, реально. Задовбали. Все-таки радостный день не пришел, обезьяну объявил, просто халява, чел, обезьяна на метлі пригає кудись, там щось бомби спускає, короче, база. Короче, база. А ми продовжимо колесо удачі, наверное. Я готов уже, типа, ви готові? Обезьяны це хорошо, но надо колесо удачи. А, подожди, тут не тільки колесо удачі, тут є бросить кості, свічалка, бросить монетку. Кстати. Жди. Жди, приму до свою. Халявное животное, чисто без лишения. Халявное животное. Колесо, може бросить кості. Жди, давайте. Де більше голосов буде? Колесо, бросить кості, бросить жебій, чи бросить монетку? Типа там на екрані є зверху, от дивіться. Бросить монету, бросить кості, удачі, бросить жебій. Я бачу тільки одне колесо. Бросить сім'ю. Ні, не надо. Що? Колесо? Колесо удачі. 3 колеса. Типа, зачем ты? Колесо смерти, такого нема. Колесо. Хорошо, давайте фасту одну пробну. Щоб видно було, що не Ні, не бачив. Так. А, на пробну випала Машуля на пробну. Больно, ну, все, короче. Давайте считаю до 10 и запускаю колесо. Запускаю колесо на счет 10. Да бред пробная без рофла. Ага. Хорошо, ладно, если цей, давай чистить все опять. И ще раз. Хорошо. Все равно время у нас есть. Вандер. Давай. Будем безпробно играть. Вандер удаляй, за что? Все. 10 читаю. 10 читаю и все. И запускаю. Раз. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Я передумал. Все, дивимся. За начало йде. Ладно, шучу, запускаем. Все, я запустил. Вандер! Вандер залутал. Опять Вандер. Опять Вандер залутал. Ладно, ми це не засчитуємо, подожди, нічого не було. Тихо. Не було Вандера, пошутив. Вандер не виграв. Це шутка, це була пробна. Во, виграв просто. Молодець, все. Просто пиши, короче, свій нік в чат. Просто пиши в свій нік. Ну ладно, шучу, ладно, Вандер виграв, все. Це була шутка, все. Це шутка було. Шутка. Просто молодець. Да ладно, Вандер, ти цейки, ти виграв, все. Все. Алекс, ты все равно получишь. Так что... Ну все, Вандер выиграл. Все, Вандер выиграл. Какой финал? А ты гудбай дай за работу. Да.
As we were sort of discussing, Zeta Division had a little bit of a slump over the last couple of weeks.
Хто не фулстрім? Вандер не фулстрім? Чи що? Ні, Вандер вроді фулстрім. Типа я зарофлив просто. Вандер виграв. Перший прикрут був. Все там, типа, цей. Вандер залутав. Все, перша карта нокаут. Я понял, Вандер, я понял. Да все, ты залутал. Не повезло. Это что ты другой скин залутал, это, конечно, вообще угар. Вандер, можешь отдать даже, кстати, цьому Алексу. Можешь шутить. Алекса жалко максимально. Мені дуже жалко Алекса. Ще. Да понятно, Вандер, я понимаю. Но, конечно, жалко Алекса. Нет, этот тип. Даже сейчас еще не писал. А нет, а что, я ему не ну. Я ему что даю, не по фану просто крутанул, шарик выпал. Я угораю, типа, coming out 3-0-3-0 in their group, they were looking dominant. STMN knew all about that. Let's head over now to knockout. It's going to be out in the open to kick off the grand final.
Bands are in, Meg, Artie,
Да все просто, ты проиграл.
Glad to see that Artie ban is often left forgotten. And Charlie, Meg, and Piper for Zeta Division, they do not want to take their chances on what they've already seen from Bobby. I think that's wise, but Nani is the second best in my opinion. Picked up quick, and it really did provide some goods for STMN in that last set of which we just witnessed. And now 2 picks to follow for Zeta.
They're going to be a must-take here, the Nani. Absolutely terrifying to deal with.
Второй раз не бывает, наконец-то печально. Бобби опять за Нани. Ну, Вандер выиграл. Нет. Бобби опять за Нани сейчас. Вот. Это, конечно, финал сейчас жесткий. А я понял, короче, вернее, той, кто более за это играет. Сейчас организация Zeta, то там всі якісь кормять, наверное, по-особенному, чи що вони такі грають. Тільки в Zeta попадаються. Да не, сейчас Фамины выиграют. Я не знаю, что Фамины придут в финал, но я не ожидал, что Zeta придет. Васим, да, Васим. 4 катки надо забрать, чтобы выиграть.
Take for control for STMN. These are very classic.
Almost classic, yeah. I mean, like we used to see the Piper here, right? And they've got a very classical setup. STMN are a no-frills group of gamers. They know how to win, especially on this map type.
I really like it. Zeta, though, Sprout, final pick. This is a really brutal one because when you're in those back lines, you've got no escape. Only with that jump pad back into the map, Sprout can just shut everything down, leave you nowhere to go, and sometimes that just leads to a clean-cut victory.
There are 3 chokes on this map, right? You cut off one of those and basically create a 3 versus 2 situation while that hedge is blocking one of those openings. That's what Zeta Division want to do. Drastically reduce the stopping power of STMN with that super and then take the advantage. Of course, Sprout does not care about the hedge. He'll go over it every time.
And in we go. The first match of the grand
Всю жизнь смотреть бы всем, то по факту сейчас уже...
reverse polarity there from Bobby. I don't see it quite connecting, but nonetheless, Meow super aggressive here. Sands finding a beautiful angle. 375 above Meow's head. Dangerous start.
Dar goes very low as well, but Meow set up with an easy super and then block off one of these openings. No Eve, remember, for STMN. That's on Zeta's side, so they don't have access.
Бобби опять сюда попадает.
Meow, though, deliberating here for the time being. Gonna see some of this terrain blown on up, and now it's open. That hedge all of a sudden.
Открили стенку, щоб, типу, хоча б цей... Йо-моё! Що творить Сенс і Жар? Забирають просто цього справу, то все, це цей, вони цей нокаут забирають. Цей раз. Немає справу, то ніхто не буде піджиматися, все. Є, цей Сенс від все попадає задання. Вообще капець. Ну що, стабільний поки що лутом, типа, Сенс опять на ладі. І що тут дуже жорстко прям поки що було. Алік, він... Там прям хорошо. Опять же, типа, стабильно пикнули, типа, Кика. Чики-па, конечно. Бобби. Конечно, вообще двое. Сенс, Бобби, типа, тейки, Жар, це вообще, типа, ну... Ой, Мяу. Гагапыч. Диви, все, гига все убить. Поеду. Диви, знаешь? Да нет, тут вообще, типа, Сенс. Ну, блин, Сенс лутает.
Веселіше.
Yeah, breaking that wall absolutely critical. Something we didn't really account for when we talked through the second ban. But now again, Meow wants to take a more aggressive.
Понимаешь? Але то, що це, да. Це не красавчик, це плохо. Правда. А я не, я. Жесть, конечно, вообще.
But again, how long can he contain this space for, Ark?
It's going to be really, really tough. I didn't really see a place that Bobby or Sands have to go here. Now it's a 3 versus 1. I think Sands just waiting for the gas to close and trying not to feed in any utility along the way.
Да, тут забирають, типа, за это.
The gas can't come quick enough for Sands and Gero will have him cleaned off. Nicely done, but remember that.
Норкин, після стріма підав 6 пушек. Так,
now starting to collect themselves and standing their ground. Already STMN back in those lines. So I have to put
Йо-йо. Стенку надо раскрыть.
Not taking any chances here. Still STMN though.
О, це хорошо. Такие, диви. Да, диви. Жар, конечно, вообще лучший, типа, или кинул бомбу на сейке, на трамплину, она полетела за сейки. Что вообще, конечно.
A position of strength here, but Zeta Division don't have the numbers, and they're going to have to give this ground eventually.
Unreal, unreal from Zara. Another thick head going to be coming in here. Now he, though, shreds through it. He is going to be low. Bobby finds him quickly and easily. And it's just scary. This round surely is going to be STMN.
Все, всі вже ушли після розіграшу. Я. Ну, хорош, конечно, стабіли. Стабіли ще зробили. Я тут. Я тут. Да, попав в цю кита якраз.
Now be hit with a mark though. Bear that in mind. As durable as 8-bit is, that damage amplification is going to be a constant thorn in his side. Gero here trying to dodge these shots in from
Шарес?
Gero doesn't want to give him the
Його цей гаджет. Дві шарес попав.
Here comes the peep.
I love that reverse polarity from Bobby, and they almost found a takedown off the back of it. But it's given STMN some space to get back in this game.
Ще стік проти цього.
Taps from Sands are huge.
Ти спеціально відкрив? Чи це стійки попав? І що стінку? Стійки. Ні. Да, мінус його. Наперед кинув. Так. Сейчас мінус стейки. Він табається в яту. Все, метку. Один лоль. Я думаю, что я заслуживаю тебе скины, я обязан дать его.
And they look composed, Ark. You know, they have a very good understanding of their win condition, and it's also clear that Zara knows I'm going to be struggling in the first part of these rounds. Until I can find a way to peel the sprout off of me, it's going to be virtually a 2 versus 3. All of STMN know that, and they have to play accordingly. This is the patience that gets you into grand finals in the first place.
That sounded like a broken record at this point, but for me, Zara is shining, man. I love that tick play with a thick head onto the jump.
Ну, Алекс уже ничего не поможешь. Там скинил вообще уже. Если был бы еще один скин на гриппа, мы бы ты просто так выдал. Там уже просто не вас. Там все разыграны.
This is a composition we've seen time and time again. You could say the same of Zeta Division, right? I think both teams are really familiar with the protocols on knockout with these setups here. Gero really trying to keep that bell quiet as much as he could, but again, there's only so much he can do as the Eve. You must get that tick out of the picture early, and so it's impossible to catch. You can see here, Novi struggles, right? That 8-bit really never gets any shots to line up. It's a tale of two very different teams on this stat screen.
Yeah, not the best of starts for Zeta's Division, but all year long, it has all been about them in the EMEA region. They are just very cold exterior as a team. Nothing seems to penetrate them. There's no amount of taunts, no amount of words that can be exchanged that will throw them off their game. As you know, Inso himself has said time and time again, they are robots as far as he's concerned, and very, very methodical and surgical in that same regard. As we head in now to Hard Rock Mine, Gem grabs the next mode. And a draft coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, we had a classic draft, now a classic map here. Well worth bearing in mind here that Bobby will try and opt for sharpshooters on this map as well, right? You can basically, the vast majority of them, that's what you can expect to see. But this is such a classic map here. We're very familiar now with how the meta flows and how compositions get picked here. So expect to see both teams have very powerful compositions with very powerful balls. You cannot ban.
Ты скилла уже нема просто, Алекс. Ты реально, конечно, 3 стива фул сидел. Это реально спасибо, лучше. Просто скилла уже нема. Я уже разыграли 3 скилла в любом случае, цих 3 стива, типа. И, ну, случайно именно, 100%. И, ну, типа, если он остався без скилл, то дали бы. Тобі набігає МРП. Це йому це рукова шахт. Так ця рулетка в любом случае була бы, типа. Цю рулетку надо было все равно, типа, палку для розыгрыша. И в любом случае так просто не получилось. Если поставить еще скинчик, да, ты дали. Так,
portals can be really impactful, just occupying some of those single shot brawlers like Stu. Stu cannot get his super back off of those porters. So he sort of sits there and has to fire off those shots and lacks mobility in that window. It's going to be really annoying for whoever is on that brawler here to deal with.
Stu certainly has got its fair share of weaknesses. There is Trav in the crowd. I thought I saw him ready. Cordelius up next.
Задний блок Порталиуса и
Insurance policy you've got to have on your side. If STMN want to go
Ну,
crazy and bring
давай.
tanks, then now they're thinking twice. But that mid battle needs to be won, and Mr. P is not the brawler to have it. So surely that will be the case. A Spike potentially, just as a safe pick into that Stu on the lane side, wouldn't be the worst of ideas. And covers themselves in the eventuality that Zeta bring in that final pick. Let's see though, two brawlers about to join the field.
Lou getting picked here.
Лу, стабильно лупит Ноэ. Лу имба, в принципе. Сейчас Б под.
We have seen teams go as far as picking Dynamite. Now that was more so announcing, of course, but those satchel charge stun is very, very critical. And it's the best analog that you kind of have to Sandy's Sweet Dreams, which of course gets banned out by Zeta Division because they want to play Stu, they want to play fast. The speed zone is really hard to remove on this map. You almost always get max value unless you're going up against a thrower comp. It's just as well Mr. P is here for Sand, so you can actually get rid of that deployable and deny that incremental advantage from people like Stu. 8-bit will round out the composition here for Stamina.
Beautiful mid, but one that's got some weaknesses here. You've seen Max coming in a little bit. I kind of wonder whether it might be something of a brewing hand for Zeta here, but I can't not like it. You know, 8-bit can just blaze through the majority of its competition. The damage booster as well. Oh, Piper. I mean, it's not bad. It's certainly going to have a good interaction on that 8-bit matchup. It's not.
It's really good, yeah. It's obviously really good, and there's just enough open area, plus the bushes that can really obscure the Piper's position. Bobby is probably feeling a little bit jealous right now, but he's been told, hey, you need to take the loot here. You need to pick that up. And that's something that obviously Piper can't really deal with. You connect with that hypercharge super on her.
Ну все, вот игра началась. Все, начинается игра сейчас. Ё-моё.
Connecting those sharpshooter shots at long range or getting the Cordelius safely into position, they're going to be the defining characteristics of this set.
Стабільно пікло, я не побачив стабільно пікло цього піка та Пайпер. То якщо Геро буде попадати, то він попадає цього. 8 біта, типу, легко попадати по факту, тому що з його тяжко було.
Beautiful gadget, the homemade recipe from Gary leaves solo, and that's going to be the gems going the way of Zeta.
Great work though, Bobby intervening in that mid lane matchup to also deny.
О, боже, Сенс проти цього.
Sens going to be pretty canny to get out of that situation.
Хорош, жарко.
Bobby goes deep. Novi, Sens impacting.
Two gems in the middle though, and Gary is still finding Zar. Really struggling our STMN to get in this game so far, and there's yet 6 and a clean jump away for Zeta.
Поки що, знаю, поки що Зета не було переігрують. Пайпер на віду на получу.
Eventually gets brought down, but this just creates more space for Gero to get gem after gem. In goes Meow once more. He's hunting for Lou.
Now forcing Bo into the realm. Will he find the pickup? If he does, it's going to be terrible for Zar. He's now going to have to be forced.
Там Корделіус соло. Корделіус реально соло грає. Плюс Пайпер на віду лучше. Хоча от зараз гіпер є в цьому.
Just gets away. They could have gone either way though. Meow in this shadow realm, but Zara is healthy enough. He's gonna fall though. The Cordelius comes out on top.
Я Мяу соло, конечно, вообще играет. Я тут.
It's absolutely diabolical for STMN to try and play into this.
They're looking so comfortable. It's exactly what they want to.
Ладно, ну ты знаешь, ты там, короче, гудбай выдаст. Это скилл, короче.
It's a clean car victory. Zeta are fighting back.
Anticlimactic. That really was not close remotely. Getting the Piper against the 8-bit, you love to see that. The Cordelius to be able to pressure down not only the Mr. P, but we can swap into the loot.
Так що ти, якщо що, то гудбай пиши. Типу, коли буде.
Zeta Division had to be pleased with this, I'm sure. Inzo also, with some satisfaction, has seen that draft plan pay off.
Well, a chance to.
Да, так были, ну не сидел бы. Ты дивись, Вандер не говорит. Отвечай я такой. Сейчас, понимаешь, так нельзя. Давай за Семиной, пожалуйста. Надо выигрывать. Надо виігрувати. Хорош, Бобі, ну він... От то, що піклує цього, Ігров, я знаю. То, що от... То, що Корделіуса піклує, Корделіус. Пиши Корделіус, єба.
Look at the scoreline, 7 gems to the 0 of STMN, who are just nowhere to be seen right now. They are really struggling with this too, and this Cordelius right and left lane is providing so much time for Gary to pocket what he needs.
Ага, вірь.
And we're on countdown, this set is drifting away.
Так, ну де там є... Перебила Бобі. То, що Пайпер...
Both very mobile brawlers right now. With 4 seconds to go, there is no
Ще
hope
ноль.
for STMN to force these gems out of their hands.
A wake up
1-1.
for STMN as they are reminded that they just cannot let themselves get ahead of themselves. Zeta with a valiant response and a very solid draft. They made it look like child's play.
Again, they have counter picks in so many of those lane matchups, right? Mr. P does not like dealing with Cordelius or Stu.
Пікали, да, по факту.
In response, of course, to that Mr. P. A mid-range brawler that has susceptibility up close and personal, picking that first can leave you open. I know you want to leave your other options available here, but Zeta Division just got to look at STMN and go, right, well, we know exactly how to play around this. For me, the nail in the coffin is the Piper into the 8-bit. Zar is such a brutal matchup.
Definitely, Meow played a fantastic game. And now, I mean, the aggressive lane sides actually was where it was won. The Piper, they're just there, ready to apply pressure from that long-range approach. The gems were just...
Що, додивляємося фінал, я додивляюся фінал.
And a very clean round. They're going to be
Стабільний виграє Зету.
In a perfect world, Zar can assist the side lanes and try and collapse onto them as 8-bit. But when you're losing your individual matchup so horribly, you could barely stay in the game yourself.
А може і Зета ще це.
Again, the side laners are forced into 1v1s against.
Я б хотів, щоб виграв Зета.
He doesn't lose those.
It's a disgusting amount.
Стабільно виграють, ти що ще? На стабільно вже виграють, спокійно стабільно ціль. Вони ж виграли в новому етапі. Що їм трудно ще раз виграти?
Very quickly.
Читаєш, що быстрее?
Response fires back from that right-hand side of the stage as Zeta
Я за Зету.
want to see their name engraved thrice in Brawl Stars history. Split's going to be coming up next. Hot Zone.
І Корделіус МПА, оказується.
We know Lou's going to be very hotly contested with the Ruffs can make an appearance as well, whether in pick or ban.
Так, то 5 і плюс грав. Подивіться, хили ж в груди. Є такі нормально, так стрільба, звісно, от, але це тут не. Значить, тут теж можуть закрити. Це організація звірей. Так.
Certainly, brawlers like Squeak going to have a good place on this one for me. Great, kind of got to be banged. The Walking Cane is just too diverse an option to be able to pull through, open things
Break
up.
those walls, yeah. It's just so good. And give yourself the option to really dive on that solo brawler, right? Because quite often teams split themselves 1 and 2 across these points. You really want to pick a very self-sufficient brawler in that solo point if you can get it, because someone has to 1v2 here. Most often. Stu also a really common pick here. You can spend time on the point, you duke out those shots, you can try and win those duels. But see, Cordelius here banned away. Shelly, of course, very powerful. I get the Maisie pick as well. And Chuck is just an absolute nuisance. Transitioning between those points, he just stays on the point. He just throws himself out over and over again with that super and gets a lot of free value. Luke, got to pick it. Zeta Division, they know the score.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I mean, you know, STMN are kind of forced to only have the 2 bans because the Charlie, right? Yes. Yep. So the Chuck has to be there, the Cordelius as well. And the Chuck here is often underlooked. You know, you've got to consider it highly. I do worry. That can
Стабільно вигравала Зету.
cycling to perfection. So STMN maybe considering throwers now as a way around this situation.
Yeah, we've absolutely seen that, right? What the heck is this? The super
Типа стабильно сейчас сильнее.
Oh my goodness.
Но надеемся на Зету.
All-in approach here. Again, those invulnerability frames.
Надеемся на Зету.
Surge super are really important in a pinch, and if he gets out of control, that is pretty crazy.
Що вона виграла?
Oh yeah, you
Для
know,
мене.
yeah. How about
О, 2 лу пікнули, класна гра.
Well, the API obviously just so
2 лу пікнули, ура.
we haven't seen it at all.
Я розбоївся, красавчик, прям молодець.
It's like us on the casting this week.
Граємо бар.
Look at the API.
Ми случайно пікнули. Да, Два луны чайно пикнули. Определенно. Случайно два луна.
As we have both teams looking to make the
Класс.
brawler selections. STMN going, what's up with that? Yeah, good question, mate. Again, if the
Легенди там
Surge is a
сидять.
legitimate pick,
Ті, хто типу цей.
there is some credence to it, right? Of course, Surge can close the gap.
Вписують, там легенди
You know,
сидять.
crucially getting on some of those enemies and making that
Що
dive,
таку
especially if you're
так
able to
взяли?
start to build up. That is very, very scary.
Так,
We'll
а
see
то,
what's
що
gonna be
цей.
the case here. We'll wait.
Лу 2 пікнули, то взагалі
Our
типу,
amendment
я,
in the
да?
lobby. OG with the headset off here.
То
Might have
типу
been also
дефолт так
sometimes,
должно бути.
you know, at this level, you do get like a mispick here in pick and ban. Sort of have to alert an admin and say, hey, we actually didn't mean to pick that brawler. You do it quickly enough, it's usually not an issue here. So,
All right, boys, own up. Who dodged?
Без кліком.
they got Lou. Oh, we forgot to ban that. not enough slots to ban these incredible hypercharged brawlers at the moment. You either pick it or you will become subject to it.
Грустно.
Sam's about to throw the headset back on now himself, as we'll be in just a moment. But as far as I can tell, Ark, that surge is legit.
It was very old school.
It's on the
This
podium,
map, it used to have fantastic results, but certainly it can be incredibly punishing. You know, if you're left on those low stacks, the majority of the game, if your opposition don't feed in to what you're trying to achieve to get to that later speed buff and additional range, it can be tough.
No longer can he dive in. You don't like that. That's not something that Surge has available to him anymore. That little sort of blink forward here. He does, of course, have the star power that allows his shots to bounce off walls, right? So it gives you that sort of, you know, Rico-esque impact on one of those points here. Production obviously has informed us that we will be having a restart of the draft here. As someone dodged. You can't dodge. You're in person on stage. We can do run out of the back. Get a body double to step in for you. Go have a drink. No, it's not happening.
Well, again, if you're just joining, Split is the map. Hot Zone is the mode. For me, the toughest map in that particular mode. You know, it's one of those that can just have a great amount of choke points there to shut ideas down.
It's weird. You know, some teams play to the map, right, and just say, right, well, we're not going to use any wall break here. We're going to try and use throwers or powerful brawlers. Obviously, Lou is just insane for that. Some say, you know what? Let's bust this right up. They just open up the map here and try and play it like a much more of a standard map. A lot of the time, like I mentioned earlier on, a lot of responsibility rests on the solo player on one of the sides of the map. Sometimes you have like 1-and-1, and then you have like a floating brawler that will transition. Something with mobility, right? That will transition between those 2 points. But generally, someone gets the short end of the stick on both sides. And
Якось катаю з тебе. Якось дуже спокійно. Типа так в ноль, так акуратно, спокійно, з тебе. Я ж сам шот.
That's how it times out here. So, Zoenko there, of course. Gero, incredible set just now.
В корм прям подав.
Hot potato for Hikes. That's a fantastic map. Only seen it a couple times.
3-1.
We saw a BB picked on it earlier on today. So teams are still experimenting or having some throwbacks to some of these older balls, and it worked out. We had a real all-in setup from the BB, just diving in on that safe. It was a really good look. Field goal to round it out. Remember, these teams are playing for the lion's share of $750,000, and of course the honor of hoisting the coveted trophy. And if you're just joining us here at the Brawl Stars Championship, you haven't watched the last couple of years, typically Brawl Stars Esports has been dominated by teams from the East Asian region. This year, not one of those representatives on the stage. North America have their first real shot at a championship. Zeta Division's name has been
ETS, рулетка. Джейк только на рифах пошли.
Into the field. A team that maybe people had doubts about, questions, you know. They bring Inso over from Reply Totem, try and create a super team here, and so far, so good.
Що случилось? Хотів перепікати, чи що?
Crazy Raccoon, the tournament favorites from East Asia.
And hopefully you're watching on event.brawlstars.com. That's where we placed our predictions on the casting desk earlier today.
By the way, I've been clean today, Ark. I'm going to be real with you, man.
Oh, yeah?
I predicted that SK win against Tribe, and then I, to be fair, predicted them falling to STMN Esports, so...
Yeah. So you went all in at the beginning, right?
Let's forget about the Zeta Division, picking them losing to, Crazy Raccoon, but...
Yeah. Who have you got to win?
Win it all?
Yeah.
I hate Crazy Raccoon.
Перепіки, да, покажу.
So I'm already up. But, the only way you beat me is if STMN able to take this match away. So far, so good. But again, that's where you can get your preds in, as Ark said. Event.brawlstars.com. ton of fantastic in-game swag available to you as well. Also, as we just found out, in Not Brawl Talk, Miko going to be released for free. That new brawler who we've heard some nasty stuff about. He is awesome. The stuff he can do, yeah, kind of breaking the core tenets of Brawl Stars as we've known it before. Definitely a brawler I expect to make his way into the BSC in the future.
Well, this downtime certainly looking like it's rubbing with STMN more so than Zeta. I mean,
like, yo, you guys want to play some Brawl or what? Hello? Again, yeah, deliberating, of course, with our stage admin there. And OG announcing, of course, that this is his last season of Brawl Stars. You know, obviously a player on this roster last year in Paris. Now,
Що ждем, поки вони перепцяють, запікають персонажей. Показують лицо Тіра. Все.
He stays around in the scene. And what a feeling it would be to send STMN on to a championship here before he departs. Absolutely one of the winners of the region. We're going to have a reset of
Что у них там сейчас спит? Факт.
The picks that players have committed to, they're going to have to remake, right? As definitely his information's been given over, so we'll be back there very soon.
OG.
Yeah, we all love a bit of OG here at DreamHack.
Є так OG соло. Соло.
I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, OG obviously this year doing a great deal of content as well and looking really
Взяла то показує OG, OG солянку.
So proud of what his teammates have accomplished to get to this point.
It's going to be bittersweet, right?
Yeah,
OG прям жестко солянку.
You've helped catapult STMN into a position where they can actually vie.
О, это зараз хороший. Ця приклеє дуже класна карта. Мені зразу гіперзіат прийшов.
But through their entire tenure in the Brawl Stars Championship, remember, STMN had a really
секунд 50 прошло, нет? Просто буде весілля.
But they turn it around and in April and June they win those monthly finals. And of course their regional rival is Luminosity.
Мені 5000 боєв ж не дадуть за те, що я заберу гіперзаряд, який в мене є. Мені просто дадуть через гіперзаряд, який є, і скажуть, молодець. Що? Ждати, поки вийде.
February, March, June, and August. I mean, it really was a year that was just in the EMEA region, dominated by only them, and a couple of months that others had looking, but not really much to show or write home about. Zeta have just been the epitome of consistency.
And by the way,
Куда еще больше тянут? Я не знаю, что произошло. Може щось когось лагає, може щось произошло. Що сталося?
They had here, of course. I mean, SK Gaming, of course, with their incredible story and their run back. Reply Totem as well, always in the mix. That's definitely a team you expect to have impact. Foot Esports, of course, who've been in the headlines for right and wrong reasons this year. You know what I mean? That is a region that churns out absolute winners. And of course, we're talking about the #1 team from EMEA. 4 monthly final wins under their belt here. Inzo and Bobby here taking a sidebar. I think they're probably trying to discuss what was happening because naturally, the two teams, they cannot communicate with each other in the draft. Right? It's all automated here. So I think Bobby's trying to explain maybe what happened exactly to Inzo, and these two teams will be back in just a moment. Now, I do wonder, you have to wonder how this little affects the teams up there on stage. You come in with a bit of energy, especially STMN, right? Now you're feeling like you're kind of getting iced out a little bit, right? The kick is getting iced for STMN now. They've had to sort of stew on that sort of loss in that second set. These are the kind of conditions, though, that will really test that championship mentality.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, a little break here and there. It's time to reflect, and sometimes time.
Внизу кіти пригають, бачите? Спілами.
You're going to play it cool on the world stage, ultimately, on both sides of the coin, and you know it's going to be a tough thing now for both to kind of reset.
Now we're going to step aside too, ladies and gentlemen, while we get the issue on stage resolved. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll be resuming our grand finals of the 2023 Brawl Stars World Finals. So we'll see you on the other side.
David Sound?
Що з ними случилось? Типа, що случилось? Вчора пока ти підспав.
なんか好きなやつだよな、多分。
あ、そういうこと？ワンチャン持ってない説ある。
ベルのウルトの初動なんかベルのウルト乗ったけど。
ビューの持ってない。行ってみるか。だよ。
Maybe the bell mark.
Ах, боже, ну що вони показують?
Belmark.
Prossima fermata, ospedale!
サム。あ、こんなこと言うか。これか。ブルじゃないな、多分。ブルとはちょっと違う。サムか。サム？チャック。チャック使え。マジか。そっかそっか。
Що нам показують, друзі?
なんだ。Окей.
Це наш ЧМ.
That's gotta be chalk, right?
I have no idea. No. Maybe ground?
No, that's chalk. これと。
これ？
Yes, it's Nita.
Nita?
It's Nita sound.
Call it. What? You don't know that?
Colt?
Colt.
Colt. Obviously.
Easy.
Super.
Cold.
Gray. Gray.
Cold. That's cold.
No, it's gray.
Pew, pew, pew. No. Gray doesn't even have a
No.
It just says pew.
Carl か。Carl?
Carl, super.
No, wait.
I am only thinking about Carlo.
It's Charlie.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Что это?
Oh.
Типа финал туда, вообще кайфовый финал.
Hank? No.
No. I
Типа,
don't know. Carl.
я сломал игру, пикнул за раз ему.
ハイパーチャージかなんかを
置いた？
スタパがスタパがなんかを買った時の
あ、そっち系か。Unlock sound?
I don't have idea. Maybe hypercharge, but I don't think so.
Can be something in game like box of showdown or that type of things.
Oh, showdown power cube or like
Ждем пока
the drink.
чинить. Ждем, друзья.
No, showdown energy drink when it spawns.
We might be in the
Що,
day
починили ігру, парні?
of DreamHack Winter 2023, but I tell you what, we're very much alive and living here in the arena. We've got the big one. One more game to decide it here. STMN Esports representing North America, Zeta Division representing EMEA are one apiece, heading into set 3.
Я PKLU. Ставит
Draft
перегейл.
underway yet again. So the search pick was not the case for STMN. It was going to be Gale followed by the Barley. First pick Lou though, still so dangerous for me as the brawler, which in my opinion has the best hypercharge in the game currently. Fans of Colette, the Shelly, and the Maisie there for Zeta. Rosa coming in. This is spicy stuff being
Rosa.
Zeta.
Again, if you can use a Rosa in the 2v1 lane and win that fight, then push into enemy territory, leaving your other brawler on the point, you can start to really threaten your opponents, especially as they come off the spawn. You mentioned that we'd see a thrower arc.
Gray.
That point pretty much straight away here. And hey, you also mentioned Gray. All too good at knocking out the terrain here and also setting up random all-in approaches with those dimensional doors.
The Shelly band, Cordelia's band is going to be really difficult, even with the Gale, with that Rosa pick on the side of Zeta. And Gray, honestly, is such a good one to add, to combine him with things. And once Rosa gets that
Spike
pick on the dimensional doors onto the zone, gaining the objective. Spike coming in for
Ну,
STMN.
сейчас будет интересно. Катка всего.
It's about as best as they can hope for in the situation.
Интересно, катка.
It's a tough drop for both sides here.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the surge here, but I understand. The Gale is really powerful here because if you're playing on the point and you can throw the Gale Force through the wall at brawlers that are trying to approach, you guarantee a stun there. Also, if you're attacking the point, you can guarantee
Все, погнали, парни. Играющий. Так. 1-1, погнали.
Bearing in mind here, you can get Gale on the point properly. You're in good shape. Bobby and Sands here trying to push up a little bit more here. Novi actually in the 1v2 lane here. It's taken down pretty quick now. Bobby assisting on the left.
Yeah, that was a very clean lane for Sands and Bobby. We've seen the Barley and how well
Видяли пик, типа. Ульта начали.
not going to hand over anything to Zeta as STMN start to gain their lead.
That Twister is so oppressive now. The grow light obviously starting to forestate the
Теперь
right-hand side of the
новые гайки тут стабильно закрыли. Сильнейший пик. Я не представляю, просто я кроте надо сейчас. Типа все, видите, так, дальше. Роза зашла на все, сейчас выбить, кстати, Мяу цього. Вибить Мяу. Там є ще. Кстати, вибили, типа, тобто вибила. Пока що, кстати, Зета красавчики. Розу звідти так просто не вижили, просто типу заряд. Я в місці Рози вже давно юзав, більше. Зря так просто максимально. Кстати, є. Сейчас буде піти без ряду. Роза не продержиться, ну. І все, GG. І Мяу заходить. Заходить все-таки Зета. І перша карта, ну, перший раунд Зета. Да. Мяу кажу, да, ти Мяу.
And it's looking good, but I feel like the draft very balanced actually. The scale is really helping to suppress the Rosa and keep her slowed and vulnerable. Bobby as well doing a wonderful job to keep that control. Let's go in again.
Again, Novi has to deal with the 1v2 for the time being here, and as you'd expect, struggles.
Кричать стабіла ще від таке. Ти чуєш, що кричать Зета?
From Bobby, I think, to be able to get any capture progress here on the left. Gero here, of course, that walking cane.
Мінус Геро. А я не мінус, вижив. Опять строїть кусти Роза. Набила ультимейт Роза, це дуже нефайно. Вбивають все-таки цей раз. Ти? Геро соло? Геро фул соло? Геро, конечно, показав таки, що коли грати. Якщо б не Геро, то так би не було б зараз. По-другому, а? Вибили б, держали б ліво, все було добре. А так, як я бачив, все плохо. Зета заберуть зараз зону. Мінус Санс. Я не мінус. Там близько дуже до мінуса був. Треба вибити Геро звідси. Геро дуже хорошо грає на грає, прямо отлично. То все-таки, да, все-таки вибивають, но Спальки виб'є, виб'є Розу. Що? І получається що? Держати лівий фланг надо. Мяу закидає туди ультимейт. І вже б'є Розу ще їх. І телепорт помішав вибити Барлі. Це була максимально ошибка, що Барлі... Ну, цей от телепорт руїни вбив. І перезаряд у Спайка, він заходить, і все-таки це 1-1. Да? Да, це 1-1. Такий телепорт. Все стабільно. Стабильно. Короче, той телепорт зарішав сейчас. Реально цей. Той телепорт зарішав.
So if either of his brawlers on either side get taken down, he has to put himself in a position where he's weak. He's vulnerable, having to stand on the point. But it gets the job done.
Ідуть вони вже двоє на Розу, щоб взагалі Роза не фідала ультимейт. На 0 ультимейт фідала взагалі. Ну, типа, таке урона получила, 1000 добить. Це то, що надо. Роза опять іде на цей, Роза вже опять. Її сад держить. Вибили Спайка, це плохо. Спайка. Типа, нехорошо. Опять стянул, раскрыл карту, что сильно добре тоже. Нормально, Розу задефали слева. Нормально. Розу контролить. Замансив от Геро. Бобик накинул килочку. Бобик Геро телепортировался, и тоже телепортирует чем. Телепорт такие играет. Немножко, нормально, факт телепортируется, чтобы стало держать. Да. Ну,
Hypercharge Bazaar.
завтра сейчас выиграю. Ладно, давайте. Ну, уже все цей.
Comes back with one of his own. Double stun. Finds one. Bobby gonna survive just about. But oh my.
Буде бред Вандер, бо це буде походу, тому що, ну, цю карту забирають, і це один блок. Це, друзі, 1-2. Бобі вбиває двоїх. Все. Я живий. І Геро. Все. Good game. 1-2. 1-2.
Was a fantastic start for STMN. It's turning into somewhat of a nightmare.
Как вообще это было? Raccoon.
Now in the lead.
Вони корм поїли.
With spare share of advantages. It's going to have to go all the way now for STMN.
Поїли корма, збили. Смесь є. Все, вони обіграли. Це дефолт. Їх є корм Zeta. Zeta.
Opposition seems really solid. I love the Gale. It's very good at shutting down the Rosa, but on the other side of the map, Zara is absolutely punished time again. Very
Жар
hard.
вообще шикарно.
To have any time to cap, and eventually those gadgets, the twisted gadgets, are going to run out. That's when Novi starts to get a bit more aggressive, a little bit more cheeky.
Да, ладно, сейчас не знаю, але ігра буде потом, може щас не буде 1-4. Стабільно тут серйозно грає.
It's neck and neck every step of the way. Huge play there from Naui, and these heels off the back of the dimensional doors really are just keeping them all in the mix from the entirety of this set. But
Я, блин, не понимаю до сих пор, як Raccoon слили взять. Що случилось? Типа, сейчас бы я себя дивився, як Raccoon играет. Блин, я не знаю. Консальчика, если темпу
in execution, the little things for STMN. But those are the things that you have to have absolutely shored up in a game like this. You don't get to come back tomorrow and try again. It's do or die.
A bit of downtime certainly got inside their heads somewhat, but they've got to shake that off now.
Так, кейс, да? О, я давно знал цей кейс, прям давно. Заебал. Я тут бибит из пятого. Заебит из пятого. Заебал. Я Zeta забираю. Не, Zeta забирать не прям.
The map demands it. You have fences on either side here, and of course, that small part through the middle. You need to be mindful of the brawlers, right? That's what we saw BB, for example. You know what I mean? Obviously, the gumball, very important, how it bounces back and forth. We've seen Rico many times in the past picked on this map. STMN have scrims Zeta division. They know they don't want to do Dynamite here. That's taken away. Chuck, of course, a mainstay here. Colt, really good at long range, and he's only weak when his opponents are moving laterally.
Так, Кольта сад спікає, ну це буде розклейка. Дальше пиком Кольта це інтересно, так, дуже інтересно, знаєте. Це не знаю. Дуже інтересно. Сейчас побачимо. Бачимо, що там.
M's picked up here. I get Brawler we see a little bit less of here, but the bushes give us such a good staging ground in the middle part of the map here, and we've seen it.
Пікнув взяв Емс, Емс фактор. Трапили піком Емс, цей, Зета. Хороший пік. Арко. Раз якщо б добавили, я би там, вони все. Графсика пікнули, губав, Аку. Бобік пікнув собак. Я не знаю, як буде Бобік грати проти Бобіка. Бобік підпався. І Фаєр. Для Фаєр це то. Ще дивно, що Бобік.
Spike going to be locked in here. Zar going for that pick again. Zar always seems to get the tough lane assignments, right? The short end of the stick. Yeah, I mean, what a champion to really have to battle back from some of those disadvantageous positions. Bobby going for a throw once more. We're going to have the bar.
Bobby должен доказать, что он Бобби. Так, Кольт, Спайк и Барни. Такие странные пики, что просто.
on the safe, but the M's can shred through
Ігор.
just as easily. So
І
if
Кайс
Zeta
там
now adds
виграє.
something of a safe shredder Nita as well, I mean, that's wide open here. Hyper Bear on the safe, but Jesse Turret. Oh,
Едгар.
God!
Де то? Едгар.
The hard counter off the Barley.
О боже.
Another
О
Adrian
боже.
loves
Едгар.
that. Supercell.
Едгар мета, друзья?
Time to pick the Edgar.
Я не
Now,
знаю,
may
це
as well
жорстко.
be now. Hard engage. Edgar loves to jump on those brawlers that lack mobility and aren't good at fighting up close. He is a nightmare at the
Едгара
ranges.
тільки пікають.
What an interesting pick. One that I just honestly would not have seen coming.
Ви
And
пікають
he is
Едгара.
very, very strong, but if left in a position where
Це буває.
he's not getting those connections, it could be
Так,
just a pair of
давайте,
hands,
карта
hands,
ще.
no time to open everything up.
Don't open the map up. Don't give Edgar a way to get close to you without being in your sight line. Sands saying, no. Yeah, he's this silver bullet. Gero again's able to build up his super. Here comes the dive. Sands absolutely
Едгар вибиває
has set the
ульта,
tone
бо
now
це
for
ожидалось.
Edgar running wild on this map.
Also squishy. If Gero has a good match, this could be done here. STMN know that this is a real problem for them. They've got to land these shots. They've got to
Ай,
take care of
Саджі
them
може
quickly.
попасти по Едгару. Що за позор? Диви, що Кіра творить, да? Бачиш? Ні, чуваки, це жесть. Бачиш, як чел на Едгарі грає. Як я їм сам. Це не тоді очки. Ей, середній. І це було жорстко, таке що. Чел на Едгарі просто. Кусак, я не знаю, чи в Геру так. Ой, сейчас хорошо. Не, буде урок. Але... Фаули, бесіки. Пайка, гаджет, парні. Пайка, гаджет. Формі. 76, але контроль. Зета. 59. Залетів Геро. Кажу, 59, зараз 70 дуже відтерло. А, кончик перезарядчику. Ой, як же ж добрий Віо зараз вибиває Бобіка. Якщо Бобік би зараз відкрився, тут вже дамага дуже багато. А так тільки 40. Так. Зараз тут Зета приїде. Зараз можна забрати. Такой Джуди Кітпак. Так, Джуджи. А Едгар бачить. Але там просто, да? Так, все. 2-2 ще буде. Не, Вандер, буде інтересно, коли счет буде 3-3, короче. 1-1, да. Карта. Я буде 3-3, 1-1 по сетам і 1-1 карт. Це буде інтересно. Це буде страшно. Но сейчас, если от КБ стабильно 2-2, уже будет интересно. Типа, даже ход 2-2, потом 3-2 стабильно, потом 3-3 Зета, вот это будет ебано. Пачек, что ты драма выиграл, зараз собаку здесь, питатели зря пикнули. Геро хорошо играет за это. Реально. Кто всю жизнь за это играл. Люсик играет Эмс, Бяу играет за Эмс. Сразу Роблокс ударил, прям. Така сама игра. Сама сильнейшая. Мотобойна. Вот, вона. Сразу боится. Сразу Роблокс. Так. Собаки дав штичку. И группы плюс правильно за счет белых. Ну да, потому что жестко. Это реально жесткий чувак. Ракуни вынести. Если я чувствую сильнейшего сейчас. Стабильный, конечно, я тоже чувствую сильнейшего. Стабильный хто не проіграв, єдинственний. Перший. Ні разу, ні одного проіграча. Зета сливали. Це реванш, считай. Честь його реванш. Зета виіграє. 1-1. І, друзі, це буде вот. Сейчас буде цей. Ну, зараз стабільно треба забрати карту. І все, не Якщо Зета делає счет 1-3, то це вже буде... Вот. І кожна їхня да, фолкров. Больше будет сразу. Это уже забить.
Much better start for STMN, but they've been shown in that last game just how
important it is to stand on the right. Ну, бои бей. Мы зараз сейчас Ё-моё. Як же жарко, красавчик. Бачили це? Красавчик. Але їх задефали і Едгар задаважив дуже багато. Що за фот? Продас. А, дивіться. Сад зливається, це така ошибка. Все, сейчас, GG. Боже. 1-3, ну красавчики, Зета. Я так? 1-3? Зриваються. Але тут було близько, кстати, до вообще, это. Сад своїла, да, сад своїла. Я голосую. А, це 3. Тобто 5.
Що Зета він?
А, все, закрыл?
5, да. Я думаю,
я тоже довго сів, то подожди, могло б ти побачити, що прямо на той на той. Все. Зета виграв. В смысле?
Третій раз?
Все. Все, ладно. Где бы сел? Не знаю, где бы сел. Адрес, зато я бачу, Zeta World Champion. А ніхто не вірив. Ті, коли що стабільні їх виграли, казали, що Zeta виграє. Коли Zeta єлі виграли тих пів 3-2. Боже. Чи ні, але Zeta 3-3 закрила. Але коли Zeta виграла стабільно, всі. Ну все.
We've got to have a conversation. Come and stand by the trophy. This is yours. You get to take it back to Poland with you. Now, before I talk to your players, Inso, you have come so close before as a coach. What is it about this roster that makes them a world champion?
Honestly, I don't know. I was obviously like inspired by their playstyle, their drafts, and this time I had the opportunity to like work with them, and I think we're a good team, and I think these World Finals showed it, and these guys are insane. Like, congrats to them, and thanks to Zeta for supporting us.
Inso, they're not just a good team. They're the best team in the world. I've got to come to you guys, Gero and Noe, because last year they made it as far as the group stage. And
ужасный финал, просто ужасный. Да, типа финал просто... Я не знаю.
Can you just sum up this moment in a few words for me, please?
Времена идут, жизнь меняется, а те, кто играет в Зете, до сих пор попадают третий раз в финал. И, оказывается, решая не цей, не игроки, не Тенсай решал. Решала просто полка Зети, просто организация. И комбикорм. Типа, все, больше ничего не можно сказать, значит. Вот. Решал просто Зети, як і Тенсай, свій темпо не пішов. От і все. І 5 компанія Zeta залутала 250 тисяч. Цей раз 250.
You are champions. And finally, Meow. This
Знаю,
is
що ви
your
там
World
розказуєте
Finals
це
debut.
зараз.
And you
Це ході
are a revelation, an
вчення.
incredible damage dealer for your team, a true MVP.
Знаю, що сказати.
What is it
Я
like
більше нема
to
слов.
come here for the first time and conquer everyone?
Просто не.
I mean, it's really amazing. I don't have words to say.
Well, I tried it with your teammate earlier. How about a Polska Guru
Люди
for
катаються
Poland?
в меню.
Polska góra.
Ой, лютого мега не було, просто не 3 закрили і все.
Ладно, все, треба закінчувати стрім.
Watching around
Ой,
the
все.
world
Да,
and
смисл
here.
Сейчас,
продовжати.
секунду, не спіши.
Winter, please.
Ви ж подивіться, що тут є.
Обіцяли якусь.
Give it up for your Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 champions, Zeta Division!
Все, короче. Так. Я заканчиваю. Всем спасибо за просмотр. Zeta Division, вы им это теряли, все. Всем удачи.